Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. It is, well, it's not a meeting. We're going to call the training to order and go ahead and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Lisa.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for having me here. I'm very excited about today. Let's see if I can get my technical stuff going real quick. So we're here for kind of about 6 hours, I think, plus lunch.
Okay.
I will do a little introductions and things like that, but I just still want to thank you for having me here. I'm very excited to be here. What I want to say before we get started is this is your training. I've planned what you've asked or what you were hoping for, but I want you to stop me at any time if you want to go a different direction, or maybe there's some things you want to dive deeper into. I'm happy to do that. This is your training, this is your day, this is your time, so please feel free to do that. Let's go in your packet. Each of you have a packet in front of you. There's materials that we'll use throughout the day. On the left-hand side, you actually have a copy of the presentation in notes form, so that if you wanted to go through that along with me, so you can write notes or those kind of things, that's on the left-hand side. There's also a feedback survey, but you won't need that until the end, hopefully. Then on the right-hand side, I've given you the open meeting manual so that you can write on it, have information with it. We have a code of ethics handout, which we'll use first. There's a couple of other handouts in there, as well as your district's continuous improvement plan, as that's something that we're doing later on in the afternoon. So the way I've designed it is we'd start with kind of the board basics, right? That's your general governance, that kind of stuff. And then, depending upon where we are, I'm guessing around after lunch is my prediction. We'll get into that continuous improvement, accountability, literacy training that all boards are required to do. So that's kind of how I've split it up between the for today. So, and then I did give Rosanna, right?
Yes.
Okay. A copy of the PDF version of the presentation as well, so that you have that as well. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So there's our agenda for today. We'll do introductions and expectations. Again, we're going to do board basics in the beginning. We're going to talk about governance. We'll briefly just discuss board norms and protocols. I don't have us planning those board norms or facilitation of that, but at least really want to give you an idea of what they are and how they might help you. You probably have them. They may be written, they may not be written. So we'll just talk about those. And then we'll talk about board meeting basics. This is where we'll talk about open meeting laws, what the purpose of a board meeting is, that kind of stuff. And then, like I said, the last part of the day, we'll get into accountability and continuous improvement. We'll define literacy. We'll talk about student achievement data, and we'll look at your student achievement data. And then I'll talk about best practices for continuous improvement. And then we'll do a wrap up. And I don't know if I told everybody here already, if you hear me struggle with my voice, it's because I do have polyps. And so I had surgery less than 3 weeks ago. It doesn't hurt, I'm fine. It's totally okay, I just sound raspy. So, yes.
Is the literacy component, does that meet the requirements of, I know there's some training that we're required to do.
This is it.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, the outline of that training came straight from code.
Okay, perfect.
Yep, to meet the requirements. And ISBA will keep, make sure that all of you are recorded as attending, and we're going to go ahead and keep, as a courtesy to our members who have us provide that training, we're going to keep a list of everyone who has in case there's any questions.
Okay. Oh, which leads me for our own to not repeat history. Are we recording a log today of who's in attendance and what it was? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay, no problem. All right, so I'll introduce myself first so that you can get an idea of who I am. I am the Idaho School Boards Association Professional Development Director, so I like to say I'm your Professional Development Director. Previous, I spent, and I started in this position in November of 2021, so I'm fairly new in this position. However, I've been a long-standing educator. So before that, I served as the Director of Certification and Professional Standards for the state of Idaho, the State Department of Education. So I have worked with a lot of superintendents. I've worked with Lisa and Becky in reference to certification, trying to get people hired, alternative routes, background checks. If you were certified in the state of Idaho, it went through our office, so I know everything there is to know about certification, background checks, employment, preparation, all of the colleges, universities, all of that stuff. So that's what I did before. Before that, I served as an elementary school principal in the Treasure Valley in Idaho for 8 years. And we had 850 students in our school, K-5, 80% free and reduced lunch. No, 90% free and reduced lunch, 80% Hispanic. And so I served in that capacity for 8 years. And then prior to that, I was an 8th grade middle school teacher at Eagle Middle. So just touching base that I used to teach all of the kids in Star. Because they would go to Eagle Middle School. So been around. As you can see, I'm a numbers person, and that was 8 years in each of those positions. So I like to tell you I'm probably yours for 8 years, and then I hope to retire. So we'll see. So that's just a little bit about me. What I'd like to do now is just get a sense of who you are. And would really love it if you could just introduce yourself to me, or to, I know you guys know each other, so I guess it is to me. What your position is, if you're a trustee. And then Janelle and Rosanna would love for you to do this as well. How long you've served in your current position. So if you're a trustee, how long you've served in that. Love to hear what you do outside of that too. It's always interesting. And then what I would like is if you can just share what is it that you're hoping to get out of today. Part of this is I'm going to record it because I want to make sure that I do answer all your questions, and then we'll touch base at the end of the day to make sure that I have covered everything that you at least were hoping to get out of that. So does anyone want to start?
Start with Bob.
All right, Bob.
Okay, well, I'm newly elected to the board. However, I do have a background in education. I spent 20 years as a superintendent for Lakeland School District. 10 years as a principal before that, and 6 years as a teacher, classroom teacher before that. So I'm, I like to say semi-retired. I found that being retired doesn't necessarily mean you don't do anything. I stay busy with a lot of other activities, both in the community and for myself. My wife and I have a number of rental properties that we have to care for. So that takes some time and whatnot. So some of this is going to be updating and review for me, I think, but I'm looking forward to it. And I expect that there will be a lot of new things that I haven't heard about. So.
Anything specific other than being updated that you're hoping? Okay. Thanks, Bob.
My name's Dave Quimby. I'm newly elected too. Retired military, 33 years of service, Army, Navy, and Air Force and Marines. Let's see. I'm just here to learn, see what we're supposed to do.
You're gonna have great questions. A
Oh,
lot of
a
times,
lot.
when we do the board basics, I really love it when we have some new members, because I think what happens is we forget, like those of us who have been, or what I found, that veteran trustees will forget what it's like to be a new member again, and so it kind of it's a great combination. It usually leads itself to a great training. So you don't know even what to ask about yet.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay. Give me one.
I just like laws.
Okay. A man after my own heart. I'm very familiar with the Idaho code, so good. Thank you. Janelle?
I have been the clerk since September, and I am now passing the torch over to Ms. Santiago, and I'm here in a teaching capacity and support capacity to her new position. And it's so nice to meet you in person.
It's nice to meet you too.
I'm the newest member here. Today is day 5 of my employment. So yes, I'm super new. I had worked with the school district previously for almost 5 years, but that was in the transportation administrative capacity. So the board part of it is a little bit different. As I did watch our board meetings, I was never really present at the meetings. I was watching them on YouTube afterwards. So I'm new, and this is very much appreciated that you're here and that I'm able to attend, and I'm looking forward to learning as much as I can.
I am Randy Bain. I am 1 year into my term as a trustee. In my time away from the board, which seems so little lately, especially this week, I actually do have a full-time job. I'm the accounting supervisor for the city of Post Falls. And I've been in government accounting for 13 years, 14, almost 14 years now. I think just what I'm looking for today is to gain just more confidence that we're doing the right thing, and running our meetings correctly, and yeah.
Thank you.
I'm Ramona Grissom. I am vice chair. This is my 3rd year as a trustee. Away from this position, I'm a business owner with my family. We've owned a software business for the last 20-some years. I've been writing the same software for 25 years. I just guess I'm here for just a refresher. I'm not sure exactly what to get out of it. We had one other trainer who came in with a perspective from a board member's side. So maybe, I don't know if you can switch that hat. Through your training, gain that knowledge, but anyways, that's what I'm hoping to get out of it, is more from the board perspective, because I see the position as a representation of the people, not the system. I feel a high duty to the community, the taxpayer, and the student, and bridging between the community, the student, those out there, and administration in the district. That's the position I see the board in. So that's sort of how I view things, and that's how we view training, I guess.
Great. I think you're going to like one of the particular slides we have, actually showcasing that exact concept.
Yeah.
Yep.
Michelle Thompson. I am also in my 3rd year. I was elected the same time Ramona was. Let's see. I'm currently finishing my master's degree. I own my own business. My husband owns his own business. Been community members for 30 years. I have a passion for children, and I too believe that my position is a representation of the voice of the taxpayers, and I hope to get some consistency out of the training. We've had a few other workshops, whatnot, and at times the information seems to be contradictory. So I'm hoping to find some consistency in what you go through with us. And definitely, I mean, I don't see it as a refresher, I just see it as gaining more knowledge.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. That really just helps me to make sure that we are hitting the things, and it's just nice for me to get to know a little bit more about you. So I appreciate you giving me that little time to show and share with each other. So let's go ahead and get into it. As like a lot of YouTubers like to say, I watch YouTube a lot. I'm more of an independent kind of person. I have gardeners and stuff. So, all right. So on the board basics, we're going to go through governance, like I said, board norms and protocols, and board meetings. Under governance, We're gonna start with you're a board member, so now what, right? We'll talk about code of ethics, which is something you most likely signed in January. That's usually done at the annual meeting. We'll talk about the definition of governance, things to remember, roles and responsibility, and then setting policy. Again, I want to remind you, if there is anything you want to go left or right or up or down on, we can do that, okay? So this is what I have planned, but as David sounds like he's got a lot of questions he has in his head that he might want to talk about, this is your training. I wanted you to have the most out of that so we can go there. And if I don't know the answer here, I will write down a bunch of questions that I don't have answer to, and then I'll get back to you with those. All right, so you're a board member. Now, I apologize. I think when you upload this to Google, it changes the format. So I just want you to know it didn't. Okay. So you're a board member. What does that mean? Well, that means you are an individual. I think it's really important that you're going to hear me talk about you are a member of a team, and you're going to hear me say that you as an individual can't do anything, only you as a board. However, I'm still going to honor the fact that you are an individual and you bring to that a unique perspective to all of you as a whole team. You are a representative. We heard Ramona and Michelle talk about that you represent the taxpayers, you represent the people who voted for you, you represent the community. You're a steward, you're an advocate. Michelle, you said you had a passion for students, so that shows that advocacy. But I think one of the most important things you have to remember is you are a member of the team. And so you're not running a marathon all by yourselves. That leads to chaos, right? You are more in tandem. You want to work in tandem together going towards the same direction. So that's why I really like the rowboat, because if someone is going against you, you're never going to get anywhere. You kind of spin in circles. So I just love that visual representation. And someone told me what that was called. I think it's called a skull.
Okay. It is, yeah.
All right. So this activity is I find really, really effective. And so what I'd like you to do right now is take out the code of ethics. And I know you already know these, or you probably read them in January, but I'd like you to read through them, and I would like you to write a question mark next to the ones that you have a question about. Doesn't matter for what reason. Could be why is it included, it could be I don't know what this means, it doesn't matter. For whatever reason, if you have a question about it, write a question mark next to it. And then I'd also like you to asterisk or star, whichever you like to use, the ones that you're like, this one's important to me. For whatever reason, you don't have to explain why it's important to you, but just for whatever reason when you read it, you're like, yes, this is important. That makes sense? So question marks and stars. And you thought it was all going to be about me. Make you work. Okay, I think, is anyone not done? Okay. So let's start with, we'll have you put me on the spot. Anyone that wants to share some questions, and there is one in there that I'm hoping you guys bring up as first question. But anyone want to start with, this one I have a question about.
I will. Number 8.
That's the one.
Me too.
Great. You may not have seen that when you signed it. This is an updated version.
Okay.
And it has come, so. if
I was
you're
like,
going,
whoa, wait a minute. Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Oh my, cause
Yeah.
I want you to be, this is my way of going, okay, it's okay to ask those hard questions, right? Yes, that is a new one. It's not new, it's been revised to be a bit more explicit. So you're probably going, we're not following that, maybe, okay? And let me give you the rationale behind why, well, I'm gonna guess. Recognize that the superintendent is the board's advisor and should be present at all meetings. That's probably like, well, yeah, duh, right? It's not that part. What part is it, Randy, that you're going, whoa?
the
The
second
further-
half of it, the further the
the
superintendent shall
superintendent.
not be
Yep.
shall not be present during any board deliberation regarding the student expulsion hearing and or when the board deliberates regarding a teacher non-renewal or termination.
Perfect.
Mine was,
Okay.
if we can tag team, mine was conflict of interest. I'd like examples of where, of what a conflict of interest may be for a superintendent and the board, sorry.
Great. All right, let's start with the second part, Randy, what you shared, which is, and I want to make sure that we're very deliberate here. It says during deliberation, okay? So here is the rationale behind that. I'm going to say this with a caveat. It kind of depends on what your protocols are on how you do things. And as soon as I give you the rationale and the explanation, you'll understand why. Who is the one that makes the recommendation based on the student expulsion or the non-renewal or teacher personnel issue?
Superintendent.
There you go. So I'm a patron. I might, let's say I'm the teacher, okay? If your policy and procedures are that the superintendent is the one recommending non-renewal or to put the teacher on probation or to expel the student, and they're there during deliberation, I'm not talking about providing you information,
Right.
and giving you the
Weighing in on the
information
conversation.
on the conversation and explaining to you all the history. That all is done during executive session. I, as a superintendent, would present all the facts, the information. The parent, if it's an expulsion, can come in and give you all their facts. But then just as much as the parent should step out, if your process is it's the superintendent making that recommendation, they should also step out during your deliberation as a board. Why might that be in the best interest of the district?
Because the superintendent will continually insist upon their recommendation.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if I was the teacher you were talking about, and I knew the superintendent was recommending to you all not to put me on probation, if I knew that she was in there, and I'm just going to say she because you have a she right now, if I knew that she was in there, I might feel like, how do I know she wasn't extra influential on your deliberation? Does that make sense? So there are other districts that there might be a separate, like West Ada, for example, who's a very large district. They have an individual who does everything about student expulsions. That's the individual that's making the recommendation, not the superintendent. In that case, it might be, I still say best practice is out, because the superintendent is probably going to be supportive of whatever her staff is suggesting. I look at it as, if it was me or my family's situation, whether it's my child or something, what would you want? And I think it's always to show that the board is deliberating on their own, independent of any other potential influence.
Kind of like a jury being separated in a room and
Exactly.
nobody else is in the room except. Okay.
Now, I would say you probably still want to have your board clerk in there, because they're going to be the ones keeping you on. Whoops, your board clerk needs to help you make sure you're only talking about that item. But it's a protection for the district and it's a protection for you. However, I want to add, even when you deliberate, let's say you go, well, I wish we had more information. Then go get the superintendent back in, ask them some questions, and then send them back out. You have to have all the information. But I think that's the piece, is it's protecting you and really showing your patrons that you as a board are deliberating and making that decision on your own. I always go back to what's the purpose. If you always go back to why is that law there, or why is that reason there, that really helps you figure out why it was important. Did that help?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Just to establish, that's not a legal requirement, it's recommended under the code of ethics.
I would say it's not a legal requirement, but I would add, hypothetically, let's say I had a grievance against the superintendent as an employee, or I had history with the superintendent, you could be setting your district up for potential. I think it's a best practice that will keep you out. That is not a requirement of law. But if I was the outside person in, I might be going, right? But yeah, it's not a requirement of law. But I will tell you, our lawyers, Amy White, our lawyer, as you know, was the one that suggested that we add this in here. Because we're getting more expulsions. We're seeing a lot more expulsions, districts are in general, and some things like that. So I just think it's a better practice.
So it's like for us, sometimes our assistant superintendent is the one that really has done the investigation and done the work, and so she comes and presents to us her recommendation. So I don't know if that would change it at all, or?
Well, I would think because everything is funneled to the superintendent.
And I agree with what Lisa said too, is, she's going to support her staff.
Right,
really,
exactly.
So,
Exactly.
because I'm sure she's probably already run it. I'm sure
Uh-huh.
Lisa's almost always run it by
Correct.
her anyway and told her what her recommendation is going to be, so that
Right.
makes sense too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you should, right? If that's my supervisor, then I want to make sure if I'm not,
Right.
yeah. And again, are you going to be, is it requirement of law? No. Until you get sued and you wish you would have.
Right. Exactly.
Right? Kind of thing.
Exactly.
So, and I always, throughout this part of the presentation or part of the training, I always go back and say, what if it was you? What if it was your family? And any time you want to be extra careful as a board member is when you're thinking about denial of something. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Okay? If you're a lawyer, and I'm not a lawyer, but trust me, in my positions over the years, especially as the Professional Standards Commission director, no one gets sued because you gave me employment.
Right.
Right? Let's just face it. You typically are sued when you deny somebody something. So when you need to know you need to be extra careful is when you're thinking about denial of something. And we'll talk more about that later in different situations. So it's a good, like, do I need to be careful here? Oh, am I denying somebody something somewhere? Maybe I need to be a little bit more thoughtful. Conflict of interest. You guys are in a small town, and so Rosanna, I'll give you some examples that might be a conflict of interest. The superintendent's spouse is a realtor, and the district, and they may have been writing a proposal for real estate that the district may want to purchase. That might be a potential conflict of interest. So if you are going to be, if the board is going to be deliberating on a particular real estate property, then you would want the superintendent to step out if they happen to be related to anybody that might benefit from that. Right? That's an example. Other ones I've seen, these are protocols you as a district have to decide, but ones that I see quite frequently are hiring of employment of relatives of the superintendent, spouse, children, those kind of things. You wouldn't want the superintendent to be in that deliberation in reference to if you're going to discuss whether you're going to hire them or that kind of stuff. So those, in anything that they would need to, that might be a potential conflict of interest. Those are just two examples I can think of. Do you guys have any other examples that you might see?
Can you apply that to individual board members?
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
What kind of circumstances have you seen there that create problems?
The one with real estate where the spouse where the actual board member owned the building that the district was renting from.
How about relationship with the manager of the local bank that the district has deposits in?
Yep. Old friends of that, then you would need anything to do with a decision on that. You must disclose that relationship. Then second, you have to decide whether or not you can remain unbiased and whether or not you should even vote on a motion that would be voting for that.
Do you have a conflict if you're a board member and the district's interested in hiring one of your children?
Absolutely.
And how do you handle that?
You recuse yourself. You disclose that, I have to disclose that one of the, so depending upon how you do things, typically all of those that are employed are on a consent agenda for the most part. And then what I would say if that was the case is, I'm disclosing that one of the individuals that are being recommended for hire is my child, and so I'm going to recuse myself from this vote. Simple as that. And if in doubt, always disclose. And then even in the meeting, if you're like, oh my gosh, I realized that I know this person or whatever, I'm disclosing it. But I really truly believe, I think I can be unbiased in this, but you can still vote. But maybe you as other board members might go, maybe we should have you not vote just in case, right? I think that's okay to have those conversations. But if in doubt, just recuse yourself. That help?
Decisions affecting the district that include not a family member but a mere acquaintance. Any issues there?
Really depends, right? I mean, you guys are in small towns, so you probably are acquainted with 90% of your community. I think I think you could say, yeah, I know them, but I'm not going to be biased with that, right? For example, would you guys say if I stayed here that we might be considered acquaintances now? I don't know if you need to disclose that, right? If I were to come and, let's say, try to get a job here or something, just because we...
But it's my neighbor's wife, potentially.
Yeah. Depends on that level of friendship, right? Acquaintance to me is someone like Janelle and I are acquaintances now just
Right.
because of how much we've worked together. I would say I can be unbiased. I think you have to ask yourself 2 questions. 1, am I unbiased? Question 1, self-reflection. 2, might I be perceived as biased? Those are 2 different things. You're going to know more about your own self, but the follow-up question is, might there be a perception in my community or amongst the staff that I might be biased? And if so, I would err on the side of recusal. I can't give you black and white. Those are some reflections you have to do, but those are your think-abouts, right? Am I unbiased? Yes. Okay, wait. Might I be perceived as biased? Maybe it's better in the best interest of us as a board to recuse myself because of that.
Well, the reality is you can't control the acquaintance, and you don't know if they're out there shooting their mouth off. Oh, I've got it in with Bob,
Right.
therefore I'm gonna go do this, and because I know Bob. And if you don't bring it out, and we're like, Bob, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, hey, I barely know the person, but that person seems to think they know you, and so that's where it can get sticky, I guess.
Tricky, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's always important, let's talk about that, Michelle. At a board meeting, you disclose that. Look, I have had some interaction with Bob, not Bob, John, we'll call him John. I've had some interaction with John. We are mere acquaintances. I do not have a relationship with him, but I wanted the whole board to know. Now, perception-wise, you disclosed it.
Right.
You handled it. That looks different
Right.
than you not disclosing anything at all. Then it's like, oh, that was a hush-hush. John knows Bob. Everybody knows John knows Bob.
Right. Right.
Everybody knows Bob.
Everybody.
This is
knows.
true.
And that is the
He's gonna have to recuse himself from everything.
And I will say this, when I was the PSC administrator, and I don't know if you know much about the PSC, but part of the responsibilities of the PSC is disciplinary action on teaching certificates. It's by statute, by law, David, by law, it's the only entity that handles disciplinary action. In fact, when I worked at the department under the superintendent, if the superintendent were to ask me, I would have to say, I can't tell you. I mean, that is how serious the separation was, right? And so when I say that is, there were times where I would have to disclose, that teacher taught for me. We had university members, our College of Education faculty. Well, there were some cases where they were their university professor, right? I mean, when you teach all of the teachers in Idaho, you're bound to get one of them that you might know. So, absolutely. So, it's always important. You would be amazed at how small the education profession is as a community, even though we have all these teachers. It is a small community. So, yeah. You're going to have to be a little bit more careful than the rest, I guess.
Between him and Dave.
I know. Any other ones? I think we hit 8 pretty good. And notice how it kind of goes into other conversations, right? A little bit. So this is the reason I love this activity. Any other questions that others may have had? Yes, Rosanna.
I do, only because I'm very new to this.
Yes.
Number 6. How I'm trying to really understand that how those 2 entities come together.
The policy
Yes,
and the board,
yes.
or the board and the
board and
superintendent?
the superintendent as far as policy is concerned. Whereas one makes the decisions on policy, the other one is the one that has the authority to administer the policy. So, I mean, I understand the sentence, but the concept is something I'm having a tough time with.
Beautiful question, actually. I'm going to see if I can give you a concrete example, okay? The board, most likely, your board, has already approved of that policy on evaluation.
Okay.
But do they evaluate?
No.
So the policy was set, most likely because it was written in law, It's probably aligned to administrative rules, but that gets too much in the weeds. So the policy was set. The implementation of that policy is under the direction of the superintendent. If the superintendent doesn't implement correctly, or to the acceptance of the board, then the board handles that with the superintendent, right? They don't usurp and then go, well, I'm gonna go do it for you. No, because then you're just enabling the superintendent. That's not the way it works. You as a board set the policy. The superintendent, it needs to be the one that implements that policy. They might set more protocols. They might have more procedures. They might, right? So the policy says you have to have one observation done by December 1st or January 1st. She might go in and say, I want all evaluations done by November 15th, just because she might want to review those. That wasn't part of your policy, but that is the way she's going to implement it, because she needs to do it that way to make sure what you said as a board is implemented. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It just brings about more questions. So in this example, can the superintendent then say, okay, well, your policy must be reviewed by December 1st, or have a viewing or whatever. Can the superintendent widen that or make that more narrow, change the process to meet her managerial style?
Absolutely. Yep. But if you as a board then don't like that, hypothetically, then you change the policy. Or you say we don't like, that's the piece. I have to be careful, because you don't want to, if the board is going to be wanting to micromanage the superintendent, then you don't need a superintendent.
Yes.
But at the same time, I think for clarification of what Roseanne is asking, we'll use her December 1 date, if the board says December 1, the superintendent, he, her, whatever, can't come back and say, well, that December 1 is just ridiculous, I'm going for January 1.
Correct.
They cannot do that.
No.
They must meet what's set in policy.
Yes.
How they implement it,
Yes.
as long as the standard in policy is being met,
Yes.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if they want to go earlier because they may want, you don't know what you don't know. Let me give you an example. Let's say she has 3 principals that she's working with that may need assistance on doing an observation. That's why she wants them to turn it in early. Not because, and you guys don't need to know that. That's not your purview. That's the superintendent's purview. So she might be setting something earlier because that's her way of providing support and mentorship in order to ensure that it's done by your guidelines of policy. Does that make sense? That's another example. The other thing is the superintendent should and could hopefully recommend to the board policy changes as well. So let's say I go to implement it, if I'm the superintendent and I go to implement something and I go, whoa, I didn't realize the unintended consequences of this policy. I want to inform my board about these unintended consequences so that the board might consider a revision to the policy. So that's where that relationship is that the board adopts and revises and recommends too, but the superintendent should also implement and recommend, right? There should be this partnership because you want to honor the superintendent's implementation, because sometimes you think, oh, I didn't think about that. I'll give you an example as a principal. I have to own this. We all make mistakes in leadership, right? I'm just saying, this is me being, just sharing. When I was a principal, I made a decision to have the first graders come in a different direction, down a different hallway. Really bad mistake. I thought it was brilliant, right? They come in, there's no problem. What I didn't think, because I wanted them to get out of the crowd of everyone down this hall, so I made them line up over here and come this way. What I didn't consider, the unintended consequences, was they have to go to the bathroom after. So they had to walk all the way down here, re-up in line, come back over here, and they were still in the crossways. And not only that, the playground was over here. So you had all these first graders running over here by the, okay? that was a great idea, Lisa, from a policy perspective, from a principal. Implementation, it did not go over well. So I needed to be able to have my first grade teachers tell me, Lisa, no, we need to do something else. And then we went to the drawing board. So see how that, so I made a policy. It really stunk. And we revised it. Makes sense.
In other words, not all board policies are great.
That's correct. Yeah. But you also
We do our
don't want to
best.
write the policy so strict. There isn't any wiggle room either, because now, again, I always look at this. What are the unintended consequences of any decision that you're going to make? Have we thought about those?
That's a good point. In writing policy, sometimes we do it with tunnel vision, I think, not knowing what some of the implementation problems might be. So we create the policy with that narrow scope, and you really need more latitude. So.
But that's why we're supposed to be reviewing them much more frequently than they have been, so that we can reevaluate and look at them and see, hey, has this been working? Oh, it's not working? Okay, we've been trying it for a couple of years, it's still not working. Let's see how we can change
And that's
this
why the
policy to
ISBA
match.
policies actually have a review date, so that you can see. You may not have made any revisions, right? You could review it, and you'll notice that the revised might be before the review. And that's because you can at least see, we did review them in 2018. And at that particular time, we chose no revisions because the revised date is prior to 2018. But it gives you that ongoing thing to see when's the last time we actually took a look at this. And I think it's a great way to build relationships with your superintendent, because you could say, we haven't taken, we'd like you to review these policies. Take a look at them. Is there some implementation issues that you've seen? Are we outdated? Are there some new laws that have arisen because of certain things in our like, let's talk about COVID the last 2 years. I'm sure there were some policies that were impacted because of that, right? So it's a great opportunity for you to build that relationship with your superintendent by saying, take a look at this. Talk to your people, talk to your staff. Is there something we could do better, and bring back some recommendations to us? Randy, did that help? Your question?
Rosanna.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Yes, thank you.
Ramona, Randy, Rosanna.
I don't know why you guys know.
Didn't think about that when we set up
So
table.
I ask questions about policy, then I get what's in our handbook, or it's in here, or it's in there. It's not in policy. They have their own little separate handbooks, teacher handbook. So what's the guidance on that kind of stuff?
So the superintendent, that is the superintendent's responsibility to implement those handbooks, the student handbooks. Well, typically the student handbooks are done at the building level by the building principal, right? Those do not have to be approved by the board, but they need to be in guidance. They can't be, they can't violate policy
Yeah, they
that's
can't be
in the
contradictory
board.
to policy.
Correct. You guys do not want to get into the business of having a dress code. Well, you might have some dress code, but not to the minutia level. If you start putting dress code in your policy, you don't want to have to deal with that kind of level of issues.
We
Trust
already
me.
had that.
Okay.
We had a dress code, and then we had administrators come, by way of administrators, to say, hey, we have issues because we have students that have rips in their jeans where body parts are
hanging
showing.
out.
Yeah.
So we need to fix it, and our policy doesn't allow us to fix it, so they gave us their input of what they needed. So we said, okay, if that's what they're telling us they need, we did it. Oh my word. Everybody freaked out, which that was the only thing, so we went back and revised it. But yeah, we still get that, and we tackled it. But we have implemented, since I've been here, where more recently, all policies go to the community for review when we're reviewing them, and we get feedback. Before that, all policies were seen by whomever they impacted, and we always ask those people for feedback. Is this good? Is it bad? How did it, how can it be better? So we've been doing that. For Dave's question, I think what he's asking is, who has the authority? Is it possible for the reference to be, well, our procedure book, our teacher book, our admin manual, or whatever usurps district policy? That's what he's asking you.
Can't contradict,
It cannot contradict,
but it can be more restrictive.
but it can be more correct.
Right.
Well, here's an example.
Actually, I'm gonna say more explicit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right.
So we have, Lakeland High School have one grade policy, and then Timberlake in our same school district has their own grade policy.
Grading policy?
Yeah, for sports, for extracurricular activities.
Okay.
And it's like, the board sets the minimum standards for participating in sports. And they're going, well, we're gonna require this.
They can.
They can.
Mhm.
Now, let me tell you what I
But
think
you
a
have-
good practice might be. A good practice would be, superintendent, we are getting complaints from the community, okay, in reference to the differing implementation of grading regulations when it comes to students in sports. Could you please find out more information about that and bring it to us so that we can consider that, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with you asking information, but that doesn't mean you need to all of a sudden do a policy either at the same time. Does that?
I'm just saying that policy's set, right? That's our policy. So how can they just go and change it and make it more restrictive?
What does your policy say?
Okay, so Lakeland's policies is aligned with the state, which is the Idaho High School Sports Activities Association.
Oh, you're talking about
Okay, so we align with that. Then we have Timberlake, who aligns with, we require a 2.0. So you're not following IHSA.
Is IHSA a 2.0?
No, you can't have more than one F to participate. That's what I'm saying. So you're getting, well, we do it this way and we do it this way, or whatever. And I don't think it's right, because the board's policy is you can't have more than one F. That's our policy. So do we have a school dictating their own policy? That's not right, I don't think. It should be equal for everybody across the board. Because then you run into, well, my kid got suspended for that and my kid didn't.
When you say suspended, you're talking about sports, not about something else, correct?
Right.
Okay,
Or- yeah,
as a former
sports.
principal, boy, I can go into
Yeah.
that, but yeah.
You know what I'm saying, though? Fair
I
and
do.
equal treatment, that's, fair and equal treatment of kids in the same district.
What I would say is, if you as a board, now right now, you as an individual have an issue. I'm not saying that's not okay, but then you all as a board need to decide if you feel that that's not okay, and if that's the case, then you can ask the superintendent to say, we'd like you to investigate that and bring back the information of why are they doing it differently. And is that something that we need to deal with as a board?
Oh, it's the same kind of thing with, like, we went and toured the buildings one day and we had one grade school taking our IDs and scanning them and putting them in a sleeve, and then the other school didn't ask us for anything. And I'm like, we should have a policy that says who can come in the building and how the procedure is to get in that building, and
And I don't think those are those would be great discussions as a board to say, I have seen some inconsistencies on some things. Does it rise to the level of us to have board policy on that? Because you don't know why. Right? And so the question would be to the superintendent, can you find out why? And let's talk about those things. But again, see how that communication is board to soup finds out, soup brings back, and then you guys can decide. But absolutely, whether the superintendent wants to do it or not, and you guys all decide, no, we don't want you, you just put that in policy and then they go and implement it. I can tell you as the 2.0, historically, I always thought that was an IHSA recommendation.
Let's change it, I think, a few times.
Yeah, so
back
I always
and
thought
forth.
it was a 2.0 and no more than
It used
one.
to. It used to be,
Yeah.
and then they switched it to that.
Well, and maybe it's a situation of somebody not keeping up with a change, or maybe
Yeah.
missing that change
Right.
in that grading policy. Maybe they just
And that's why you always want to
Wouldn't
give the
necessarily be out of
superintendent to look
compliance,
at it.
though, because theoretically you could have a 2.0 even if you have an F
Like,
Correct.
you could have 3 Fs
So they're
and
not
3 As,
necessarily
and you
out of
have a
compliance with
2.0.
the
So
Correct.
which one's better? You know.
Right.
Yep.
I have a question.
Sure.
You said that the board does not have to approve, student handbooks.
There's nothing that requires you to. That might be a protocol you all want to do.
So
and
there's
that's it.
nothing in statute about that.
No.
What about, other manuals that are used within the district when it comes
Like
to
employment
employment manuals and all those types of things? Are you sure about that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Which one do you want me to look at?
Well, I can't remember. I was trying to go back and look at it, but there is a statute that says that the board is supposed to approve those things.
Continued improvement plan is the only one that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and I can't find it right off the bat. That's why I was wondering if you knew,
Not off the top of my head.
and I'll have to go back and find it.
If we want to get technically there's nothing in law that says you set policy at all.
Right,
It just says you have to govern. I don't know
Right.
how you govern without actually setting policy.
right.
So-
No, I get that. Well, I was going back to the manual thing because there is something where the board is supposed to approve these certain manuals within the district. And I probably have a note to it somewhere.
I do not pretend to have all
Yeah.
knowledge possible, but I am not aware of anything that a board has to approve a manual.
Yeah,
But I will definitely
Okay.
ask.
yeah, and I'm gonna find out where
I do
the
know you
whole-
have to approve the continuous improvement plan,
Right,
and policies.
yeah,
That is how you govern.
right. Well, we create the continuous improvement plan along with the superintendent and whomever else, correct?
That's up to you on how you do that.
Yeah.
Every district does it differently. It just is required to be approved by the board.
Mhm.
Yeah. And there might
But
be a
the
Title
continuous-
9. You might be talking about the Title 9.
No,
No? Okay.
I have certificates in Title IX.
Okay.
No, but the
I will look
board,
into that one. Thank you.
yeah, the board though, as far as the continuous improvement plan, the statute does says that is the only thing that we can hold as a, unless we have some other policy, but statutorily, that is what's used to evaluate the superintendent.
Talk about that.
Oh, okay,
I promise.
all right.
Yeah.
To make bylaws, rules, and regulations, or its government and that of the district, isn't that making policy?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a intellectual conversation with someone, and they said, actually, the statute actually doesn't say policy. And I said, well, it doesn't use the word policy,
Okay.
but I don't know how you do that statement without setting policy.
Yeah.
We were just playing around.
Okay, yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a wordsmith person.
Me too. Okay. Any other ones that you have questions on in reference to the Code of Ethics?
Present personal criticism of district operations to the superintendent or administrator, not to district staff or to a board meeting.
Yes. Why?
So we shouldn't, like, voice our opinion about something in an open meeting?
So what number is that again? 'Cause I wanna make sure
Number
I'm using the right
14.
words. Personal criticism of direct district operations to the super, not to district staff or at a board meeting. So what that means is if I have a personal criticism of, I'll just use because we're safe, Janelle, you would not bring that out because that's about a personal nature. That's a staff member. If you're saying, I don't like the way, I'll use your example, Dave. I don't like the way the athletic director has set up the policy at the high school that allows kids, that requires them at 2.0. That should not be like, you're making it personal to that athletic director. You're talking about personnel. Is that right? You need to protect.
So it's not my
That could be your.
Yeah,
that
is
could be
it,
your
it's
opinion,
my
but-
personal criticism of something that's happening in the district. It doesn't, I'm not speaking necessarily about a specific person. I'm talking about operations in general.
Right.
So I still can't voice that in a board meeting?
You can voice concerns. I think the issue is you don't want to be, I guess I'm going to use the word, you want to be professional about it, right? Like, it's not about, I really hate the way that high school is doing that. I had a kid in there and he didn't get to play. That's a personal criticism. Versus, I have concerns about the difference between the implementation of our athletic policy. Do you see the difference? It's the personal
It's
criticism.
the way you context it.
It's a context. It's right.
Okay.
You're not being
Okay.
impartial. There's nothing you can bring in. You guys want to make the best decisions possible. So if you have areas of concern that something in the district, you want to bring it up. It's that personal criticism. I don't like the way that the elementary school doesn't make them have jackets in there. Right? It's that if you have a personal issue, you might want to go to the superintendent first before you bring it up at a board meeting to see, is it really a systems issue? Is it really a one-person community issue because they didn't like something that they didn't get, and it doesn't rise to the level of being a whole board issue?
Okay.
Does that
Thank
help
you.
a little
Yeah,
bit?
yeah, it does. Yeah. Thank you.
Although, I guess to some degree, in defense of Randy's statement, one of the disadvantages is that we oftentimes don't get the information until the board meeting. And I can absolutely respect, the public decorum and playing nice in the sandbox, so to speak. But when something's presented and you're like, whoa, I don't like this. In my opinion, that's not really a personal criticism of what anybody's done. It's just that this is not what we're used to. We're just now getting it. Because there have been instances where that statement has come out, like, whoa, I don't like this. And then it's like, well, someone has done a lot of hard work, and it's like...
Yeah, like when I criticized the handbooks that looked like crap.
But the
Sorry,
reality
I did,
is
but...
we didn't get it until that board meeting. And so we're expected to make decisions, and it's like...
But don't say anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was my fear.
That's
Is
not what I'm talking
I'm
about.
not supposed to
I don't
say
think that's
voice
what
my
I'm talking
opinion about something.
No, you
Like,
absolutely
open-
can, and I don't think there's anything wrong with dissension.
I feel like
in the
that
board.
is our.
I think healthy boards have absolute dissension. Absolutely. I would say that might be some protocol establishment that you need to have, and you can do this. This is within your realm. We have not had enough time to read this. We are not going to vote on this matter. We need to add it to the next agenda.
And we have done that, so
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, we
yeah.
have.
So,
Part of the difference
okay.
there is whether or not it's going to require action, or if we're just expressing a concern about something that's happening as a matter of discussion.
Yes.
If it's a matter where we're going to have to make a decision, then you need more information, so on and so forth. Again, to me, it comes back to context. You can talk about a lot of things in a generic sense, but the minute you attach it to a building or a principal or a teacher, you're into no-go territory.
Thank you. That's a good way.
I'll give you an
that-
example of your situation. Oh, this must have been Mrs. So-and-so's addition to the student handbook. Right? That's different than, I have huge concerns about the section about dress code in the student handbook, and it doesn't. I don't agree with this, and I need more time to review it.
Yeah.
That's absolutely but that's not a personal critique. That is, I think it's that word personal about like you're kind of attacking an individual versus the object that you're.
So I'm not the one that made it personal.
No, not at all.
Becky did when she said
Exactly.
these people worked the principals worked really hard on this. It was like,
Correct.
well, it looks
looks
terrible.
terrible.
It's very unprofessional. It looks like crap. So
Yeah, and to
Okay.
me, it was a fair statement because we were all thinking it. But
well, they had copied and pasted, and it was supposed to be a.
yeah, it was a
Yeah, and I don't know the situation.
Yeah,
It could have been
yeah.
something more like, and I think, I'm not going to defend either way. I think,
Right.
I look at it as a former teacher. If I brought something to a principal, let's say, if some work that my students have done, I might feel a little bit more protective of that work that they did. So it could have just been two entities going, oh, I got to protect. So is there a way that we can honor the work of your staff and then to say, okay, the content looks good, really would appreciate it if we can increase the professionalism of the look of this book. Right?
Gotcha.
It's because I do think we need to honor, I think pieces that we forget is that the district staff may or may not have put a lot of work into that or not.
Right,
And
right.
regardless of how that went.
Right.
But I think it's those are always
And
hard.
two, I think it's a matter of, can we better address that kind of an issue directly with the superintendent? Out of the setting of the board meeting.
I don't like that though.
Yeah.
I would rather. I want my constituents to know that I'm advocating for or against something, and so I don't like to do stuff.
It's all supposed to be done in the board meeting.
It depends on what it is. I'm going to add in here. If it's content, I think that needs to be done in a board meeting. If it's design, look, that's a personal opinion. Just
I hear
trying
you.
to understand. That might have been better to say. I really think the content's great. There's nothing in here. I really wish the design looks a little better. Superintendent, you and I can get together later to talk about the way that it looks.
The format. Okay.
Right, see,
Okay.
there's that happy medium between
Right.
the two. You're right. If it's about context, I don't think, let's talk about code of ethics. I don't like number 7 being a requirement. That is absolutely needs to be discussed because you guys are signing that. That's a requirement. It's part of the handbook. It's part of the policy. Versus maybe nothing that really holds people. There's that balance. Did that kind of get to
Yeah,
what you were
yeah,
saying,
yeah.
Andy? Because I do
Yeah.
believe you're absolutely right. When you're talking about decisions and things that are going to be direction that the superintendent has to take, that's one thing versus.
Well, there's a huge disadvantage because when a board member is frequenting and talking and doing all this, and none of that gets back to the board, we do not all have the same
Right.
equal plate to make any form of decision on.
You're talking
One
about
is
some
heavily
protocols.
influenced,
Yep.
and the rest are just
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Totally makes
yeah,
sense.
it is challenging.
And I honor both, honestly. Totally
Yeah.
gonna honor both of those
Yeah.
completely.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to interject something here. My
Please.
question with the manuals and all
Yes.
that, I only bring it up because I just want to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing.
Okay.
Not any more, not any less, just
Yep.
what it says.
I will go look. Quinn
Yeah.
is the person. Quinn and April are
Yeah.
my experts when it comes to law and policy. So I'm gonna go follow up with them, and then I will get back to you.
I don't know if this is it, but that's the foundation of Idaho's education system.
Yes.
Constitution, so guidelines and other written interpretations fall under that.
Yeah, but the procedures and the guidelines, that's typically under the superintendent. Where you all stop typically is at the policy level.
Gotcha.
So you're absolutely right. The procedures and that would be that would be the CEO or the superintendent.
So we only get to go to policies and then they can do
Typically.
more under that?
Yes. Yep.
That's why the words are,
Huh?
that's why the words are important.
Yes.
And that the policy is a clear directive of the expectation of the board.
Because they fall under, procedures and guidelines fall under policies.
Correct.
Right, well,
Right.
some policies do come with procedures that the board does set. And in that sense, whatever that is the procedure to carry out the policy. This is how it's implemented, and a lot of that comes directly from ISBA.
Right.
Right.
You know, I think the culture and the climate of the school, because the schools are so different, also would influence how the policy is applied,
Yeah,
you
Yes.
know?
you're right about that.
You have to.
Especially
there
when you
are
get to the
some
high school
procedures
level.
in policy. I don't want to say that there aren't, but there's no matter how much procedure you put in policy, there's still going to be more procedures that get when you're implementing. Right? What does that actually look like in the building?
Well-
Let me give you an example. I want a respectful, safe, and respectful climate in my school. How I do that as a teacher in my classroom might be different than another teacher in the classroom, right? So, and you got to be careful because anything you put in policy at a board level, you cannot change until you all change it.
Right.
So if you put the minutia in your policy and you've got, I'm going to give you one example. And David, I'm taking outliers. So I'm going to do dress code. There was a dress code that we had one time that girls could not wear anything shorter than my fingertip. It was fantastic. Till we had a bunch of girls that didn't have really long hands and they were right here. And it was in policy, and there was nothing I could do about it because that parent came in and said, there's a policy for that. We couldn't change that until it went through your policy procedures, which were several months because the board only met that many times. So when you're putting things in your policy, think about how long it needs to change. There might be reasons why you do want to be and include a lot of procedures in your policy because you don't want it, right? But be careful how much procedure at the minutia detail that you put in.
Don't create traps.
Correct.
Well, see, and just because you did bring that up with our dress code policy, what happened was it was fairly broad, and the administration was coming back to us saying, we can't enforce this.
There's
You
nothing
can't,
to
you
enforce.
can't, yeah, we can't do anything. So I don't know if that breakdown was that we should have let the superintendent know that administrators have the privilege to require or not require. So when they brought it back to us, we're like, okay, here you go. And so we took that very broad language and we're like, well, this is kind of what we're meaning.
Yeah.
And brought it back in here to give them more.
Well, it was their request of what it should be.
Right, exactly, it was.
So we
And
said,
that's
okay,
all,
that's
all
what
that
you
was done
need.
on
But
policy,
then,
yeah, the parents are like, totally changed it.
the parents
Nope,
were
nope,
upset
we
because we didn't give them enough time to
Yeah.
know so that they could buy clothes that met the dress code policy with
goodness.
plenty of time. We
Yeah.
had kids that. Then we also had administrators at the school levels, especially at the high school level, saying everybody's interpretation of this is different.
Yeah.
Because when you say mid-thigh,
Who's thigh?
whose thigh? Where does
Exactly.
where is mid?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's why I
It's
bring up
ridiculous.
dress code. You guys realize
Yeah.
that, right? Because it is. You want to get parents on fire, you talk about dress code. Yeah. Or how many school day weeks. But this was a beautiful example of that balance between superintendent sharing. The policy is too broad. I need more backup. Can I recommend something? Right? So going back to that diagram, David, that you said, I don't want to make it seem that no procedures are in policy, but be very careful about what procedures you do have in policy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because
Maybe
it- the broadness
another
is
example
already
of
there
that,
for
at
them
the
to
next
choose.
I say
higher
we just
level,
get rid of the
for
dress
example, the state
Yeah.
board establishes
I have
graduation
issues with the
requirements
policy
in the
and
state of
policy.
Idaho.
Yes.
But there isn't anything that says that the local district can't create.
could have
any
more.
restrictive
Right.
I will.
Exactly.
And the drug testing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is just
A great
a
example of
disaster.
that, I'll even say because it's here, we want so many, like the graduation rate is so many humanities. You guys, or humanity credits, or science. You guys, because of your community, might want to require ag science for all your graduates. You can do that. You can establish more than if you want.
And you see that in charter schools.
Absolutely. The other part I will say that diagram is great because I'm going to go to something you talked about. Statute is statute, and then you have administrative rules. The administrative rules are the rules that are set forth and approved by the State Board of Education, and then approved by the legislature. Sometimes what happens is they'll change the statute and there's something in rule that no longer is in alignment with the statute. Statute will always trump anything
Right.
in rules or your policy, or so if any of those things underneath there are in violation of statute, doesn't matter. They don't exist at all. They can't exist.
That's what
So-
we've spent 3 years trying to do with policy is
Yes.
bring it back into alignment with the federal law, with the
Yep.
state statute, with the IDAPA rule, because it was still referring to No Child Left Behind
Right.
and
Yep.
all these things that
Yeah.
didn't
Yep.
even
Oh, but we were
exist.
criticized for reviewing policy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there were references to statute that had been rescinded. The statute didn't existed. I mean, it was a
It's hard.
disaster.
That's what I spent 8 years on with
Yeah.
administrative rule and certification law, so that's why I'm pretty familiar.
Yeah.
It took me a while to figure out code versus rule. Yeah. But
Yeah.
anyway, okay. Any other question ones? You're going, Lisa, you haven't even gotten through. You haven't gotten on to slide 8, and we only have an hour. No, I'm just kidding. It's okay. A lot of this
Move it along.
stuff. A lot of this stuff. of sets the stage for the rest of the stuff, so.
Yeah.
About asterisk, or go ahead, yes.
No, I was just gonna say, I think 15 is probably the funniest of all of them. I always laugh every time I read it. Board position for personal or family gain or family
Prestige.
gain or prestige.
I know.
Okay.
But you know
Maybe
what?
somewhere.
What I think is
Get
sad
lunch.
is we
Not
actually
just
have to say
money.
that,
Right.
right? But we'll just leave it there.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the asterisks one. Which are ones that you starred that you thought were super important? Or for whatever reason spoke to you?
Number 6.
6 for me as
Yep.
well.
And number 7.
Yeah, 6 and 7 areas. How about number 4?
I asterisked the majority of them.
I wrote,
Just so you know.
yeah, I didn't ask it. I just had a comment. The board understands, others don't.
Yes.
I
That
love
is hard
that.
to.
I
yeah.
love that statement. So what can you as a board help others to understand that?
Yeah. Well, I
That
think,
is
yeah.
one of your pieces of letting your community know. Anytime a community says, I as an individual board member have no authority, only us as a board do. Thank you for that information, right? I
Right.
think you can take as much opportunity to educate the public about that.
right,
Great
and
point.
that the school board, because a lot of people, you know, thanks to all the data we have at our fingertips, a lot of people take their prior board experience, whether it's a private board, a corporate board, a nonprofit board, and think that a school board, because we share a common word,
Yeah,
operates and must operate the same way, and we don't.
Yeah.
Right.
We're it's
totally
the-
different.
yeah,
Yeah.
the apples and oranges, you know, and that's the other piece. But yeah, I think that I'm all about education and
Yep.
community education. We had a training at one time. I think it was our second training. Because it's always been my desire. Now, I feel like this is the first year I get to actually be a trustee, because the first 2 years were dictated by COVID, right? So every decision we made was dictated by the state, by the feds, by local, I mean, it was just a COVID, right? There was no time.
You were reacting
Yes.
instead of being able to be
Right.
proactive.
Right. And we had to
Absolutely.
put a lot of things on the back burner because there were all these other pressing issues,
Yeah.
right, that we had to do. But it's always been my desire to educate the community. You know, that's always been to hold town halls, so to speak, so that, you know, and understand we can't cross lines, I get that, but I think it's always good anytime somebody brings, you know, a representative brings, you know, dialogue to those
Always
whom they
an opportunity.
represent,
Yep.
and say, let's talk about this, this is how we operate, what do you like, what do you don't like, that kind of thing. We haven't had the opportunity to do that yet, but I would love to see this board or individual trustees be able to do that, or trustees at 2 at a time, whatever. I would just love to have that, you know.
I think there are ways you guys can think about communication and a community involvement plan or a communication plan, but being very purposeful and careful
Yes.
about it. There's got to be a reason why, there's got to be a purpose, and anytime you put yourself out like you do a town hall, you have to be very careful about making sure you don't get wrapped into and crossing the lines, right? But there are absolute great reasons.
Yeah,
and
well, you could do a
resources.
town hall with an agenda, and as long as somebody's strong
Yep.
enough to stay to the
There
agenda,
you
you'll
go.
be all right,
Yep, yep.
right? But if you know, I always thought just the overarching, you know, bubble of what does a school board do?
Yep.
Like, what are we even supposed to do? We get a lot of emails of people telling us to do our job, but I,
Yeah.
you know.
They don't
So
necessarily know
think
what
about that
job
as
is.
maybe something we want in the future as a goal setting or strategic planning or whatever. That might be an area you all might want to choose as a focus. But I don't want to digress that. But I think those are
Yeah.
great goals, and we're getting a lot more of that. And as far as ISBA and training, we're trying to develop a little bit more on community engagement ideas. So anyway. Number 5, I also think is important because I talked about, and I just want to make sure, I think it is great when you all have dissension or discussion and don't come out at board meetings and go, yep, vote,
Thank
vote.
you.
I think it's very healthy Dissension is okay at the board, but where dissension will get you in trouble is after the decision has been made. Once the decision has been made, you all need to agree to support the decision moving forward. Your dissension needs to be done then, because otherwise you're backstabbing each other as a board. And I think that's, now, you owe it to your constituents to go ahead and say, I may have voted again, I'm gonna use masks because it's a big deal, okay? Maybe you were totally against masks, and you voted against masks, but the whole board said masks. You can say, I was in dissension of that, however, we as a board decided to wear masks, and that is the decision that was made. Right? You still owe it to your patrons on the way you wanted to vote, but you can still support the board's decision as a board, and I think that's important. Where you get boards that do not function well is when after the decision is made, they want to try to usurp that. And that's not good business to your colleagues either. But I think it is perfectly okay to say and be dissenting during the discussion and say, I personally, with my constituents, I can't vote that way, I'm against it, and that's the way my vote's going to be. That's fine, that's healthy, because then you get discussion and dialogue. Honesty.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that is completely fine, just not after the decision was made. You gotta kind of support the board's decision. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if you are let me rephrase that, I already gave you the answer. If your board is always like, here's the motion, second, any discussion, all in favor, aye. And what do you think your public's gonna assume?
We've already made decisions behind closed doors.
Yep.
You're not doing anything.
Yep. Sometimes, I would even add, sometimes it's really great, even though you might be in support of a decision, to ask the question of the opposition to the board.
I agree with that.
Just
Play
to
the
get it
devil's
out there.
advocate, if you will.
Because what if?
Just to
Yeah,
know
have
that
you
we
thought
at
about-
least
right.
considered it.
Yeah, because I'm always about this. If in doubt, my favorite, and I have to give this to my leaders who helped me become a better leader, is this question. What are the unintended consequences? That's one of my favorite questions. Number 2 is, what's the purpose? What's the purpose of the decision? Why are we doing this? Why are we looking at it? What was there a reason we're having this discussion? Okay,
No.
you're asking me. My other third one is, before I decide how much time I'm going to spend on it, is what does this have to do with kids?
Yes.
Because if it doesn't have a
Right.
lot to do with kids, let's just hurry up and get through this one. But that's my own bias and my own personal belief, and and I tell that to everyone. I need you to remind me that I'm not going to sit here and spend 5 hours on whether or not we need dress code to here or here, because while I think it's important and I know it's a big deal, I'm going to be more about student achievement and stuff, because that's where my personal piece is, and that's okay. And if you are more into the dress code, that's what makes good boards,
Yeah.
right? So those are my always. What's the purpose? Does it have to do directly with kids, even though you're going to have to deal a lot that's not? Don't get me wrong. And what are the unintended consequences?
Well, it all has to do with them.
It does.
Everything.
It
I mean,
does.
from every little
It
cent
really
we
does.
spend in the budget is all
It does.
trickles to them.
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
And I don't pretend not to, but there are some that
their
have less
environment
directed.
that they learn in to, I mean, it is all
It
about
does.
them. Yeah.
The chain of command is an important piece. You need to know your chain of command and how to refer problems. And the piece that I think is super important is, and I heard you all say it and I loved it, you as a board need to make sure that all of the things that you're making decision on, everyone has had the same access to the same information. So when you get a patron that comes in that wants to tell you about what happened to their kid in Mrs. Jones's class, you gotta stop them and say, I'm sorry, I cannot have any more specific information about this. I have to remain neutral and unbiased in case this were to come to me as a board. I'm going to refer you to whoever is lowest. Sometimes it's refer to policy, and we'll talk more about that. I have an even example of a chain of command. And you can be as explicit with your chain of command here as a district, or it could just be you refer everybody to the superintendent. That's a decision you all can make. That doesn't mean you can't follow up with so-and-so and then you refer and notify, so we'll talk more about that. But I think knowing your chain of command, the piece you need to make sure you don't do is you are not to do any investigation. You will get yourself in huge personal liability if you do. Yes?
I have a So you say chain of command, well, I look at the chain of command and I see the public's in charge, not us. We work for them. So if we're not, you know what I'm saying, like,
I do, but
They-
the public
they-
doesn't need to know about Johnny's discipline file.
no, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the public's in charge, and I feel like that they're not in charge sometimes, you know? That they don't get to see what's really going on half the time. And it creates a lot of,
Tell me more about that. Can you give me an example? Because I'm not quite
well, like
sure I get.
our, what is it called? Our, hierarchy. It's the community, the taxpayer, the parents, and then it's a school board, and then the superintendent, and then it branches off for that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the public's in charge. They fund us, we govern the school district, but they govern us. They elect us, we are here for them.
Yes.
We're not here for ourselves, you know, we're here for the patron.
Correct.
And sometimes I feel like we can't talk to them because, oh, I can't discuss that because, sorry, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so people get mad when you shut them down like that. You can't, oh, I can't talk about that.
It depends
Refer
on what
to the
you're
board.
talking about.
Well,
It really
anything, just like, you know, people come up to you and say, well, I'd like to talk to you about something in confidentiality, you know, or whatever. And you want us to refer to this card.
Yeah.
Thank you for your concerns.
Yeah. So when
You know?
you got elected, you actually have less rights than a patron.
Yeah.
I agree.
That unfortunately, that's a side effect of being elected, because now you are going to potentially have to now make a decision about something that you think of yourself as a juror. You'd be disqualified as a juror. Now, that card is only specifically for things that I think of as complaints, specific complaints. If a patron were to come to you and say, like the one that you brought up, I don't like how the school district is implementing their athletic policy.
Right.
Fine that. But the second they start talking about
Names, yeah.
people, that's when you go, now I gotta stop you, right? That's that fine line. You are a conduit between the community and the superintendent, but you cannot, once you start getting into those levels of details, you gotta have to remain impartial, because here's what will happen. And it's hard. If you have too much information, if it ever does, you gotta disclose, and then you might have to recuse yourself. And if you have a patron that went to you, and all three of you listened, there is no board to make a decision anymore, because all three of you now have to recuse yourself on any decision that might come to the board.
Only if we can't remain, only if we're
If you
gonna
have
be-
background information
Yeah.
about something,
Well, the background information is always shared with the board, because here's the problem, is the majority, 99.9999% of the time, they have been put through chain of command. And that's the problem, there is no resolution. So at what point do you just ignore it, or do you fix it? If they have nowhere else to go to, then what do you do with
that
that?
should be in your policy for grievance. And then
Yeah.
they do get to go to the board and they share that. The
Yeah.
issue is you as an individual should not be going out and finding more information.
No, I don't think
That's what I'm
that's
talking
happening. No,
about.
no, that's not happening,
Not at all.
but there are lots of things within the community, that's how half of us got here, because they have been through the chain of command and they still continue on.
Yeah, I without specific instances, it's very hard for me to give you hypothetical answers.
Yep.
When I'm talking about the chain of command, okay, what I'm talking about is I think Jonathan's teacher should be fired because he's not a good teacher. That's not within your
Yeah, no,
realm.
no,
Right. No.
I'm not talking about those things on the
Yeah,
chain of
these are
command,
more, yeah,
right?
these are.
That's where you say, I'm gonna refer you to policy, or I don't like our, I'm trying to think. I wanna go to 4-day school. Well, that's a good one that you can look. So here's the thing that you have to, when you only use that card when you're talking about things that might come to you so that you can remain unbiased. on a board. I'm not saying you do it for everything.
Right,
I would
right.
never say that. You are responsible for finding out things from your community. The trick is knowing when that steps into it, because I don't care if I'm gonna have a conversation with you about dress code, if you don't think that community person at one point is gonna talk about a personal teacher,
Right.
It will come up.
Oh, yeah.
Just the fact that
So-
you're having the conversation, that's where you have to say, whoa, I
Yeah.
need to stop you talking about XYZ
Right.
and let's talk about the policy, or let's get back to this.
Just
That-
basically no names, right? So I got a problem with
Well,
this. and-
or any way to identify the individual that's being
Yeah.
talked about, even
Right.
if they don't use a
Yeah.
name. One of the
This-
things that, when you use your example, David, triggered me right away is when somebody comes to you and says, I'd like to talk to you confidentially about X,
Yeah.
Y,
When
Z."
that's done,
Confidentially
Don't do it.
No more.
is a trigger.
You
Step-
can't
step
do
back at
anything with that.
point. Yeah.
It's just like the email I think we probably all got a
Mhm.
couple of days ago from
Mhm.
concerned whomever.
Anonymous, yeah.
It's like, okay, we have to, and that's where I always guide people, and it does frustrate people. But here's the thing is, I as a board member, or this board, can do nothing unless we have exhausted the options. We must walk through the chain of command. We must state the policy that's been violated. We must state the code of
Right.
ethics that's been violated, right? And unfortunately, I get some of the reasoning why people want to remain anonymous, but to me as a board member, that's extremely frustrating because then it ties my hands. So you're giving me information that you in theory don't want me to do anything about, then don't tell me.
so I'm
Because
gonna
I
tell you
can't
what the
do
law
anything
says.
about.
But on the other hand, if they tell you that a name or a teacher's doing this or a teacher's doing that, then you gotta go, nope.
Well, you move them.
But if they can't come forward either because of their,
Let me tell you what the law says in reference to a teacher certification requirements. If it is not signed, it doesn't get looked at. It is in law, it must be a signed, written complaint,
Right.
period. And that's fair. If you're gonna accuse me as a teacher for something, you better be willing to put your name on it, because I have to be able to ask you
Right.
and investigate. So that might be something that you look at. But if they say confidential, what they're doing, I would say no. If confidentially, you can speak to the superintendent, because the superintendent's the only one that can really maintain that confidentiality. Or if you've gone through with a chain of command, there is an ability for you to entertain an executive session, all 5 of you,
Yeah.
not you as an individual board. So I don't want to say that there isn't, if you use ISBA's policies, there's one in there that says, if you don't feel it's been handled all the way through the chain of command, then you can go straight to the board, and in which case then you all, see, that's the issue, is you don't want to get that information outside.
Yeah, we're still waiting for legal advice on that because there was issue with that policy. And it did come to the board, it didn't come to the policy committee. But there is there was some conflict in the policy, and there was also not enough specificity in the policy. Also, when it comes to the board and the superintendent's role, and there was some things, so I was just wondering if maybe they've updated
I
that
have no
or
idea about
okay.
the specifics. I just know that there is a procedure, a protocol
Right,
in
right.
place in which me as a patron, if I don't feel it's been handled, I know that there's, in that policy, there's an ability that I can present to the whole board.
Yeah.
What the whole board does with
You
it,
just
I don't know.
You just don't make that leap until you've gone through all the other.
Right,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Okay. Do you want to take a real quick break? Does everyone need a bathroom break or
Sure,
we
sure.
need a coffee break, and then we can come back and we'll go through the rest? You're gonna see that I'm gonna go through a bunch of these now.
Oh, I was just
Oh.
asking her if she could pause then. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I can't see it.
Over to them. There you go.
And for years and years and years,
Right.
it'll just
It's
be
going now?
worthless.
Yes.
Okay, so we're back on. Just see how I did that.
I already moved them once. They were in my garden area. I moved them and then they just took over. I have an orchard, so.
All right. Thanks for taking that quick break. I needed to get up and get some water and stuff. So I think that discussion through the Code of Ethics, we might find ourselves to go through some of these a little bit quicker or not. That's okay. We're still in our governance section. I am going to give you the definition of governance. It's a process of providing strategic leadership by setting direction, making policy, we talked a lot about policy, and strategic decisions. Notice it says overseeing, monitoring organizational performance, and ensuring overall accountability. So it's about that overseeing, setting policy, strategic vision, those kind of things.
Whose definition is that?
That is the definition. There's nothing by law or anything like that. We've gone through a couple of different definitions, but that's the one that we use at ISBA.
Where did they get that from?
We got it. I think Amy helped us define some of that.
So it was
I don't
something
know.
they came-
It's nothing.
Okay.
It's not Wikipedia or anything. It's just something that we came up with through various
Okay.
other researching of other things.
Okay.
Okay. However, if we want to talk about code, code does define governance on Idaho Code 33.5.12, and it lists actually 17 specific things that school boards are responsible for. And in fact, what it says is to govern the school district in compliance with state law and rules of the State Board of Education. And then it says to govern, these are the 17 things. Now, what I've done is rather than give you 2 pages worth, I've tried to provide a summary of each of the 17 things and put it on this slide. Okay, now don't think that because the bigger the number, I think it's more important. This is just an activity or an app that allows you to make a word doodle out of it. I'm not saying financing is more important than textbook and supplies, okay, by the size. You're just throwing them out there. What I'd like you to do is just take a look at this and say, is there anything out there, any of those that pop out at you? Obviously governance, but that's all of those things. The law actually says you are responsible for this. Anything that jumps out at you.
What's the discipline plan mean?
Sure.
Oh, just for the student discipline?
Correct. You guys probably do that through their student handbooks, is my guess, or policy.
Kind of an odd one that you don't see very much is exclude children not of school age.
Yep. So that has to do with.
Because we keep moving downward in terms of the age level that we serve.
Yep. What else? Anything else?
I find it interesting about morals and health.
I think we lack on that. I think we throw too much to the wind, and I think we make a lot of society-wise. I think we kick the ball down the road.
This.
Mm-hmm.
It's my
I think
opinion.
we could be better as adults in that area.
Mm-hmm.
How about that really teeny tiny one? Provide support for teachers. and
Yeah.
I was
was
actually
just
just
looking
looking
at
at that too. It's only in the first 2 years we provide support.
Well, it says to
After
new.
that, you're on your own.
Yeah.
Doesn't it say to new teachers in the law, in the statute? Because I always found that interesting because new to what? New to the profession, new to the district, I know what they mean.
What do they
Right,
mean?
they mean new, newly graduated.
They mean new to your district.
New to the district.
But the intent, if you read the intent of the.
You're talking career ladder, and that's different.
No, I'm not. That's all right, never mind.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Well, it's,
No.
it's, you know, when it has to do with continuing contract status, is what it really is,
Yeah.
I think, because, you know, when they enter into that 30-year contract,
Yeah.
they're in a different status than they are in those first 2 years, and so you have some obligation to bring them along, so
Right.
that when you make that decision about whether or not they're gonna go on to that 30-year contract, you're satisfied that they have developed in the way you'd like to have them develop, whether they're an experienced teacher or
Right.
First or second year teacher,
Right.
doesn't really matter.
So there's a lot of, so Ramon is absolutely right. There's lots of sections of law that talks about mentoring and it's providing support. I think my question back to you guys would be what it's talking about for you here is what program do you have in place, because you are required by law to have a mentoring program in the first 3 years as far as career ladder of their profession. 3 years of certified, exactly what that piece is. There is also some pieces where some districts look at that even stronger and say, what is our mentoring program new to us? Because if you hired someone that has 40 years experience and they taught in Chicago, pretty sure they need some support on what to do here for you. So it depends on how you want to look at that, right? I am always like, the law sets your minimum foundation. What are some things that you might want to do here, and what is your policy in providing the support for your teachers? And I loved, who was it? I can't remember. Only the first 2 years, right? Yeah, we're only going to support you for 2 years and now you're done, right? Yeah. But what's a good data point for you to take a look at, just out of curiosity, about supporting your teachers?
Supplies.
That there are some things that they like, supplies. Let me see if I can rephrase the question. What data would you look at to see whether or not you might have, on whether or not you think you're doing a good job at supporting your teachers or not?
Student
Longevity.
achievement.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think they both are great. What did you say?
Yeah.
Longevity. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And what did you say?
Student achievement.
Yep. Their evaluations.
Yep.
Yep.
Surveys. Some people use surveys, but yeah. Retention rates are. Can you tell that I'm using my previous job as a certification person, right? But yeah, you should always be looking at your retention rates of your teachers. If you're going through a bunch of them, what does that say? You don't know why, but you know something's not up, right?
Right. Yeah. Trying to find out why.
Yeah. Okay.
So the
Anything-
statute says to
Yes.
provide support for teachers in their first 2 years in the profession, in the areas of. And if you look at the intent, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, when the legislative session starts and they bring new bills or whatever they want to bring forward, they have the intent of the thing, right? The text
Yes.
of the
What
bill.
is- yeah.
So the text, if
Yes.
you go back to the intent of the legislature, was as it is in statute. It had, and not that we walk away from them,
Right.
right? And I agree if they're from out of state or even another district that's down the road,
Exactly.
right? Because they're getting back to the culture and climate. But the statute is literally their first 2 years in the profession.
Is that the 33? That was 33
Yeah,
by
five-
12, correct?
yeah,
Number 17.
Yeah.
So that was my comment.
Yep.
Was that, because I remember looking at that and looking at the intent of the legislature when they wrote.
It's the mentor program. You're
yeah.
supposed to have a mentor program in the first 2 years. Does it actually refer in the intent? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
it says administrative, supervisory, mentoring, peer assistant,
Yep.
professional development, blah,
Yep.
blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then there's the other one, Ramona, that I was trying to say on Career Ladder that says
Right.
they have to be mentored for 3 years.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you go back to IDAPA and they got all their.
And then they got all theirs. Yep. Anything else on here?
I love textbooks and supplies, that's nice.
I also call those. Notice though, what it's not is management, day-to-day operations,
Right,
policy matters that you do delegate to the superintendent, or student supervision.
right. The supervise and regulate extracurricular activities too. I know I've had conversations in the past, even before becoming a trustee, helping those understand that legally there is no legal obligation to even provide the sports or the athletics, or there's none of that really. The school district is really only legally obligated to provide a free and fair public education.
Education, that's
Yeah.
right, absolutely.
Yeah, thorough
I love you
education. Yeah.
But what about when they start taxing people for levies that spell out extracurricular
Well,
activities?
here's the thing about that, truth, whatever you want to say it, is that if you look at the law, the law only provides for two different types of, there's the instructional supplemental levies, right, and then the bond. So that's just more of a trust and transparency thing, because we really can't say that we can't guarantee, so to speak, that this is what the money's going to be used for, because the law sort of dictates what the money's going to be used for. But we can say to the community, this is what we see your needs are. If you give us this amount of money, this is what it'll be used for. But legally, those levies are for providing an education.
Follow up to that, and I think that law passed that we're now going to have to identify rather specifically the kinds of things we're going to spend the money on for override legislation.
Yep, and if you're running one, are you guys running any levy or bond in May?
Not this year.
Okay, because if you were, the law doesn't go into effect till July 1st, so you wouldn't have to do that. But ISBA is currently working on
Reconsider.
Yeah. Yep. Any others on this? You guys are very well educated. So what I like to do is, because I'm a conceptual kind of gal, I just say we can group all 17 of those areas sorta under these big 5, and you've probably seen these before. I'm a big stickler, and I call it the continuous improvement plan. In the law, okay, I'm gonna say this because Ramona, you're very good with law, and I love that.
Well,
You're
that's
going
fine.
to
I'll
see
try
the
not to
law.
say anything.
No, I love it. No, I love it. Please don't be. No, I love it. They're going to use, okay, there is a difference between strategic planning and continuous improvement planning. However, there are sections of law that what's happened is it used to be strategic planning, then they required continuous improvement plan, and they're not. They need to go back and clean it because those are two different things. In education, they are two separate things. So I'm going to speak to you all as they are two different things, okay? The continuous improvement plan is what is required by law. Strategic plan is a much more broader, long-term, 5-year or out focus, in which continuous improvement plan might live there a little bit. But I want to make sure that when we're talking, some districts choose to use those synonymously. I try to say, if you want to do continuous improvement plan, that's your bare minimum. That's what you're required to do. You could do strategic plan and continuous improvement plan.
Right, yeah.
So that's why I wrote it here as continuous improvement plan, because that is what is required by law.
Yeah, and you're right, they are two different things, even by definition of continuous improvement plan. I always laugh when I see these words, because these are actually manufacturing terms. It's lean. And so when I see these things, I laugh, because it's like, oh, somebody really had a lot of lean education that year, so these names got changed, but all right. But you're right, it is two different things, yeah.
Okay. So, and then we get into, I can't not talk about continuous improvement plan. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because you guys have asked me to go in depth in this, but these are basically the bare minimum that the law requires on your continuous improvement plan, which is approved and monitored by the board. There's a vision and mission, it's data driven. We're going to get really deep into this, but these are the overall requirements. Well, I'm not going to get deep into all of it. I'm only going to get deep into the literacy component of it. But overall, on your continuous improvement plan, you have to have a vision and mission, which you do. It has to be data driven. It has to have student achievement and growth targets with specific indicators to show you're making progress. The student literacy proficiency, that's the piece we're going to dive deep into. College and career advising and mentoring, so you probably have some like college and career advising. They're usually 8th grade, maybe go on in advanced classes, those kind of things, whatever metrics you chose. And here's the new one that was added last year, is you have to have staff performance. Now, my understanding of the way you guys have chosen is because of the law that says you can't you have to have so many staff. You aren't reporting on that because you would unintentionally give away the evaluations of your staff if you were to actually share that data, because you can't group them enough to get over the N size. N size has to do with the number of reporting. So if I say you had 5 first grade teachers and you said they were all proficient, you just told the whole world what the evaluation was of all of your first grade teachers, and you can't legally do that. So you do not, your public reporting document will not have staff performance on it because you don't have enough. You haven't been able to group them accordingly that you couldn't protect their evaluation from getting out there. So that's all the requirements for that, and again, we'll dive deeper into that one. This is just a really quick snapshot of the difference between, and we've talked a little bit about this, or maybe we've talked a lot, that separation between the board's responsibilities and roles and the superintendent's. And I'm a verb person, and maybe that's the mathematical kind of me, but a lot of times you can decide whether or not you're going into the superintendent's just by the verb you're using, right? Notice that board is adopts. Adopts is a lot, right? Oversees, governs. They're the more visioned, kind of the visionary strategic. The superintendent is the one that gets into the weeds. They're the implement, the manage, the plans, regulation. But they also want to advise. You want their area of expertise because they're the ones implementing it, and they need to give you back feedback like, that went great, or we need a little bit more, what did you say with the dress code? We need you to have a stronger policy because it's causing us difficulty in the implementation. So, and then you do that, and then they go back to work. So verbs are really, really key on that. I'm going to say that's one of the hardest thing board members have, because what I have found is almost all board members are what I call doers. You didn't run for office if you weren't a doer. The hardest thing you're going to have to deal with here is you don't get to go in and do for the superintendent. You gotta give them the structure and the policies and all of that stuff. But if they're not doing it, then that's where you get to evaluate and hire your superintendent, right? But if they're not doing it, you don't want to usurp them and start doing for them. It sets all kinds of chaos for you as a board and the superintendent.
Yeah, I don't want to do their work.
You don't.
I think the board has enough work
Exactly.
to do
Yeah, Lord.
without
There are
adding more.
but there are some that don't know that's hard because we're like that, right? People like you who volunteer their time and dedication didn't do it because they're not someone that wants to get in there and go and do it. All right, some things to remember, and again, we've kind of talked about this. Individual trustees cannot make board decisions. Dave, like you said, once you became elected, you actually have less rights than even your patrons, because you no longer are a patron anymore, you're a board member, right? And only the group makes board decisions. All of you can't do anything as an individual. The board hires and evaluates one employee.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
So
yes.
I just want to back up a sec.
Sure.
But I don't necessarily know that I agree with, I mean, I believe I'm held to a higher standard as a trustee, but I don't believe I lose my rights as a patron to still have angst or concerns or complaints, so to speak, of what's going on from my individual perspective. I mean, as a trustee, because the way I look at it is like I can have my own opinion, but if I'm one person, if I have 20 constituents that have opinions all over here, I'm going over here. It's not about me, but I don't think I lose that right to be me and have my own opinion just because I was elected.
And I didn't mean it like that. I
Okay.
apologize. Yeah, no, I don't mean it like that. What I mean, let me give you a different example.
Telling me to be quiet.
You're just a little bit more limited in what discussions you can have, maybe.
Yes. Yeah. So let's say you as an individual. Let me do it. I call it a water cooler conversation. The fact that you are now a board member, you need to avoid all the water cooler conversations.
Right. Well,
So
that's okay.
yeah. So
to me,
that's
common
what-
sense, but it's
yeah.
like I'm not
But
losing
you'd be
anything.
amazed at how many, like, so that's kind of what I'm talking
Okay.
about. Where if you weren't on there, you could go engage in that water cooler conversation all you want.
Right.
Yeah. The other thing I'm going to add to that, do any of you have children in the school currently?
From grandchildren.
Grandchildren,
And
okay.
grandchildren and an employee.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say to this. Unfortunately or fortunately, even though you might walk into that school as the grandparent or the parent, all the staff members are not gonna see you anything other than a board member anymore. And what I mean by that is not by law, I'm talking about human nature. Okay, and so
Right.
even though you say to that, if you had a parent-teacher conference with the teacher, you could say, I'm not here as a board member, I don't care. That teacher's still gonna think you're a board member,
Right.
no matter what. And I don't mean that to be,
No,
I
it's the
just-
most frustrating thing in the
it
world.
is. And here's the one I give it to you. If your neighbor's a police officer, that neighbor is always gonna be a police
Right.
officer. You can't help that. That doesn't mean, but we are who we are. Just like my brother-in-law's a doctor, he's always gonna be a doctor. I can't, right? What I say is let's just be honest with that and understand that. I'm still gonna try to treat you as a parent, but for you to think that I'm not gonna treat you just slightly different than the other parent that comes in, I can't help it, it's human nature. So I think
Well,
being cognizant.
I think it's a weakness. I don't think it's human nature. I think it's something that people should strive to work on. Anyway, sorry. That's my
Agreed.
own, because well, anyway, yeah.
I absolutely
I don't
100%
like that. I think
agree.
that's a weakness, and I think that people have to, I think that's part of, societal problem.
Well, no, but
Because we
the
don't-
frustration in that is that if our ethics state we're not supposed to be wielding our board trustee hat for any sort of power or
Yep.
gain, which I know I'm not. It's like I'm just me. But yet they're perceiving that it's like, no, you're wrong. And I can't tell you how many times I've been like, no, you can just call me Michelle. I don't need the trustee,
Right.
which I realize it's to some extent it's a sign of respect. But in reality, it's like, no, if that title is going to inhibit you from being truthful and honest and transparent with me,
Yeah.
then just call me Michelle. That is my name.
I think there are some people
Yeah.
who take it to a little level. My point is, if I can tell you, for me, if you were to come into my classroom and you were a trustee, I'm not going to treat you any differently. But don't pretend I'm still not knowing that you're a trustee.
Right.
Right.
So if I am treating you differently, that's more on me, Ramona. I absolutely
Right.
I'm not going to give you any more leeway on the student or treat that student any differently. But I'm also a pretty strong-willed person.
Yeah.
And so I think it's being cognizant of that even though you say that, you don't know. Anyway, you
Right,
can't
right,
leave
right,
it
right.
at
It's just a human
it's
nature
hu-
thing.
That's what I meant.
Right.
But but it is
Yeah.
my choice from a societal issue to treat you any different.
Right.
And that's where
Yeah.
I have
That's
to
on you.
grow.
Yeah.
That's on me, not
Yeah.
on you.
Right, we had a visit from a principal and a parent, and it took me a couple days, but I did go find the principal. I didn't find the parent, but anyways, and they attended the board meeting. But it was so refreshing to watch and to have the interaction with them, I thought, because it was just like us having a conversation. And usually when people come before the board, there's a lot of pomp and circumstance
Nerves
kind of
and
thing,
yeah.
right? And it was just, and I did go find her and I thanked her profusely because it was a breath of fresh air to have somebody just
Yeah.
come have a conversation with the board.
Mhm.
Tell us how it is or isn't,
Yeah.
or but yeah, you're right. That doesn't happen often enough.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And then I know you guys already know this. You hire and evaluate one employee, and
Superintendent.
then you approve the
Clerk.
Clerk, trustee.
board clerk. Yep.
Well, we
Although
hired-
we
the
hire our
treasurer,
board clerk.
Yeah.
we hired. Oh.
Appoint treasurer.
Yeah.
We appoint the
You appoint the
treasurer.
treasurer too.
And
We
clerk.
tried.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So here's that.
That's another.
We'll keep digressing. Just keep moving us on.
Yep.
Okay. So this is the image I thought you might like, Ramona, as far as, I like this because it's a school board shows you that you're that conduit between the community and the superintendent, right? I think we've talked a lot about this already, but remember, the board's job is to act as that middle person, bring the information from the community. Dave, that goes to your hierarchy that you talked about, right? I truly believe in that. And then it's done through setting policy, your work as a board, and through governance. And then you go to the superintendent. It's the superintendent is the conduit between you as the board and the staff. That's that implementation, right? You set the policy, you set the vision, you set that. Now go let the superintendent go take care of it and do it. And then you go, are you doing it? No, we need to do this. Or why aren't you doing it? Well, I need X, Y, and Z.
It's not me. It's not
It's
always.
mine.
Oh,
Sorry.
It's on silent.
I'm teasing. You're totally good.
Okay, so there's that piece. Any questions on those two? I just love that visual personally. Okay. So let's see how well we did. Here's our activity. No cheating. Do not look at your presentations. Not fair. No looking. I gotta look at the board. All right. So here are some statements, and we're going to decide whether or not this is a school board role and responsibility or a superintendent responsibility. You're going to try really hard not to look at your screen now. Okay. Interviews, recommends, hires, evaluates, promotes, trains.
Superintendent.
Recommends, implements, and directs.
Superintendent.
Look for verbs, right? This is my check. This is called the formative assessment, by the way. We'll get to it in a minute. Okay. Formulates and adopts policies.
School board.
Governs the district.
School board.
Advises the board. I have to give
School
you a
board.
freebie.
right.
School board.
Manages the district.
Well, we kind of do advise each other. I mean, when we know something, I mean,
Prepares, administers, monitors, details.
superintendent.
Channels complaints or grievances through chain of command.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much everybody. But in this context, probably the school board, right? Implements and manages.
Superintendent.
Adopts and monitors.
Or school board.
Establishes criteria. Approves, rejects, and monitors.
School board.
School board.
No, I would go with superintendent.
Everybody. That was
Yeah, I mean,
everybody
that's it,
too.
because we do establish
It kinda is
criteria.
everybody.
We vote yay, nay, or,
See, this just shows you not every assessment's fantastic. but
yeah, and we
It's actually
monitor,
means school
yeah.
board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I had.
It can be superintendent too when it's after that too, but that's all. I know. I have to have a bad one too. That's hard, right? Okay. Recommends and oversees staff's efforts.
Superintendent.
Serves as a resource.
Superintendent.
And then provides guidelines and ratifies
Well, since
contracts.
there's only a space on this
I
side.
know.
Process of elimination.
Yep.
Okay, that means we did a good job.
Yay.
Yeah.
All right, hiring and firing, evaluating is all about the superintendent, one staff, that is all. And Ramona, like you said, there are very specific requirements when it comes to superintendent and evaluations. And while I know you didn't have, but you brought it up, I wanted to make sure continuous improvement plan and the progress on that is absolutely required by law to be part of that evaluation. Governance, some other things. Approving contracts, which we just talked a little bit about, that you do. Employment or dismissal of all certified staff. That's that piece where you say, yep, we accept all the employments. Typically the superintendent recommends to you who they want, but you approve their actual employment.
So here's a question on that then. We talked about like the nepotism and stuff and recusing ourselves. So like my sister-in-law teaches at one of the schools. Should I recuse myself from approving her contract for the next year?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's best practice
Do you have
now.
enough left?
Right? Because
As
but
long as
do
we
I
don't come in
just
on the
recuse
same
myself
time.
on that specific? Because they
Just
come,
on that
they
specific-
come to us as a
Yeah.
whole.
Yeah.
So I just say I recuse myself from a particular.
Yeah.
But do I name that person in an open
You could,
board?
it's probably, yeah, you can, because.
Then it's being
there's-
open and
it's-
transparent.
Yeah, I don't think there's any privacy that you're
No.
related.
I'm
to
not
that
talking
person.
about her.
No. What
her
I would
evaluation
do
or anything,
is,
so.
what I would do is, I would remove that one person from the consent agenda, and then you make a separate motion for that one person.
Which
Is that just all teachers, right? What about like admin assistants and.
Classified staff?
Yeah,
Well,
any.
So my stepdaughter is a, what is she? I don't
She's
even
a
know.
paraprofessional.
No, she's an office worker.
Oh, is she?
Administrator.
Administrator, secretary.
I would just, if.
Do they do those every year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
In Mass, it's in Mass.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's nobody left.
No, you could just
What's
take,
this one,
you
Brian?
could take, you could put all of, anyone that, any of them know the best process, Rosanna would just, you remove those individual people
And
separately.
vote on them separately.
And vote on them separately. So if, you know, because you're not, if you're doing all of them in one shot, which is the most case unless you lose it, you just pull those off and then pull them out of consent agenda. So the consent agenda is the ones nobody has to recuse himself for, and then you just do another one separately.
So how would I know that? Do I?
We would
seek-
tell you which ones.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
we-
would tell me. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm not
notify ahead of
seeking
time.
information from you guys. You guys would automatically tell me,
Yep.
right?
Well, see, what happens is the HR director gives this long laundry list. So I
It's
think,
just a spreadsheet,
right,
3 columns.
no,
Yeah.
that I understand that, but I think it would be, because we have issues where it's like, can you do this in a meeting, can't you do that in a meeting? I don't see why, I mean, if it's on the report and we're just, you know, saying we're gonna pull this one off of the report,
You can pull anything off a consent agenda and put it somewhere else on the agenda.
but it's on a report that's in the consent, I mean, like the consent agenda is the HR report. So
attachment.
the name is in the report, so we just pull that name off of the report?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could just say, after the meeting, if you find out, I mean, it's always best case to let Rosanna know ahead of time before the meeting starts. But if it is, the thing is, okay, let's go back to open meeting laws and what the purpose is. The purpose of the open meeting laws is to ensure transparency to transact business.
Right,
You're not adding a new name.
correct,
The name was already on the agenda, publicly posted for everyone
right.
to see.
right.
All you're doing is moving one of those somewhere else because you want to have a specific. So if one got lost, then you could make a motion. Someone would say, I'd like to remove this person off consent onto an individual item after, and then we can vote on that separately.
Okay.
You're not really amending the agenda because it was on the agenda.
Correct, no,
You're
I
changing
understand
the
that.
order.
Okay, I'm just trying to think this through because I think we just added Brooks, right? And hers were individual PDFs, which we created, combined into one PDF. So then I would therefore not do that. I would take off the people, the questionable people.
I think we just need to be
and
aware
put those
that
separately.
ahead of time, if you have someone who's on that list who is potential conflict, to notify, you know,
So wouldn't that
probably
happen in
Brooke
the review
ahead of time
portion?
or the clerk, so that name can be removed and show separately.
Yeah, and I don't know what your guys' protocols are. We're gonna get to that section next about agenda setting and what the protocols are. But that would be something you could all discuss on how you wanna handle that, on how you set the agenda. If you guys get to see the agenda several days ahead of time and you can let Randy know before and she can make those
Rosanna.
changes. Or Rosanna. I know that, you gotta move that because I know the names, but every time Oh my goodness.
Go ahead.
I know, Rosanna, I know
Oh, you don't have to move all your
name.
stuff though.
But I'm not
Get it
looking
away
at
from her.
that. I'm like, I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, that's not your name every time I see it.
Subliminal.
You guys need to decide on a protocol on what that looks
Okay.
like. You could see, I'm guessing if you see it ahead of time, you could say, hey, that needs to be moved from consent and it would allow you to do so. Yeah. Curricular materials adoption. Now, this is my chance. I'm not afraid of conflict. I am personally, but not in my business. And so I want to talk about curricular materials. We're going to talk about textbooks and stuff, sort of. I'm just going to ask a question. It is a trick question. I don't expect you guys to know the answer. You have to be quiet because you're an educator. You already know the answer. So I'm going to make him be quiet here. What is the difference between standards and curriculum?
Well, the standards are set by the state and the curriculum's what you use to implement the standard. The standard's what you have to meet.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
That's good.
Wicked smart.
Well, I don't know about that, but I think
Yeah,
that's-
she is.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go back and say, do our patrons know that?
I think in today's world, they're probably a little bit
I
more,
agree.
in this climate now, I think they do have a little bit of that understanding. Yeah. I think Common Core helped us with that.
Yeah, I think so too. And I say that because I think it's important. Standards are a non-negotiable. You can't say we're not going to teach this. You can say we're going to teach those and more.
Right.
But you got to teach at least what the state standards. The state standards are a list of skills and knowledge that one needs to learn in certain grade levels and certain content. How you get there or what tools you use to teach is the curriculum. And I say that if you come from higher ed, curriculum is used in a different way. So when a lot of times you start talking to university professors, curriculum is synonymous to what we call in K-12 as standards. I got a huge, could you imagine me very strong-willed and someone else very strong-willed having, I was like, oh, I finally went, oh, because they put out curriculum, which is a scope and sequence, and it was fascinating. It was a huge discovery for me. Anyway, so yes, curriculum is the tools and the resources that you use. And so I think you most likely have some process or materials or whatever process or policies you put into place to adopt those, correct?
We're getting there.
I think the question might be how much specificity or detail does curriculum entail? For example, we typically, I think, all understand that we adopt a set of textbooks for a particular content area. That's part of the curriculum. The question becomes, how far down the line do you go with respect to, a teacher brings
Supplemental
to
materials.
their classroom supplementary materials that they may have used in some other instances, or that they may be drawn and given the circumstances in the classroom in one instance, but in another instance they don't. Do we want to get that far into the weeds, I guess?
That's up to you as a district. Depends on what I'm going to go back and say. You need to know the climate and culture of your community, and you need to know how do I say this? Your teachers too, right? If that is a huge concern of outside materials coming in that you are concerned about, then you, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that it absolutely is an evaluation item that I, as a principal, can say that if someone brought in materials that were inappropriate, as a principal, I can evaluate them accordingly. There's a whole section about appropriateness of materials. So when I say it can be part of the evaluation, it absolutely can be. Again, you have to know your community and if there's an issue or not. If there's no issues, then depends on how micromanaging you. That's a bad term. That
That's
makes
fine.
it
We've
feel
heard-
like it
we've
was
heard that
negative.
before.
Right, and I don't like it because
I was
it
never
makes
called
it,
that till I got here, so
yeah,
I'm
I
good.
don't like to use that word because there might be a reason you need to be.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why I hate that word because the word itself leads to a negative thought, and that's not necessarily true. You have to know your community and that kind of piece. I'm going to talk, it's like dress code. How detailed do you want to be?
Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm an old social studies teacher, so I'm thinking more in terms of, I'm teaching American history, but suddenly there's a piece of information that's in the news today.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got something that I used a couple of years ago to demonstrate the importance of that. And I bring that current event topic to the class and I say, here, now, is that piece of material necessarily approved by the board or at the discretion of the principal, assuming that I've said ahead of time I've got these materials? Where do you fall in that, I guess, is the question.
That was the discussion that happened this legislative session, and I don't know if you guys heard about the bill that tried to get through, or that one proposed that they wanted all supplemental material also approved by the board.
We
it
are
did-
approving.
It
Yeah.
did not go through.
Well, can we back up a bit? I think, and this is my brain, right? We're governors govern ourselves by law. The definition in the statute, and we had this talk with Karen when she came one time, and the other gal, her name just flew out of my head. Anyways, the statute gives an explicit definition of what curriculum is and what the board is to approve. And it says it's defined as a textbook and instructional media, including software, audio-visual media, and internet resources. So any of those things that come in, it has to be approved,
Correct.
right? In Bob's instance, if I would assume that he's bringing something that was already approved, right? Because he already used it 2 years ago to teach something, and now
Well,
he's
I
bringing
think he's
it back.
asking what if he wants to bring an
Today's
article from the
material.
Idaho Statesman?
Yeah.
That's a good example because
You're not going to approve certain press releases, are you?
you know, if I'm teaching social studies, does that preclude using any kind of current event stuff that happens to show up in the newspaper?
I don't believe it does.
You know, it kind of goes back to somewhat the, you know, the definition of academic freedom. How much
Yes.
freedom do you have
Yep.
to use examples to create better learning? for example?
Because if that's the case, I'll give you on the other side. There are some districts who haven't been able to purchase new curriculum in over 20 years because it hasn't been a line item. You're going to prevent them from trying to use other resources, and they got to use that textbook that's sitting on the shelf from 20 years ago.
Well, that's what we do.
Watch.
We just adopted curriculum. This district
Right.
hasn't done that either.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
and that's why we're doing
But it's
that
not because it's
again.
not a line item.
Right.
And that's why is so that the teachers don't have to do that, and so that they, I mean, I can only imagine how much frustration and how hard it is. They already have enough to do, and now they have to come up with their own curriculum.
But
and
I'm
pay
also
for
going to
it.
say
Right.
this, your curriculum, so as a former, I'm going to use my experience as a math
Sure.
teacher, there is not one curriculum textbook you can give me that will teach Idaho standards from beginning to end, not one.
Right.
In 8th grade. So for me to only use that textbook, and you're not going to provide me then all the other resources that I'm going to need to cover, I would also add, I'm going to have to not teach that entire textbook from beginning to end, because there's going to be some things in that textbook that isn't in our standards. That why would you want me to waste my time
Don't
just
have
because
time
it's in chapter
in the-
4?
yeah.
Right.
Just because it's in chapter 4 of that textbook, it's not in 8th grade Idaho standards. We
Right.
don't need to teach them
Right.
imaginary numbers. That's not our, so I think that's the piece that you're trying to get to. I don't know if you guys know this, but the State Department of Education, required by law, has to, every 5 years, they will do what's called a curricular review. Maybe you guys
Right.
already do know this, but
Yep.
for those who might not, all they do is they'll take a textbook, whatever, they're not supporting it, they're not telling you which ones to get, they're not looking at it for things you as a community might agree with or not. Here is what they look at. Here's the standards,
Right.
here's the textbook. What standards does this textbook cover, and what does it not? That is all they do. And then they'll give you a report that says, these materials, you know, if you get it from Prentice Hall, it covers all the standards except X, Y, and Z. You as a board, or you as a group, whatever your policy is on how you do curricular materials adoption, are going to look at it for a lot other things, is my guess. And then, or I shouldn't say guess, I would encourage you to look at it based on the appropriateness for you as a building or as a district. And then you're gonna have to say, okay, we adopted this, but it doesn't teach these standards. So other resources are we gonna do, or how are we gonna handle that? If you don't have money to buy more materials, then you might say to the superintendent, I want you to put together a math committee that's going to develop resources or materials to cover the standards that aren't there. So it depends on what level of, I would like to say, I don't know if I would work, this is me personally, teacher Lisa, if I was a social studies teacher and a board has said I am not allowed to bring any current events from the newspaper in, I don't know if I would work in a district like that. I don't want to be told I cannot bring current events in. However, I would also be very comfortable being held accountable to something I did incorrectly.
Right.
Right? So that's the balance that you guys have to play on what and know your community. Going back to David, you got to know, you answer to your community and patrons. What level of approving of the curricular materials do you want to be?
Right.
Does that, so I can't answer that for you, because that really is about what level does your patrons expect you to be, and what level that kind of stuff. And then what level are you going to allow academic freedom? And if that academic freedom violates our beliefs and strategic plan, then you need to trust that your administrators and evaluators will evaluate accordingly and handle those one-off situations.
See, I think that's an important key right there. Any teacher who's worth their salt, so to speak, will understand that if they're using a piece of material, or would like to use a piece of material that might be in question, the first thing they need to do is go talk to their building principal and say, I want to try to use this with the kids next week. What do you think? And the building, we've got to trust in some professional judgment there that, the principal's going to say yes, no, or I don't know, maybe I better go ask the superintendent or whatever. So, as long as people are going through a reasonable protocol that way, I don't know that we need to get that directly involved in approving each and every one of those singular materials that might come forth in a classroom.
Well, what's interesting is we, at least when I got on the board, the understanding was we approved curriculum, but the curriculum wasn't being used, so to speak. It was all supplemental resources that we had no insight to. And then ISBA came for training, was like, oh no, you need to approve the supplemental resources. It was like, we do? Okay. Because that in and of itself is also curriculum, especially when you're using the supplementals as the curriculum. And the board has no oversight of it, has no knowledge of what is going on or transpiring within the classrooms. And in my opinion, it's not about not having the, not believing in the professional integrity of the person doing the job. It's about the fact that when someone gets sued, it will be me. It will not be anybody else. And so that concerns me when there is a breakdown in the communication as far as this is going on or this is not going on, and nobody knows, and you don't have the direction for the resources. That is like, wait a minute, we have to stop and look and then listen.
I'm going to add two things to you, because that one key phrase that you said was, you can't use the word supplemental curriculum when it isn't supplemental anymore.
Right.
Okay, so that absolutely, they might have defined it as supplemental curriculum, but they were not using it that way. They were using it as the curriculum. Okay, so I'm also going to add, it even goes beyond the suing part. It's about ensuring that all of the kids are getting the same as best and equal education.
Yes.
This is about consistency. This is about how else can you know whether your systems are produced. Like, if you're using curriculum A and you're using curriculum B and your kids are doing better, how do I know it's curriculum or you as a teacher?
Right.
You don't.
Right.
Well,
and you're not ensuring that what you call free and appropriate public education as equitable as possible.
Right.
I know that word gets concerned, but you have to be able to implement. I'm going to add one more thing, especially since you guys are talking about curriculum. Please, this is the educator in me, consider professional development of the implementation of that curriculum of your educators as well.
Sure.
Because when you give new curriculum, who's going to help support the implementation? Because here's what's going to happen. If you don't teach me how to use it, it's going to go on the shelf, and I'm going to go back to what I was.
Right.
So I just say that in an effort, as you're looking at your 5-year plans and strategic planning and moving forward, that you think about the costs of that how to implement and support the educators in that new curriculum.
Yeah. We had issue, you were talking about, curriculum A, B. But the thing too is even if we have students move, a third grader in the middle of the year moves from this elementary to this elementary, and they're
On
not
the same level.
all
The
using.
continuity of
Yeah,
the.
then they, you know,
That's very important.
yeah,
It's huge.
yeah.
And it kind of, Dave actually brought that up with the other, there is a lot of, I think I hear some from an outside coming in and listening that you are going to potentially be looking at consistency among all your high schools, grading procedures, athletic ranks, just where is that?
Yeah.
We just want to establish so that when we have so much mobility, there's, that everyone understands the requirements, that we don't differ, right?
Right,
Yep.
yeah.
Right.
That
Yeah.
could be
And
a
then they
great
could-
goal, or, things for you to
Yeah,
look at.
like you're saying, even from the board to the superintendent, and then the implementation of the thing
Yeah.
is the freedom to meet
Absolutely.
the standard, so to speak, that comes from the board, and I see that the same way with the curriculum, and there was, as we've started re-implementing this process of a written, everybody's on the same page procedure of adopting curriculum, there were, feedback we got from students, we got from existing teachers. One was on a book that I brought up. So we didn't ban the book, although we were asked to please remove it from the district by teachers. There was the teacher that used it, though, requested that we didn't. So the solution is then the parents should be at least understand that their child was going to be subject to this material and that it was controversial, and please tell us, because it's the content of it, of the book, and it was a novel, and that's how we did it. So they weren't, we didn't get rid of the book or get rid of anything, but trying to, I'm sure you see this in all your training, it's trying to juggle all the balls and
It is.
make it the best for the kids, not take one from the other to give to this, or not make the teacher feel like they can't do their professional duty the way they know how,
It's
or
a balancing act,
Yeah.
because I want to also mention one other thing that Michelle said. It's about supporting your teachers too.
Right.
Right. If you, and I'll say this, because I was at a board training, and one of the board members actually was a teacher in a totally other district, and she said, "I'm too scared to even teach To Kill a Mockingbird anymore." And the rest of the board said, "That's pretty sad, because that's a really good book." And so I said, and so she goes, "Yeah, but I'm scared." And I said, "But if you brought that to the board and the board approved it, now you're backed." Right. So I think there's some things that it's not just about, that's why I hated the word micromanage, because that wasn't necessarily the case. That was about, we as a board have made a decision, and we're going to say To Kill a Mockingbird is okay.
Right.
We
If
said
you
we
need
approved
to-
it.
Right, and I just threw that because we've approved that.
Right.
So there is that piece of where you need to do a fine line about how much do we need to back our teachers in maybe making that decision versus allowing that academic freedom. Going back to the dress code, right? Maybe you didn't used to have to approve all the novels that were used. Maybe we're in this age that you might need it right now just because of where you are, right? So I think those that's why I said you got to know your community, you got to know your patrons, right? Because in this, maybe To Kill a Mockingbird is great for here. In another, and I'm not going to say that that's not okay for that district. It's a decision they made, and then that's okay. Yep.
Right, yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree about backing the teachers, because I think that a lot of times that the teachers take the majority of the heat for which they have no control over, right? And I really think, especially in our district, I'm sure others, that our teachers, I feel, are extremely dedicated. I don't think they get paid enough money. I honestly don't, right? I've said that many times. And it makes me sad when, there's this pitting of us against them thing, because I don't see the board as that. I see the board as trying to make the best environment for them,
For the teachers to teach
Good.
the kids.
Yeah.
See, again, a lot of people don't want to have this discussion. I'd rather have it. Because it's important. These are things that you guys are going to be dealing
So
with.
is
more.
showing CNN during the day considered curriculum?
audio visual.
I would say that would be a policy. I would not consider that curriculum. We had, I can tell you, my district that I worked for as a principal, they set a policy, and it was not board approved policy, this was my superintendent policy that said, you are not to show any videos, anything without approval by administration first, period. Now the board didn't have to say that.
Yeah.
That was because what my building said, you're not showing anything that isn't educationally related, period.
Like, that's the key right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we had to have a form fill out. This might be where you have policy that if we're going to do anything out, I needed to submit. I want to watch To Kill a Mockingbird because I want them to see the contrast between the book and the view. Right? I just made that up.
Right.
So they had to write that in there and submit it to the principal, and then we had a committee. Again, this is not what board did. This
Right.
was what we chose to do, and that committee would approve it or not. Because we didn't want it to be about the principal making all the decisions. We wanted it to be about other teachers making those decisions. And then that way, that teacher was protected, right? That they went through that procedure. So I would definitely not say now. I will tell you this. I was a teacher on September 11th. We absolutely turned on the news that day.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and so in that case,
You didn't wait for somebody.
I didn't wait for someone to
Right,
say
right.
anything. And then we quickly turned it off because
Yeah, they're playing.
right, I was also teaching 8th graders. I wasn't teaching little kids. So there were some decisions I had
Yeah.
to make at
Yeah.
that particular
But
time.
how much
But I
content
had
was-
I had children in my classroom that had parents in New York at the time. So I mean, there was some things that and they literally had, like, they needed to see what was going on.
Right.
So so I do say there's those instances where you kind of go, whoa, but those are things that yeah. But I'm gonna also say we were in a different world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That particular
I think we can still do that if we go back to, you know, functioning within the law. I mean, and
Yeah.
that's just where my brain goes,
Yeah.
right? There's, if we stick there and we do those things that we're, you know, legally obligated to do, and, you know, with bringing in, you know, salt and pepper of the community and all, I think would be fine. You know, that's all you can
Always
do
fine.
is the best you can do,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
And fix it when you screw it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
because, you know, sometimes that will happen, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Some teacher makes a decision to use something or whatever, and
You're like
it's
that.
not viewed as appropriate.
Right.
You know, you deal with that through the normal
Right.
evaluation
Right.
channels. And
yeah,
that sort
is
of
this a
thing.
systems issue or is this an individual issue?
Right.
Yeah.
If it's a systems issue, you all want to think about policy.
Yeah.
If it's an individual issue, you need to empower the superintendent to handle that appropriately.
Right.
Yep, agree.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can't manage everything, and we should.
You don't
we
want
should,
to.
right? No, we don't want to. But I mean, we should, like Trustee Jones was saying, is that, you know, there comes a time that maybe you were saying it too, that we have to trust the people that were hired, right?
Yes.
They were hired because we did trust that they were the best
Yep.
suited for the job and qualified and all those kinds of things, you know.
All right, setting policy. You guys already know that. This is your primary role, is to set policy. We can talk about that. We have finished the first section.
Okay.
Are there any
Yay.
questions on that particular section? I have all the overall list. You guys are, you keeping me on my toes. You teach me every time I come out. It's like when I was a teacher, I learn more and more from your interactions. So I
You're not
appreciate
learning,
it.
you're not living.
Exactly.
I noticed this statement by Ronald Reagan. That was always my philosophy in hiring folks. And find the best people you can. Let them know what the responsibilities are, and then get out of the way and
Yep.
do the job.
Yep. And if they're not doing the job, get in the way, handle it, and then
Yeah.
find someone else who can.
Yeah.
And
Right,
then get
because
out of the
then
way.
you're not allowed to do your job, right?
Right.
Because then you do, that's when the
Yep.
dude comes in.
Yes, it is.
Then you go do,
Yep.
right? I mean, in this
Exactly.
instance, we can't, but it's the tendency.
Okay. So when is lunch coming?
We asked for it to be ready at noon.
Okay.
I was going to head over there and pick it up, so would you like me to let you know as soon as I arrive and we can break for lunch?
That would be great. I think we can probably get through this next section, and then maybe after these board norms and protocols, probably be okay.
Okay.
Does that sound okay?
Sure.
Okay. And if we can get into some of the others, we will. But this is a real small section because we're not going to establish them. Because that would take a whole another 6 hours.
We've been trying to do that for a while now.
I'm happy to help facilitate, but I would advise that that's something you probably will want to do after your new superintendent.
Yeah.
Because you would want that individual to be part of it. Just because, yeah. I mean,
I hear you.
yeah. Okay. So here are some, a lot of you guys already know this, but I have to add in here what every board member really needs to know. Some basic information, facts, documents, and people in their contact. Rosanna, this is a lot for you, and I'd be happy to give you kind of a breakdown of some of what this is. But like legal name of districts, address of all the district facilities, kind of those basic things. Phone number, website, percent of students receiving free and reduced lunch. How many? Well, that's really hard to find now because of COVID. So I'm just number of employees. How many employees do you guys have here?
Nearly
Oh,
700. Yeah.
Okay.
Nearly.
How many students? Someone already told me
4,700.
700. Okay. What are the languages spoken at home in your community?
Mainly English. I
Do you have
it's
any others?
No, it's mainly English. I think if you go to the, NICS website or whatever, the federal website, they have all that on there, but it's mainly English. We don't have very much diversification
Twin
across
Falls
the
had
board.
something like 50
Yeah.
different languages because of all the
Where?
so many Twin Falls, Idaho.
Yeah.
They had so many refugees and all
Yeah.
the different. They had. And we're not talking about 1 or 2 students. We're talking.
Population.
Yeah.
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 Obviously, people, superintendent, board secretary, board clerk, policy manuals, whether they're physical or online. Those are kind of just some basic facts that you kind of want to make sure.
Okay.
Board norms. So you hear this phrase a lot, norms and protocols. Here's how I like to talk about the difference between the two. Do they overlap? Yes. But I like to consider norms agreed upon standards of interaction. They're kind of like our beliefs statements, so to speak, right? Sorta. Like we're all going to interact with each other with respect. That's a norm, right? It's not a protocol because it doesn't tell me how to do it. Hopefully you know how to do it. I guess I'll tell you a protocol for that. Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah.
The whole purpose of Robert's Rules of Order is so that we can dissent and make sure all voices are heard, that kind of stuff. That's a method, that's a protocol that we're going to choose to use to help us make decisions respectfully in an organized manner. So that's kind of a norm. Does that make sense? They're your rules of how you want to establish. Where protocols are those little finite details. And we've been talking about a lot of the things that you will find affect that might be causing disarray within a board is a lack of protocols, right? A lack of how you're going to do something. So like, how is the agenda set? One of the things I'm dealing with another particular board is they had one board member that wanted to set it differently, and so now they've got a protocol for that board member, but the other protocol that they had, because then the new board member wanted to do it this way, and now they got 4 different protocols on how to set an agenda, right? Rather than saying, let's bring this to the team and find out how do we want to do this, right?
Right.
And a lot of that happens because when you get newly elected, they're the ones going, well, and if it's not written, your current people already know what those are, and all the new ones are going, I'm just trying to figure out how to work in your
That's us.
world,
Yeah.
right? and it's all this newly elected are so perfect because it'll help you identify in your system to find out, ooh, we do have some unwritten protocols, but they're not written. And please, I'm not trying to tell you have to write them all. But at least acknowledge that they're there, right? And so trying to onboard your newly elected of some of those things. But these are some great questions that you might want to start asking yourselves. How is the agenda set? What is the purpose of board reports? So why have you asked the superintendent to provide a board report every month? And if so, why? As a new board member, I want to know, well, why are we even knowing that? I don't even know why she's reporting on continuous improvement plan. Oh, she's reporting on it because it's required, right? Oh, okay, right? So those are things. How do you deliberate? Do you have the board clerk come in? Do you have, right? These are all things. Your board, how do you come up with your annual board calendar? Right? How do you request information? What are your plans? How do you address concerns? Chain of command, right? All those things. What are some other protocols that you might want to consider as a board?
Voting procedures, some of that's outlined in the law, some of it isn't.
Would you say voting procedures?
We have a protocol, but I mean, that's one that
Mm-hmm.
can be different from one place to another.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the whole how is the agenda set, I think, is something we all need to discuss.
Yeah, which we have policy on.
We do have policy on, but.
Yeah, but it would be good to revisit that one also.
But if you have policy, here's one that I'm dealing with right now. One of the policies I've seen says the board chair can decide what goes on the agenda, and in consultation with the superintendent, they work on it. But then it also says 2 board members can also, if you have 2 board members, they can also put on it. That's great. That's not the question I'm asking for. How do you get 2 board members to get together to come up with what to put on the agenda? So that was
Right.
great, it's in policy, but what does that actually look like procedurally?
Right.
Does that mean, so some districts that I've worked with, it's Dave would say to Rosanna, I want to put this on the board agenda, and then to see if somebody else would second it, then the board clerk will put that out to each of the board members saying, we've had a request to add this to the agenda. Does anybody else want to second that request? So that it can go out. That is a unwritten protocol that district had to prevent the other board members from having to talk about on implementing that policy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So and I say that because it just gives you an example of how you might want to do that. I'm not, again,
we
the
were
difference
trained-
between policy and protocols.
Yeah, and we were trained to actually go and say, hey, Dave, I'd like to put XYZ, would you second that? And he'd say, yeah, I'll second that. And
Oh,
then
at a board meeting?
No, we weren't told to do it when ISBA did all our training. No, it wasn't at a board meeting. We were just told to go ask the other trustee,
that too.
email or
Yep.
talk and say, hey, would you second this? And then
Yep.
Notify the clerk
And you
say,
absolutely can do it that way. That's
You
what
know.
I'm saying. These are
Yeah.
so you have a policy that says it,
Yeah.
but the protocol is how you
Right.
actually go about doing that.
Right.
right,
Right.
and that's on our radar. I brought
Yep.
that. We're working on it.
Yeah. It's not a big deal.
Always
Some
is.
people don't need the protocols.
Oh, I think it's good
And
to have
some do.
everything written because once it's written and agreed upon, right? Because I don't remember everything, explicitly. You have something to go back to and say, "Oh no, this is what we agreed upon." It's like, "Oh,
yeah,
okay,
how
yeah.
do I do that again?
Yeah.
Right. And
Now,
I mean,
And I want
there's
to
a lot
add
to
this.
remember. So.
It doesn't have to be put in policy. You can
Right.
actually have a separate document called protocols that you guys can
Right.
change whenever you want.
Right.
It's kind of our SOPs.
It's
Yeah.
your
Okay.
rules of how we
Operate.
operate.
Mm-hmm.
It's your board policy handbook. Not
Right.
it's your board handbook. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, which we're
yeah.
working on that too. We have a lot of work in it.
And if you need any support on that, I've got questions, or I could come and do a training, but it's not even about training. I can give you questions to consider, or even a self-evaluation if you want to help. I don't need to come out and do anything. I can just give it to you. Board norms and protocols. So, what are some norms in your district, and what are agreed upon protocols? Do you know? Are there any you have now?
Well, when I was elected, what I was told was that we were not allowed to have conversations with anyone except the superintendent. And so to me, that was a protocol that I was told. Any questions you have, anything, the only person you are allowed to speak to is the superintendent.
Well, we were more than told.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we were, yeah.
But, so that was a protocol that,
And trained on that. Told, trained,
yeah.
reinforced by email. Yeah.
Yes. I'm
And-
gonna say that is what we would tell you, because anytime you start having conversations amongst yourselves, that's a slippery slope.
Yeah, no, in conversation with
No, with
anybody
staff,
else in the
with
debt, we
Oh,
anybody in the office.
I
that
see.
needed
there
to
was
talk
no
to-
conversation except
yeah.
to the superintendent.
Yeah.
Anything else was disseminated through the superintendent. You did not converse with anybody but the superintendent.
Right, and then I guess another protocol would be that if you wanna visit the school, you have to call the superintendent,
Yeah.
to do that.
False.
You're not, you don't legally have to.
Negatory, Ghost Rider.
No, absolutely, I'm not saying you
I'm just
legally
saying,
have to.
these were protocols that were said.
That is a lot of
to do.
protocols that are established, and if you were to ask me as an ISBA, I would advise that, and I'll tell you why. I'm not saying you have to. I'm gonna tell you why I would advise that as the case. We talked about the fact that you are now a board member, right? I'm gonna put my teacher's shoes on and my principal's shoes on. If a board member comes, now, if you're a parent at my school, I get that. But let's say outside of that, if I'm at my school and I had a board member come in and all of a sudden want to do a tour of the school and I had no idea, and I wasn't notified, right? I'm just saying,
Just show up.
you have just made my huge level of concern go up. I don't know why. It's not that I'm doing anything wrong. That's not good business for your staff. So I would always advise that the superintendent know, and the superintendent can tell the staff member or the principal, or if your protocols are not telling the superintendent, you go to the building principal and at least let them know. Whatever it is you've established as the reporting, so that then I, as a building principal, can send out to my staff, Trustee Quimby's gonna come by, he's just gonna take a look at all the awesome things we're doing today, just letting you know.
Yeah.
You have now let everybody's level of concern go, oh, Trustee Quimby's coming over, that's
Yeah.
cool,
Yeah.
right? So that's the reason behind it.
Then they can conceal stuff too, if they know you're coming.
But what's your responsibility of concealing? You can't do anything about it anyway. I'm being the other advocate right now.
I'm
Yeah, I
just
want you to
saying,
understand that.
I'm just like thinking, like devil.
Part of it, I think, is a matter of courtesy.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
And see, I wouldn't-
What would you do as the right thing as a person, one to another, at least notify the building principal in
Right.
advance that, I'd like to come up, are you gonna be available?
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing.
And that's, because that was what I was like, just, hey, I would like to stop over. And then it was like, you have to go through the superintendent. I'm like, oh, didn't know, sorry. Okay, just because I was trying to get a lay of the land, and it was like, oh, all right. So I can't go to any school without letting, and then it's conducive to her schedule. And that protocol was really frustrating. Because it's like, if it's good with the principal, and I just want to pop in just to get a lay of the land, I should have that freedom in my responsibility as a trustee.
Yeah.
I wouldn't ever do a surprise inspection, because that's not really my job. But
That's not your role.
it's
I've
not
been
my
on
role.
both ends of that. When I remember one time years ago when I was a building principal, 2 board members showed up one day.
Oh, wow.
And the deal was, hey, we want to take a look around your school. So your red flags really go up in that kind of instance. But had I known ahead of time they were coming,
Yeah.
and it was not a big deal.
Right.
I mean, they were good about it, but.
And I'm going to be honest with you. If you told me the day before that you were coming, there is nothing I'm going to be able to hide in a day. I'm not trying to be, but I also want to go, if you're worried about something, then let that superintendent or whoever is going to evaluate know so that they can go investigate. I don't want you guys to, that shouldn't be the purpose of you going to the building.
No.
No, like I went, I did it on what do you call it? What day was that? The student-led.
Oh, the
Oh,
student
conferences?
conferences.
So I
Yeah.
went to my grandkids' school, and then I went to the junior high, and then I talked to the principal, and said, "Show me some stuff," and then I was invited to Timberlake, by the athletic director. He's like, "Come on up, and I'll show you around the school." And I just didn't show up like I'm here.
Yeah, and I think, so that's definitely a protocol you want to set
Yeah.
differently. And there's nothing, absolute, there's nothing wrong with that. I think
Right.
the piece is, again, going back to what's your purpose, right? What are you trying to do? And it's that communication part is so important. I'm also going to add, when you are out in the schools, you all know you are putting yourselves out there for potential conversations you might have to stop too at the same time.
Yeah.
So as long as everyone's in that know, and you've said, I think that's important. I loved it. We used to do, when I was a building principal, our board chose to do board tours. And what we would do is, I as the building principal had to present what was really awesome in our school, our continuous improvement plan, our data. We talked about what we had my staff, we had students, that was a whole, and the board would come, the whole board. We would do that presentation, which was a lot of work, I'm gonna tell you. My staff and I, it was a lot of work, but after we loved it, because it was an opportunity, and that was a protocol that was set, that our board didn't really need to come in because they knew they were going to every school, one building, and they would get a board tour of our school, and then we would present. So that was protocols that we set. But then anyway, so those are lots of different ways you can get that information.
And that's a key, that's one good way to do it, but on the other hand, sometimes you just want to see things in normal operation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, initially on Chair Thompson was saying, initially on, the board was not allowed to be at a school without the superintendent. That was the thing. And then trying to work that in, was, because the superintendent's 24/7 busy, right?
Right.
So.
Well, and I found it interesting because I did go to one of my schools, and the principal was like, I've never had a board member come to my school. And I'm like, oh.
Because the previous board accepted that they weren't to go to the schools without.
No, he was from a different district.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
And but he said, I said, well, I'm here because I care. And he said, I love it. So it was the ability to establish a relationship for the benefit of the district. That's.
And again, I think
that
it's
is
that
cool.
protocol
Yeah.
part because I'm gonna play the devil's advocate on the other side. Of course, I'm gonna tell you I love it. Right? I'm not trying to be rude here, but I'm going into that piece, and I'm sure he did. I'm not trying, but I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I didn't, right?
Yeah.
So
so happy you're here.
Yes. True enough.
I hope you know I do that in this. However, I think what I will say, and please encourage, is whether you go through the superintendent or not, I still think it's important the superintendent knows.
Yes.
Right.
Whatever that is, just because
Absolutely.
as a building principal, guess who my backup is?
Right.
It is the superintendent. So if I do have a concern or there's something, I need to know that I have, and you don't want to set that superintendent up to go, I didn't even know that board chair Thompson was coming, and now the superintendent's level just went, what, right? You want that principal to go, oh yeah,
Right.
I knew that she was coming, right? So that's a matter of respect. It's like my 20-year-old daughter telling me, I don't have to tell you when I go out of town. I tell my mother when I'm going out of town, and I'm 50 years old, or 49 years old. I'm 49, I don't have to be 50 yet. I said, so I'm 49 years old. I said, this isn't a permission thing. This is about mutual respect.
Right.
And so.
And it does ease all the anxiety thing, and it gets rid of the whole, us against them thing. I hate that. That drives me nuts, But I know people have that, but I guess in my personality, I don't understand why.
And in this case of that
Is it
protocol,
nap
you
time?
might want to
allergy
maybe
Oh,
a possibility might be
Spring
as you get a
seasonal.
new superintendent or whatever, maybe you ask the building principals to come in too and say, we want to honor your opinion about this protocol, and so we're going to bring you in a safe environment to have this conversation. That's up to you all, but it depends. If you're looking at trying to build relationships, trust, capacity, that could be something you might want to consider too.
Yeah.
So just some ideas. All right. So I think we all need food. Okay.
I'm down,
just take
sister.
a little break.
How long do you think? I gotta run to my house to check on my dog.
10 minutes.
Okay.
Alright.
Don't ask me, she's the boss.
Don't get caught speeding.
I was
though.
gonna say, I can barely get home in 10
But
But I'm not paying the ticket, I'm just gonna
I
sit
would say,
You
the
do whatever you want.
trustee,
Yeah.
the chairwoman. Chair said.
Do I need to push pause?
Oh, yeah, we do need to.
Shall
Let's see if I know how, is it right here?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going into the section now about board meetings. Okay, so this is where we're going to get a lot into your open meeting laws and stuff. And so this could take us a while, or it could go really quick. It kind of just depends on the kind of questions that y'all have. So first, I think the most important thing that I will share, and I'm going to say this first and then let me follow up. Board meetings is not a public meeting. It's a meeting for the board to transact business. It's not a time for you to inform the community. And this has been a really hard, because I'm not saying you don't want to inform community, but not during an actual board meeting. I think that's really important. You can take public comment. I'm not, that's different. It's not a place where you engage in dialogue unless you intentionally are scheduling something for that purpose. Does that make sense? And again, this goes out to trying to let the community know we're not trying to be rude, but when you come and attend our regularly scheduled board meetings or special meetings, you're watching us like a show. You're on stage and you're watching us transact business, because our purpose is to transact business in an open, transparent manner. If your goal is to inform, I would do it in a different venue, not during the board meeting. Does that make sense? So when you're making decisions, some boards, and usually it's boards that end up going till 1 o'clock in the morning, are spending more time trying to explain to the people why they're voting the way they're voting. That's not the forum in which you do that. Your board meeting is for you to transact business. So that's your primary purpose. If you want a community engagement to inform plan, think of other ways to do that. Okay. Why do we have Robert's Rules of Order? Well, it's to ensure that everybody can speak, right? I mean, the real primary purpose was those who might not be as vocal as some of us are, it gives them an opportunity to participate. But it also maintains order. Now, I'm going to say you can use this as formally or informally as you want. There's nothing in law that requires you to even use this, other than I think it's best practice. Here's what I will say, though. The more dissension you have as a board, the more formal you want to become, and I say this for you as the chair, the more formal you want to use your parliamentary procedures to ensure respect, discussion, everyone has their point. The less dissension there might be of a topic, you probably don't need to be as formal. Does that make sense? But as you as the board chair are navigating things that are happening with your board, I would say all of you know that as things become more hot or topic oriented or concerned, you're going to want to move more formally onto the Roberts Rules or whatever parliamentary procedures you choose to use. Yes.
We set our own policies for governing ourselves.
Fantastic.
So I don't understand why they push that on, because it's in the statutes, right? That we're not governed, but we don't follow Robert's Rules of Order. It's in the, I looked it up online. It says Idaho doesn't follow that.
They follow a
each
parliamentary procedure.
Each board sets their own way of doing things.
Correct. This is only one way.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the most common way. The legislature absolutely follows Robert's
Right.
Rules of Orders, very formally. Senate Ed will follow it more formally than House Ed. But
Well, they're giving us books on it, and I was like, why are you giving this? Why are you
it's
giving
the
us
most
this?
common one that's used.
Yeah.
It's one that a lot of people are familiar with, so it's easier to implement because more people are familiar with
Yeah.
it. I know that like FFA and even, you know,
Yeah.
a lot of different groups use it, so kids are growing up using it in those capacities. So, you know, once you enter adulthood, you're more people are used to using this. So.
Same
I
with
like
English.
it because it keeps decorum.
It does.
You know,
keep decorum.
and even if you follow the very basics of it, what I really like about it is that it makes you address the issue, not the person.
Yes.
And it keeps the personal issues out because you're supposed to be addressing whatever the issue is. And
It helps you keep your norms also,
Right.
right? That we're here
Yeah.
to work together for the right purpose. And again, I'm not here one way or the other to say on any of those. I just think it's the most common used one. And in your handouts, I did give you a handout of the one I like. Again, it's the world according to Lisa. I didn't see that. I just like it because it's one sheet and it has a lot of my favorite ones are on the right hand side. My favorite one that I always forget is point of order. I really like that one. Because it's like a point of order. Like sometimes we get on an agenda, you might start talking about something that you're not supposed to be talking about because it's not on the agenda. So you have all been, now you can say, even though you're not the board chair, you can say, sorry, I have a point of order, is this item that we're discussing on the agenda, so that you get to help each other with that. Because you can interrupt using a point of order piece to stop a potential open meeting violation. And so I've never used all of these. Professional Standards Commission runs under Rules of Order, and I've attended as Director of Certification, House Education Committee and Senate Education Committees, and I haven't hardly seen all of these used at all. Most of it is, the point of order is the one that's used, and then I think the part that's super important is the motions. What pertains to you all most importantly is your process on making motions, approving motions, and discussion. I think those are the pieces that if you were to really look at Robert's rules, that you have someone make a motion, second, discussion, and then if it gets heated, again, this might be when you pull this out, because the board chair could say, I'm done talking. We're done. We're just going to take a vote now and move forward. And sometimes you need the board chair to just stop it from happening. So, and then in your brief, there's some links to things here too that are free. You can take a look at if you're interested. Okay. And then here's another one too. That if you want this printout too, instead of on there, I'm more than happy to send it to you too. I just like this one better. Okay, let's talk about the types of meetings. Rosanna, you might have lots of questions here, and I want to encourage you to interject as well. So I'm going to give you the short version. Okay, the short version is this. There's two types of meetings. No matter which way you cut it, there's two types. Your regular meetings and your special meetings. Now you might call special meetings different. Emergency meeting and then just a special meeting of the board, and then you might call it something else, but they all fall under the category of a special meeting. Okay, meeting notices. Every single meeting has to be noticed that you all have, and depending upon whether it's a regular board meeting or a special meeting has different timelines. For a regular board meeting, this is my own test, I'm not looking at my notes, it must be noticed. I didn't say agenda. It must be noticed at least 5 days in advance. For a special board meeting, it has to be noticed 24 hours in advance. Now, what most school districts do and charter schools do for the regular meeting notices is after your January approval of all of them, they typically notice all your regular board meetings in one shot. And the notices have to include date of the meetings, location of the meetings, and time of the meetings. Make sense? Okay. And they do have to be posted in a prominent place, and whatever your decision is on where you post them needs to be consistent throughout, even for your special meetings. Okay.
Do they
Question.
need to be placed in multiple buildings?
Typically, you do. Most of the time, they're placed in at least the school district office. Where are yours placed? Where do you
Right
guys-
now, it's noticed on the website, it's also noticed through board book. We have a bulletin board on the district office. Per our policy, for special meetings, we have to notice at least 2 other locations. But regularly, as long as I have enough leeway, I will ask the admin assistants of the different schools to post it. Many of them will respond and say, yes, we posted it, but I have noticed that at least at our junior high and high school, that it's up there, they just haven't told me that they've noticed it.
Okay.
So,
You should have a minimum requirement of the place that the actual meeting is going to take place. So
Yes.
usually the district office, and then as many other places as you can.
But
a lot of people do it online.
it's not required to be in a certain number of buildings. Okay, that's what I thought.
It just, let me put it this way, it has to be noticed in a place that the public can see it.
Correct.
Like if it's in the back of the conference room in here, right? Yeah, that's why I said, oh, I'm better.
Yeah, no, I
in
get
a public accessible
Yeah.
place.
Let's put it in a round file.
Yeah.
It was noticed.
Yeah.
I noticed it. I was gonna say.
All right, so we've had lots of conversations about the agenda. I know you guys are working on it. And so we won't spend any more on, but what is the agenda? The agenda is very important. What is it? Why is it so important?
Well, it's the order of the meeting. It's everything that's gonna be,
Tells the public what you're talking about.
Right. That's a huge key. It's not just for you.
right.
It's
Right.
really about being publicly transparent about what business you will be transacting so that if the public wants to watch that and is interested in that decision, they have the option to attend. Again, going back to that hierarchy that your patrons are,
Yep.
right? Okay. You guys are working on who sets the agenda. What if I need to amend an agenda? What do you do if you want to amend an agenda?
Depends
Make
on
the
how much
motion.
time is involved.
Okay, we'll cover that specific things here shortly. I love that answer. How do you get something on the agenda?
Tell Michelle.
Send an email.
Ask the board chair for management.
Careful emails, just.
No, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you cover that a little bit more?
About emails?
No, about how to get something on the agenda, please.
It's what you guys have decided how to do the business. It sounds like right now it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but the board members would let Michelle know if there's an item they want on the agenda item. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, see, this is how it goes.
Okay,
This is not our norms or protocols. This is what at least
Has
I
been
walked
happening.
into.
okay,
The superintendent sets the agenda. She goes with all the district leadership staff and everybody within the district and what do they want on the agenda. It gets on the agenda, and then she meets with me and tells me what's on the agenda.
okay.
And that's how that's done. There have been a few instances where, board members have emailed and said, hey, I really want to talk about this. And I am adamant that it goes on the agenda because I've had to, conquer mountains to get something on the agenda before, and I don't think it needs to be that difficult. And we are led by the superintendent with respect to our business. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's been how business has been conducted. And it's a huge frustration because I don't see the necessity of that. We are supposed to be conducting business, and there's a lot of business that we can't get to because we are being led again by the direction of the superintendent for the board meeting.
Okay.
So,
I can tell you what most districts do.
okay,
It's that, but not like that.
okay,
It is done with the superintendent and the board chair.
right.
And that there should be collegial and collaborative setting of the agenda. You do need to rely on the superintendent for some things. For example, there are some things that the superintendent knows about that are deadline or like the continuous improvement plan.
Right.
She's going to say, I have to have this on the September agenda or else we're going to be out of compliance, right? So there are absolutely some things that you're going to need that superintendent. That's what you've hired them for, to make sure all of, whatever those annual things that need to be had. However, there should also be the ability that you all as board members can add items to the agenda as well. I would say the reason the best practice would be collegial or collaborative in nature, because what if, hypothetically, if I was your superintendent and you said, I want to add, I don't know, the athletic issue on the agenda for discussion. I might respectfully say, can you let me find out some information? Can we not put it on this agenda? But I would love for you to, or let's put it on this agenda, but let's do it in a way that you're telling me what you would like me to get, and then I can bring back more information, right? So that might be one way, or I might say, let's not do it. Let me go get some information so that I can answer your questions and be prepared, not next week, but maybe the month after, right? So that's what I mean by collaborative, because there might be some things that I, as a superintendent, want to be able to provide information for your discussion.
Well, and respectfully, and I'll just give you an example because we just went through agenda planning. It's one of my passions to be able to, in the board meeting setting, recognize staff for their achievements and acknowledge the success of the students. I think when a student does something that gets them recognized, we need to know about it, because that's a reflection on the district as a whole, and that tells me everybody's doing their job right. So when I went to agenda planning this last week, there was going to be a presentation on student-led conferences from the person that oversees that program, because they felt that was, we needed to see that presentation. And my statement was that, and it was under student accolades. I said, that is not a student accolade. That's not the student. I mean, if a student came and said, this is what I showed during my student-led conference, I'm all for that, because that's coming from the student. When I said, no, that I don't want that, it was, okay, fine, I'll stick it under my report. So regardless if we don't want to hear it, we're going to hear it. We're going to get the presentation, because everything is presented in a presentation format. I personally don't understand, and I think it is a viewpoint issue, but why I don't think we need a financial presentation. We need the financial information, and we need to figure out, do we have questions and can we ask them? Because our board meetings are long. They're 11 plus
6.
hours.
We get here at 5:30 and we leave at 11 sometimes.
It's
10:30.
It's so frustrating, and every time I try to curtail things, they get longer. And it's like, I'm doing everything in my power to make this reasonable, because we're supposed to be conducting business, not going to a show. And I don't know what to do or how to do, other than we're gonna pick this back up when we get a new superintendent and move forward and figure it out then.
I think you guys you're set up for some really great changes that it sounds like you all want to be able to make. In which case, again, that goes back to or what I want to say is, one of the first questions I asked on board protocols is, what's the purpose of the board report? So it sounds like, do you really need that board report, or do you not need that? And so those are some definite questions that you can ask. One thing that I've seen other districts do is they ask, so all the principals were required to attend every board meeting, this particular district. And one of the agenda items that was on there is principals share out any positive stories. That was it. It was just, we got up, and we wouldn't say student names because it's not fair to use a student name if we didn't ask permission from the parents. But we could say, or the principals might say, I just wanted to let you know that I had staff, blah, blah, whatever it was. Sometimes we had a great success, we called them success stories, that's what it was. And it was just an opportunity for any of the principals to stand up and give a success story. There was no action, it was information, and sometimes we had none. So I mean, those are, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And so, but it was an established protocol that we had as part of the meetings. But every building principal was required to attend every single meeting. I don't know if you all want to do that or not. I mean, those are things
No.
that you gotta, right.
And
so-
see, that's another
don't.
thing, because of when we hold our meetings, I'm trying to be respectful. I think parents need to be in the audience, not the entire district staff, because they just worked an entire day. And why are they sitting there staring at us while we are conducting board business? That doesn't make sense to me. But what I do get frustrated is when we have a coach that's been dedicated for 15 years and gets a high achievement award, and it's crickets. But then, you've got somebody else that, gets a pat on the back and, pomp and circumstance. It's like, wait a minute, this needs to,
It really
we need to
should
do
be
one,
done.
we need to do it for all,
There should
not
be,
just.
it should be done collaboratively.
Yes, it should. And
Yeah.
trying to bring that around to where I think everyone that makes some form of achievement deserves to be recognized by the board, because they're doing what we're asking.
Right.
And we need to recognize that. So, we have our struggles, and all I can hope for is that,
A new day is coming.
exactly. And we'll just cross that bridge and fix it hopefully then.
Bob's all about the water. It's under the bridge.
Well, and
Flowing downstream.
Who knows why rhyme reason of
Right,
why
right.
it is what it is, and then you just kind of move forward on those things. What I think is important though is that there is the collaborative, because the superintendent's going to have some information
Right, oh, definitely.
that
Right.
you
Well,
know,
that's their
or
job,
that is
right?
their job, right?
Yeah.
Or they might find out that so and so that you want to give huge accolades for
Right.
doesn't want the recognition.
Right.
Right. And so there should be enough trust
Right.
in this relationship that I could say, I really appreciate that, but I'm going to say, trust me to say that there's a reason why we don't do that for this
Right.
particular
Right.
person, without
Right.
divulging other
Oh, yeah.
information, right?
Right.
Because, not that that was the case, but I'm
No, I
just
hear you.
giving examples of why one might not. But it appears as though there was one-way direction and not a two-way
Correct.
decision making.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wouldn't see anything wrong with the superintendent doing an initial draft of
Yeah,
the
I do
agenda.
too.
Because they know what some of the critical issues are that maybe
Right.
they need some either information or action on. But then to have the board chairman sit down and look at that collectively and say, well, this all looks good, or maybe we ought to wait another month on this one. And by the way, we also need to add this to the agenda. That's the collaboration.
That's the collaboration.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And then, do you guys do you allow for public comment or public input at your board
Yes.
meetings? Okay. And do you have protocols in place for that?
We actually do have protocols for that.
See, you got really.
Yeah.
So those are just things that you want to think about, and maybe these questions will help you as you go to plan for the future. Okay. So this is just a quick sample agenda. Yes, I got permission to use it, even though it is public record. And you can see consent agenda. Not that you can really read it, but there are a lot of things. If your guys' board meeting is going really long, I might ask you, are you missing some opportunities for consent agenda? And so consent agenda is this ability for you to use items that you kind of need to rule on every month, like the financial report with the checks and you don't. If you don't really need to have a discussion, all of the information's there. There's no really big deal. You just get that kind of stuff out of the way. Approval of minutes is another one. Let's see what else. Payroll dates. What's that one? A fee schedule. Like things that you already know that don't need to really be discussed. Let's just get that out and done with. Now, let's say hypothetically, and I want you to know that you can do this. Let's say on this board agenda item, all of a sudden you, Trustee Quimby, found that some of your patrons are very upset with the fee schedule, and it's on consent. If you couldn't get to her ahead of time and all of that to take it off of consent, you can say when the meeting starts where it talks about approved agenda, you could say, I would like to take the fee schedule off of consent agenda, and we could talk about it right after consent agenda, since it's on that, because I have some concerns that it was brought to me, and I'd like to remove it off consent agenda so we can talk about that independently. You can absolutely do that.
So then is the expectation of a consent agenda not to discuss the items
Yes.
on?
Yeah, it's just
Typically,
Okay.
to say they're good to
Typically.
go and,
Yeah.
yep, we're all yay and
Common
next.
stuff, right?
Yeah, every month,
'Cause
you
that's
know.
not-
Routine every month unless
Right.
there's an issue.
yep.
Okay.
You know, things like the bill list, unless you have an item that you wanna have for discussion that's on, an item on the bill list, you just approve it and move
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, that was
HR.
something I noticed when Bob first came, when Bob
Yeah,
joined the
yeah.
board. He was like, "Okay, we're just gonna approve the whole consent agenda as one whole lump," and we had been going and having
Right.
discussion about every single item, and
No.
it's like, "Oh, cool, we can really just count through
Yes,
these."
you don't,
So,
you say,
yeah,
I move,
that's
the
great.
motion would be, I motion to approve the consent agenda as provided. I second the motion. Any discussion? No? I'm just making it fast.
Yeah.
Right, you still go,
Yeah.
no, all in favor? Aye, done. Everything on there is done, one motion and done.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
the purpose of consent agenda. However, if there are items that that's one of the reasons why the superintendent and the chair would talk is if you look at the consent agenda and you're like, yeah, this fee should not be under there. I know there's going to be some issues on that one that we need to actually discuss. You can bring it down and take it out. I'm not saying that later on, if some, like I just said, you could have something that you didn't plan on having, just move it from consent, and then you can have that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, because every month, we have the same thing, and we have been down this road before. And then those things that are on the consent agenda that we do every month come with
Materials.
presentations. It's like we get
Yeah.
in enough time to read it and go through it, and when we show up, we just say, "Yep, it all looks good."
Yeah,
You know,
in
move
other words,
on
you
to
have
the
no
next.
questions
Right.
on the board materials.
We don't
you
need a
have none of that.
presentation,
You don't
yeah.
need a presentation.
Yeah.
Typically I'm going to go back, and one of the protocols you might ask is, what is the purpose behind board presentations?
Yep. When
And if
does
you're
that
not, if
happen?
you don't
Right.
need that information to make a decision, then don't waste your time on getting it.
Right.
Well,
I
and-
have a question about going back to the consent agenda item. So if at that point a trustee member decides, yeah, I don't feel we should approve all of these as a consent agenda item, let's take this one off and table it to a discussion item, do they then discuss it at that meeting, or does it go to a discussion item for the next meeting? I'm not clear.
That is
Depends
a
on what's
decision on the board.
said.
Okay, so let me see if I can do it
Okay.
this way. I want to move the Rimrock fee schedule off a consent agenda so that we can discuss next.
Okay.
Finish the consent agenda item. Okay, so then now, if that was the choice in this case, you in the minutes, you would have to say this was taken off, and that the motion now for the consent agenda would be everything except that item. Okay, so from your minutes perspective. Okay, consent agenda's done, you guys did that. Now you're going to talk about the fee schedule. Now you guys can talk about whatever the decision is made on that is what they decide. The superintendent might say, it's a deadline, it's legal, I need you guys to make a decision today, we can't wait. In which case, they're gonna have to figure out a decision. Or if they want to not make a decision, and they can, and they wanna wait till next meeting, then you just say no action taken, okay? When we talk about board agenda items, and we'll get to it, but I'm gonna talk about it now, you cannot take any action on any item that didn't say action next to it. However, you do not have to take action on every action. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you
Yep.
can
I got
you
that
can
one.
have you can have non-action. You just can't make an action on an item that doesn't say action next to it.
Question, at A, we approve the agenda.
Yes.
At B, we approve the consent agenda less approve Rimrock fee.
Correct.
And we can do it at that stage. It doesn't have to be a part of the agenda approval originally.
Typically, what I've seen is I would advise that he needs to bring it up. I'm just using you in this. He needs to bring it up at the approval of the agenda. He should say, so when we have a motion to approve the agenda,
Oh, gotcha.
okay,
I
you
see it.
should bring it at that time to say, I'd like to make a revision to pull the Rimrock fee off a consent agenda, but that should be done at the approved agenda.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
And the
Thank
way
you,
we
Bob.
do it, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But no, the way we do it,
Is that the way you understood it too? Sorry.
no, you're fine. I'm just looking at our hot mess of an agenda. Yeah, because we need to restructure a lot of this. And we could remove the mission statements. Why do we say that?
Yeah.
We don't need to.
agree with that one wholeheartedly.
Yeah,
Okay.
me too.
Why do we read them?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It was an inherited thing.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot
just
was in
like,
here.
why
But
are we
it's,
doing
they're
this?
on, they're on
It's
everything,
on
so
everything.
it's
Yeah.
like,
Our mission,
right.
right
Yeah.
there.
Well,
It's
I
on
am
the
gonna say it
website.
is important that you know it,
Oh, I
but,
know,
Yeah.
but it's on, it's there.
yeah.
It's
It's
there,
just
it's
an extra
there.
time.
But we not only read out the districts, we have a mission statement, our own
Right.
mission, the board mission statement. So we do both at every meeting.
Everybody has a mission. Every school, yeah, everybody has a mission. Every committee, everybody has a
And
mission.
I think the mission
You're
for
gonna
everybody
see
should be
some-
to educate the kids.
There
You're
you
gonna
go.
see some of my stuff, but we'll see. But yeah, I think there's ways that you can do that. But any revision you're going to make to the agenda needs to be done under the approved agenda. That's why it's first.
So, let me ask you this.
Yes.
If, and I don't know anyway, if we need to amend the agenda and we discover, we're not within the 24-hour frame,
We're going to talk about that
Okay.
a little bit, but go ahead.
okay. Do we have to put it on the agenda that we need to amend the agenda? Or is that something that can be handled when you're approving the agenda, in the sense that you're saying, we need to amend the agenda for XYZ purposes? And I realize that you can only amend, the meeting, I've been told, the day of the meeting, if it is an absolute emergency, but,
So I'm gonna,
Okay.
let me go there and then hold
Perfect.
that question and make
Okay.
sure I answer. Okay.
yeah.
So let's talk about amending the agenda. Okay, there's lots of different ways to amend the agenda, but here's the fine line. When do you guys typically post the agenda? What's your protocols for posting?
2 days before.
48
Yeah.
hours.
The 48 hours.
48
Okay.
hours.
Some districts and charters post 5 days in advance the
Okay.
actual agenda. Okay, so hypothetically, let's say you all chose to do 5 days in advance.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm going to say that because remember, 48 hours is the requirement.
Right.
Okay, some post it more than that. Okay, so let's say you post it 5 days in advance, and Michelle or someone wants to amend the agenda, whether it's the superintendent or somebody wants to amend it. Y'all agreed, or not you all, but
Right.
whatever the protocol is to agree has done it. You can amend the agenda. Okay, type up the amendment. You can actually write amended over it. Say amended agenda, because after you post it, any change that you make to it is considered amended. If you post it up to 48 hours in advance, it's considered amended as soon as you post the amended agenda.
Right.
So
Don't
there's
have
no
to do it
reason to
in the
be
meeting.
fearful.
Okay.
There's no reason to be fearful to put it out more than 48 hours in advance.
Mhm.
You can keep amending it without any motion at all, as long as you post the amended agenda, you say amended up until 48 hours
Right.
before the meeting.
Right.
Okay, so now, 48 hours before the meeting. 48 hours up to when the meeting starts. You still can amend it. You're going to still post the amended agenda, but it's not considered amended until there is a vote by you all after the meeting starts to
Okay.
approve the amended agenda.
Okay.
All the way up to the time the
So
minute starts.
Any point within that 48
So
hours
we don't have to do that.
is.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay.
However, you need to make sure if you do physical placement of the agenda, technically she has to go run
Take
and
it
physically
down.
change
Right,
it. So
right.
while I say the law allows for up to
Right.
the minute the meeting starts,
Mhm.
you also need to allow her enough time to physically put any posting of the
Right,
amended agenda.
right.
Okay.
Oh, so if we amend it like after school is out and the administrative assistants at the other schools are gone, we can't post the amended agenda at those places.
There you go.
That's
So
why
you
we
gotta
There
cons-
is no requirement
We
to
were
post
told
there.
not to do that.
And that's one of the reasons why you
Yeah,
don't.
we were
Oh,
told to
okay.
only post here and it's on our website and that's
We're good as
it.
gold.
And
But
that's one of the
somehow-
reasons why.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I thought there
because-
was a rule with special meetings or emergency
Special
meetings or
meetings,
something.
according to our policy, says it needs to be in 2 additional locations, but the
Oh.
actual regularly scheduled meeting
Uh-huh.
does not, because of that issue. It would be impossible to try and collect and make any amendments.
Okay,
So I
I
think that's
understand.
why I
Okay.
say some of those
Gotcha.
things. That's where you go, that's what the law says, but then you gotta look at all the other requirements of the law, see if that's physically feasible. So I said, okay.
Right.
So,
The unintended consequences.
yep. So when I say that is you can amend, it's not best practice, let's be honest, because remember, let's talk about what the purpose of open meeting laws are. It's to be very transparent to the public about what things you're considering. So go back to your thoughts about before you amend, what is it that you're actually amending? Okay? If all of a sudden 30 minutes before the meeting starts you add policy on masks,
People don't. People
I'm sorry, that looks like to me you're trying to not really publicly know, right? So I
Right.
always say that, okay, where if you're amending it because you thought Mountain View High School was going to do a report and it's really Timberline High School and you made a mistake, that's really on the scheme of things, right? So
Right.
those are things you need to think about. Do you really need to amend?
Well, and it makes sense too. Like if you're, I would be, I don't know. I would be more concerned about adding a topic
Yeah.
to an amended agenda versus just taking something off
Yeah.
or
Correct.
moving it within
Right.
within
Right,
the meeting.
right.
Like it's already on the meeting, but we're gonna take
Yeah.
it from here and put it here.
That's a different
Like
kind
that.
of amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, so
Yeah.
we'll talk about that in just
Okay.
sort of, okay. So, and I don't know if I answered your question, let me see what you were talking about.
Oh.
So, you have, this is your amendment
This is an-
of the, oh,
yeah.
that was a motion to amend the agenda?
Well, no, we come in, we welcome, we say the pledge, and then we amend the agenda, and then we approve the agenda. So I entertain a motion to amend the agenda, and then I entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Is that based on the fact you know that there's an amendment to be
Yes,
offered?
because, it
Otherwise
was,
you wouldn't have that. would you?
we always put it on there. This is what we inherited, and that's why not having the, proper training of this is, so then, but this was added because we needed to have executive session, because we didn't have it initially on the agenda for a student matter.
And there was
So,
probably a time constraint and I would have definitely amended it for something like that.
okay, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, because I like the clean and orderly fashion of the.
Moving it all in one line item.
Yes.
It's
I
approved and
like
amended
that.
in one motion.
Yeah, where you have, if you have the approval, then, you're amending the agenda and approving the agenda as presented with the amendment.
So this one doesn't have an amendment on it.
Right.
And the reason I can tell is because it doesn't say amended on it. My recommendation would be if this was an amendment between the 48 hours and the 0, is I would just write amended
Okay,
on the type of the agenda.
okay,
Like I would say Bruno Grandview Joint School District number 36 a board agenda, and you could put somewhere amended as of this date or whatever.
Okay.
Right? So then your public knows if they went and looked at it 48 hours ago and then they go to look at it now, you posted the amended agenda, they know what was amended and they even know what date it is.
Right.
That it's amended, so
Okay.
it's not the same one. Then it doesn't become amended until after you all say, as everyone can see, the agenda's amended, it was posted, I wanna let everybody know we did post the amended agenda, but I would entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda.
okay,
Do you have to do it in 2 separate motions? No.
okay, great.
Can you? Sure. It's not gonna hurt.
I gotta speed these
We're
things
trying to
up.
scrunch it.
Yeah.
We're trying to eliminate
Yes.
useless
Yes.
stuff.
Yes.
Steps.
Yep.
Stuff.
But one thing I would say, one of the first conversations I would have when you're using consent agenda in this manner, where you do bulk one approval, is one of the conversations you're gonna have with the, most likely the board clerk and the superintendent is, are we sure there's nothing on this consent agenda that might need to be pulled off because of something that might come up?
Right.
That would just be a common question I would have, just in case.
Would you be willing to send me that sample?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, because I've looked at other agendas and I've called into question prior to being the chair and was told not gonna or can't. So being the chair, I like, whoo, we're changing things. Because I have to have streamline
Yeah.
and order. It drives me nuts.
Okay. So let's talk about the post in the prominent place.
Okay.
Again, go back to your purpose. This isn't just about checking compliance. You always go back to what's the purpose? Oh, keeping the public informed, right? So what's the most prominent place you can do that? Okay. Now, I will say this. You can amend an agenda after the meeting starts if, and I'm going to see that, what's the phrase? I just had a brain malfunction. Good faith reason.
Mhm.
Good faith reason. Now, I would argue, and I'm going to go back to the public, there's not a lot of good faith reasons to amend an agenda. There might be some. Moving the consent item to after, that's a good faith reason because we have discussed that maybe this shouldn't be under consent, right? Typo kind of things, those are kind of good faith. Here's the important part though. You cannot have any action items after the meeting is started. I don't care about your good faith reason. Okay, so you can't, if the good faith reason is we want more information about something because we need it or something, that's fine. But you cannot make a motion on anything that is added after the meeting starts, period. Well, not period, I rephrase that. Unless it meets this
An
definition.
emergency, right.
Outside your building being on fire, you will not get this. And I'll even give you one that I tried to argue. When I was administrator of the Professional Standards Commission, I told you we dealt with disciplinary action. In this particular case, I wanted to amend the agenda after the meeting started because it dealt with the person's actual certificate. I felt that was immediate financial loss or likelihood of injury. The Attorney General said no because they have their certificate. What you want to do, have that was taken away. Nope, does not meet the definition of emergency. You need to wait to the next meeting. We could have talked about it, we just couldn't have put any, made any action.
It could be a discussion item.
Yes,
but not an action item.
correct. You cannot make any action on it. Again, I'm going to go back to what's the purpose of open meeting laws. If at all possible, before you amend an agenda, especially if you're dealing with trust, building communication, right? Some of those things that you have, your patrons and your family, I would not amend it unless there was a reason that it could not wait to the next meeting. Just because it's just not good practice. So that's my recommendation. The law allows you to because it has to, just in case. But law and what's best practice for your patrons is two different things.
And I think sometimes too we get into knee-jerk reactions and whatnot.
Yeah. And use that to your benefit. Thank you so much for your concern. Our board meeting agenda has already been established, and to ensure full transparency, we might consider that for a future agenda item, but, right, there's no reason. I mean, just because everyone, and it gives you also time to consider things if you need to. I always think about, does it really need to go on this agenda item or can it wait? And again, that's the reason why you want that collegiality with the superintendent, because the superintendent should say, yes, I forgot that, or the new federal law just changed and we need it this week instead of last week, right? Then that would be a reason why you need to get it on there. A student expulsion? Absolutely. Right? That to me is something you need to adjust in a disciplinary action for a teacher. I would say you want to amend the agenda for that to make sure it gets in.
Especially if they just learned about it a half hour before the meeting. It's like, and it's like critical situation kind of thing.
Yeah.
Does that help some of your questions? Did I answer the ones you have, Nat?
Yes.
Okay. If you ever have any other future questions, you have a card, you can call me. We answer board clerks and we answer board members. Actually, usually okay. All right, so executive session. Are we ready to talk about executive session? You guys know everything. You want me to skip this, right?
We just had it the other
Yes,
night.
please.
All right, executive sessions. Here's the big thing about executive session. When you make the motion to go into executive session, you need to make sure that you are citing the specific law and the reason for the executive session. Again, I'm gonna go back to what's the purpose of open meeting? To let the public know what you're going behind closed doors to do. Okay, really important. So if you're gonna talk about, to consider hiring a public officer, employee, staff member, you actually read that part in your motion. Usually your board clerkers are really good at setting your motion up to be within law, right? These are some of the examples. You are the only board that can do this for expulsion for a student. All the rest of those reasons are all boards that can go into executive session for. But the one that you have, that obviously is expulsion of a student. Go ahead.
So I guess what I need clarification on
Yes.
is like when we go into, where is it? Okay. When we go into executive session, what I just heard you say, because like the motion is to enter into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061B,
Yep.
period.
I
You're
would read
saying
it.
read the whole
Yep.
law language?
I would say, can I see this? For a
Yeah,
second?
yeah, yeah.
I would say, enter an executive session pursuant, blah, blah, blah. There's usually another way. Subsection 1B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining, or to hear complaints or charges of ground against a public officer or employee. Yes, I would say all of that in an open meeting.
So just pursuant to Idaho Code 741B, and then
And then
cite
cite the
B.
specific B.
Cite
correct?
B.
If it was
Okay.
one, then I would cite just one. I wouldn't read all of your A to J.
Okay.
I would just, 1B, it's usually, it'll say either 1A, 1B, 1C,
Right.
1D, 1E. Okay, so
And-
this
and
one
so-
was 1B, which was just this.
Right, and so the purpose of that is for transparency,
Yep.
correct? When just citing the code isn't transparent enough,
When you're a patron and you're watching in the public, do you know what 1B is?
I can ask.
I would recommend.
Okay.
I recommend that you read it out loud, and there's actually two reasons for this, to be honest. One, you let the public know. They're not going to have access to that reason. I would actually write it on the agenda as well.
It
It is
is. That's
on
what
the
I was just gonna say,
Okay.
that it is written in the agenda, so if
Yeah.
anybody is watching the meeting and sees the agenda, it
Yeah.
is there.
I will say though, if I asked my attorney general, he would say read it out loud as part of the motion. Do that for what it's worth.
Okay.
Or you could say, as per 1B, which is written on the agenda. I mean, I don't know what
Which
if you
can be
want to
found
do,
on the
which can be
agenda.
found on the agenda. Just here's the other thing it does. It sets a reminder verbally out loud to all of you as board members. Why are we really going into executive session? I know it's on there, but it's just this kind of, hey, we're going to talk about a personnel issue or whatever it is. Like it's kind of nice.
So don't bring up a student. Don't bring up.
Yeah. So once you
Yeah,
go into executive session, you need someone in there that's going to go, we're not talking about student expulsion today. We're talking about whatever this reason is. So are you going to get in trouble if you don't read that out loud? No.
No, I hear you. I guess the frustration is we have some community members that are adamant that we divulge, what we've taught. Well, how come we don't know why so-and-so wasn't,
Doing a contract again, or
yeah.
why?
And it's
Oh,
like,
renew the
we,
contract?
yeah, we can't disclose why, because it was discussed in executive session.
Here's my response to that.
So,
I got to deal with this as a principal a lot.
Mhm.
How come Johnny didn't get disciplined like Bobby did, right? I'd say, if that was your family relative, would you want that information shared? No. We have a legal obligation to protect the rights even of those teachers and students who have disciplinary action. And if that was your family member, you would also want that protected.
right.
Just know
I
we're
hear
dealing
you.
with it. I know. Trust me, as a principal, I know I would get that.
Yeah.
And I'd say, yeah, but I know. But I am required by law to do so. Right, wrong, or indifferent.
Right.
I am not saying that that's good enough for you. I totally get that. What I'm saying is I am legally bound not to.
Yeah. No, I hear you. But to me, it's like in reading that language, then ears perk up,
Yeah.
and then the emails start flowing,
Yeah.
and it's like, just please
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's
So
the
you don't
only thing.
have to.
Okay.
As long as it's written. You guys can, again, you
I mean,
can
it's
do
there. They can read.
Yes, you can, it might just be that little extra. And the reason is cited on the
Yeah, yeah,
agenda,
yeah.
if you want to do that.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay. One thing I think that's super, super, super important that we talk about, first. We haven't talked a lot about this, but one of the code of ethics talks about confidentiality. I'm a real huge stickler with this. What happens in executive session stays in executive session. It's an executive session for a reason. And I'm going to say, in so much as not even your spouse. I'm saying personal liability, you need to leave it there. Don't even share. You are going to be able to see some information, and it really, because your spouse is not bound by law. And they don't know what they can say and what they can't say. So protect your family members from that information. I know you already know that, but I gotta say it anyway.
Not only that, community likes to, they know
Yes.
that too, and they'll come to the spouse and say,
Yep.
hey, da 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 da.
Yep.
And they can say, I don't know.
I don't know.
Or-
My wife or
Yeah.
my significant other takes her job seriously and holds those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it does open you up for personal. If you let something out that happens in executive session,
It's so true.
you
though,
are
too.
you are personally liable for that.
Yep.
And that is
Yeah,
one
'cause-
thing that says
'cause Chris
you are
is-
not following that piece.
Being in Rathdrum all the
Yeah.
time, he's had people.
Yeah.
Why didn't they?
Careful.
Chris is like, I don't know. I might. I won't even tell me.
All right, here's some new ones that you've been in potentially. No executive session may be held for the purpose of actually taking any final action, except for. Rosanna, let me explain what that means. I'm going to go back up to some of these reasons. Let's say we went into executive session to acquire an interest in real property. They cannot, in executive session, actually make the decision. They actually have to come out of executive session, and then they can make the decision in open to the public. Where they're going into executive session is to talk about the details, because they might want to say, we don't want to pay this much interest, or they need to have the free, without being open, to talk about all of those logistical, financial decisions, points, all that stuff. But then when they come out, they could come out and say, we move to accept the agreement, or we move to choose to purchase the lot X, and that's all they need. And so, but they can't do that in executive session. So that's what that means. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. Communicate with legal counsel. They can go into executive session. Typically, there's no motion. Well, they might go in there to find out what are their options, and then they come out, and then they make the actual motion outside of executive session. So this says you cannot do any motions, take any final action in executive session except for
Student expulsion.
student expulsion and
Fire
I was gonna
people.
say fire the superintendent.
all right. So here's what law is, and it gives you the code that we're talking about. Exceptions for voting in secret. That's what we call it. You get to vote in secret. Must vote in secret. That is okay. So in law, if it says may, it's optional. If it says shall, you have to. Okay. So the law says when it's for student expulsion, you have no option. It must be a vote in secret. Okay. However, you may be surprised to know you don't have to vote in secret when you're talking about non-renewal of someone's contract, okay, or probation. I suggest, for the sake of your staff, that you do vote in secret on those. You would probably come out and, say, John, whatever it is that you all, what is your process when you come out of executive session? Do you just say employee A?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The date and then A.
Yeah.
Or-
But you're allowed to vote in secret instead of coming out and saying, we vote to put employee A on probation, right? What you're doing is you're making the vote inside and then coming out and sharing the results. Same way you probably do with students too, right?
No, we
Or do you
vote
say
about
nothing?
when it comes to the employee stuff, that's always been a vote outside
Outside
of
as well.
executive stuff. Student stuff has been, well,
Inside, yeah.
since they changed it, yeah, although we don't deal with very many expulsions.
We vote my head.
Except.
But you can vote in secret with this, you're still probably voting
Right.
in secret. You've made the decision before you come out of executive session, right?
Everybody knows what's gonna happen.
Right,
Okay,
pretty much.
But.
Because all of the recommendation has come to us, right, and it's all been laid on the table, and basically this board, I can say, well, let's see, the last vote, I'm not sure. I would say prior to our last meeting, this board never voted against a recommendation that was brought by the superintendent. So any of those, anyways, like we figured that the superintendent had the information and, okay.
It sounds like what you're doing is meeting this, but go ahead.
But my question is on the must vote in secret on student expulsions, what if you choose not to?
You can't choose not to.
Choose not to expel or not to vote.
Well, it says you must vote in secret.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, do you mean what I mean by this is this. Okay, let me ask you a question. When you say you choose not to expel them, that was your vote in secret.
But then we come out of executive session and then we make the motion.
You should not make any motions about students at all outside of executive session.
That's an error.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
New information.
Yep,
That is new, that went into effect last year.
yep,
Correct,
Yes.
that is new. So you're not the only district who, it says that I'm gonna write, a record of this decision shall be placed in the student's educational record and in the official records of the board, but not out like the other
Okay.
one.
Not public record.
Not public record, right? And that is to protect the student. It's all, must be done, you do not have to come out and say what the decision was.
and of course, we never named them, it was still a ABC,
Right.
but yeah,
Yep.
and I had forgotten about
That
that,
was
I
brand
remember
new
that.
last year. That actually came through ISBA resolution, by the way, if my memory serves me accurately. Okay. Clear as mud?
Yes.
Yep,
Just one question.
Yes,
You
please.
just mentioned it's a part of the record of the board, but not of the public record?
In the official records of the board. So you have some board records that are not publicly,
We do?
mhm,
What are they?
probably your email and your home addresses. Those would be official records, but not board. What else do you got over there? I know there are something, all the things that you see in executive session.
I was gonna say all of our
All the
minutes to our
documents that
executive
you see in
sessions.
executive session would be board
It's
records.
board record, but not
but
public
are
record.
not public records.
No,
well,
I hear you,
Amy
but we
White would
weren't-
disagree with you.
We weren't, yeah, she
No,
would.
she wouldn't.
Yeah, because we had her on conference because executive session information that was given to the board regarding litigation was given to the public in a records request. And she said, well, they can redact information, it's fine.
Okay.
And it came in executive session because,
Yes,
and it was
there are some that as long as they're being redacted, yes.
yeah, because it was a student.
It's really hard because I could tell you, yes, they are not public records requestable. Now, when I say that, sometimes people use public records requests for a litigation,
Right.
in which case a litigation has a way more opportunity to
Right.
get stuff.
Right.
And then that's a different level.
That's a discovery.
That's
Right.
a discovery,
Right.
and so we got to go outside of that.
Right.
But generally speaking, if Joe Blow said, "I want to see the documents in executive session in reference to whatever person you talked about," you're going to say no.
Well, you would hope that would happen.
Well, what I'm trying to differentiate, partly from clerk.
It's water under the bridge.
is- So we voted in executive session to expel a student, and maybe we name that student in the motion. Typically, our board minutes are just all one.
These would be separate outside that
So,
she would need to
that's why I'm trying to
maintain in reference to
clarify
executive session.
That somehow
Correct.
that needs to be separated.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. Yeah. As far as student expulsions go.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, okay.
Hopefully you don't see too many of those. Let's hope.
Oh, right.
But
Yeah.
but yes.
And that's the thing is we don't, so when
Yeah.
they do come, it's like, what was this again, you know?
Are we supposed to do that?
Yeah.
And I hear you, Ramona, because there were some times where I'm like, no, that is not, I am not giving that right. And the attorney goes, yes, you will. And I'm, no, I'm not. They can take me to court. And then I'm like, okay, well, if we're going to give that, we're going to redact anything. All it says is whatever.
Right.
Fine. Okay, I got to do it.
Right. And that's what this was. It was a whole SWD thing, and
Yeah,
it was like,
there's a whole separate ballgame when it's
Yeah.
litigation. They get different. I would also say this. I would also argue the student or the person or the teacher absolutely has a right to that from
Yeah.
a due process perspective.
Right. Oh,
so
yeah,
I can
absolutely.
say there's exception to those rules, but when
Right.
I make a general statement, it's not open to the public. I'm talking about the general,
public.
the general
Right.
John Doe, not anyone that might have a reason elsewise
right,
for other
Yeah,
reasons.
because it's
Yeah.
a definite interest, yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Okay. Minutes of executive session. Minutes of executive session need to include the bare minimum, right? Why you went into executive session, the specific statutory basis, with enough detail so that the public knows why you went into executive session, but not enough to compromise the purpose,
Right.
right?
Okay.
And then there isn't a sample here of the board motion for the minutes. Motion by Trustee Smith to convene into executive session under 1C Idaho Code to hear complaints and charges against employee A. So you can see that they read it. Maybe it didn't include all of the verbs, but enough to let the public know why they went in. Motion seconded by Trustee Jones. Roll call vote taken because you have to have a 2/3 vote to go into executive session. And then the motion passes, then it says adjourned. And I'll put the time. And it says complaint and charges against employee A heard in executive session, and then that's it.
So you're literally just reiterating what was said in the
Yep.
why you went into executive
Yep.
session.
But not divulging any information about what was actually discussed, who, all of that.
But if the action of the board were to put that employee on probation, for example,
Yep.
then you would include that.
Then at that end, it sounds like your process is you come out and you say complaints and charges against employee A heard in executive session. Well, this one's a little different because that's probably a public person wanting to complain about them, not necessarily the superintendent. That would probably be a different version, a different reason. But on that reason, then you can come out and say, then you can have a motion employee A is put on probation or whatever
Probation
it is.
for a period of time.
Yeah, for a period of time. Yeah.
So that becomes part of.
Can we?
Yeah.
Public.
So a lot of times we base our motion off of, we say we move to approve administration's recommendation
That's
for
fine too.
employee blah 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 blah.
Perfect. Again, another reason why you have the
Approve
administrator
overnight.
not in there while you're delegating.
Because they made the
You just said you
made the
were-
recommendation.
Yeah. Which is exactly what you're doing, right? That motion is absolutely transparent. We are approving the recommendation that employee A be put on probation.
What can we just say? We're approving administration's recommendation per employee blah 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 blah, and not say whether it was
Doesn't
for or
identify what
against.
you're really doing.
No,
You're not
I would
saying
say
for
what you're
or-
going to do. I would say recommendation to put employee A on probation.
Yeah.
You want to make in the motion what it is because of that. Otherwise,
There's nowhere else in the record that would show what that
Correct.
recommendation was.
Yep.
As far as the public is concerned.
now I want to see what the recommendation is. Now you're getting into
Now you're wanting to dig.
And not only that, you're not protecting your superintendent. Because if you say or whoever made the recommendation, if you say the recommendation, what if there were 4 recommendations?
Well, and now this
And
now
now-
this employee's pissed at the superintendent because
you need
they're
to own it as a board. You need to own it as a board on what you say. You could also say, we consider the recommendation by the administrator, and we motion to put the teacher on probation for a period of 10 weeks instead of 6 weeks. Right? I mean, what if the recommendation was 6 weeks and you guys want to do 10 weeks? Then you could say, this came up, our decision is to put the, whatever, I'm just giving you a reason.
Yeah.
Some things to say, but you should put in that motion what it is. because that becomes the official record, and then the superintendent will know exactly what that motion is to implement.
Oh, right, because they aren't going to be in there
They won't be in there.
when we make our.
Not
Correct.
supposed to be. Yeah.
Right. I mean, they have been.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying is
Yeah.
moving forward, we would have to say that to give them the direction that we want them to
Correct.
head down. Okay.
Correct.
And if there was,
Okay.
and the other piece is you want it in the record and in the official minutes, so that in case 2 years from now, if so-and-so had a
Mhm.
case, you know exactly what you said for them to do.
That's right.
Very good.
Yeah, good info. That's great.
I always go back to, in doubt, what's the purpose?
Right.
Okay, that might give me my answer, right? Okay. Personal liability, you are gonna wanna follow chain of command, whatever that is. I showed you, I like this chain of command, and again, I'm only talking about a complaint, okay? I'm not talking about all the other pieces, I'm talking about someone from the field, or from the field, you can tell I'm in my brain now, the principal. Someone, one of your patrons says, I hate, I wish Mrs. Smith has been an issue for blah, blah, blah. You mean, whoa, thank you. I'm not the person to deal with this, okay? That's your little card there that says, thank you for sharing. I have to be impartial, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to refer you to. I like this one because it does two things. People tend to forget that you could refer to policy. Okay, you might have, if you can, always, because that to me is lowest on the chain. You always want to handle grievances or complaints on the lowest chain possible and then move your way up. The other thing I would recommend is notify the superintendent though. This is just that communication that, hey, I got a complaint about the grading policy at the high school, and so I've referred them to the policy manual and the principal or the counselor or whatever it is, but I'm letting you know that I got that complaint so that you can follow up.
Heads up. It's a heads up.
And what's great about that is you're setting the superintendent up for success, so when that parent does call, they're like, yes, board member or trustee Quimby told me that you have this issue. I've looked into it. Thank you so much for sharing. Do you see how awesome that looks in the field, that there's this communication?
Collaboration.
There's collaboration, there's information. I used to tell that to my teachers. I said, if you had a parent that was hot, don't wait, come tell me now. I will have your back. It is so great for me to go, yes, Mrs. Smith told me she had a hard day with your first grader today, and I want to let you know that she shared. That sets that parent like, wow, they really care, right? I'm not saying that Mrs. Smith, maybe she did make a mistake. I raised my voice. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have, but I needed to let you know. Mm-hmm. That really brings everything out and empowers me as a building principal to be very much more proactive. So I always say, if at all possible, notify. The other part of the time, they already know. They probably, if your patrons follow the chain of command, they might already know the situation is already there, and they could say, oh, I probably should have told you. As a superintendent, I could have said, oh, Trustee Quimby, I probably should have told you about this one patron, and let me give you whatever history that person is allowed to give you. Like, you say, oh, this has been an ongoing thing. You're newly elected. I probably should have told you this person has always been upset, right? Whatever. Something to that effect. I saw looking. I'll just keep moving on. No, just kidding.
Got that, Dick?
I got it.
It shows the communication, right? Don't use email to discuss board items. Never CC all. That's an open meeting violation ready to happen. All discussions must take place in public. Any information obtained outside of the meeting's got to be disclosed. Who and the nature of the conversation. That's another thing you can tell your patrons. I'm going to have to disclose this information, and I'm going to have to name you. You might want to stop talking. I don't mean to say it that blatantly, but right? Yeah. Everything you're telling me, I'm going to have to disclose. So that person that's talking to you, when they say confidential, I can't keep it confidential. If it were to come, I'm going to have to disclose it. I used to tell that to my students. Can you keep a secret for me? No, I can't. I'm sorry. I have a duty to report. I'm not your friend. I'm your teacher. I'm not going to pretend that I'm not. Discussion must be relevant to the motion or the topic. I think you guys, help each other with that. And then, of course, disclose personal connections and bias potentials. If in doubt, disclose.
I have a question,
Yes.
sorry, only because I'm learning about these land trades and purchases and developers giving money to the schools and that sort of thing. So that brings about a question with that point there. Any information obtained outside of the meeting must be disclosed, who and the nature of the conversation. So can you give some samples or examples of using that in mind? Have there been, Farmer Joe down the street, goes to the school district or a member of the board and says, hey, I know you, Randy, for a long time, I'm getting old, I don't think I can have this property anymore. What do you think? I'm thinking about maybe selling it to you guys. So then would Randy then go to the board and say, hey, Farmer Joe came to me? And
Randy would only need to come to the board if the board was ever considering the purchase of said property.
Okay.
I don't think Randy needs to come to the board that says Joe just mentioned he has property available, unless, it's only when you're talking about decisions and discussions. Otherwise, all of you guys are gonna end up having, I talked to so-and-so about that. It's only when it comes to that
Okay.
level of decision.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to
But-
know what you had for dinner because Joe gave you
Right.
something.
So
was
here's-
thinking about selling.
So here's when it comes to personal liability. I think one of the things I shared at the beginning of the day was about a litmus test that you can consider where you have to be extra careful is when you think of the denial of something. Okay? So let me give you some examples. When you deny student expulsion, you're denying them attendance, right? That's when, if you had outside information, if your daughter's or your granddaughter's best friends with the student that you're talking about for potentially expulsion, there's no way you don't have more information. You just probably don't. So if he ended up voting on that student expulsion, he could be personally liable. The district might be liable, and he might be personally liable because he didn't disclose it and made a ruling on it. Does that make sense? So I always double check when you're denying students, denying of a contract, so putting people on probation. Here's the one where people tend to forget. Awarding of a contract. Because when you award said contract to person A, you have denied it to all the rest of the people who were going for that contract. So even in the context of we're going to go ahead and purchase this property, if there were other properties up, you're denying the purchase of those properties by actually awarding the purchase here. So you need to even disclose in that case, even though in your mind it was an approval. But when you approved that, you denied others.
And that specific use of contracts that I've read, we are speaking about contracts with people, not as far as contracts for services or products.
Absolutely, I would say products.
All contracting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let's
I
say
think
you were
you're in
looking
contract,
for.
then.
Yeah, I look at any contract. Let's say you're looking for a new uniforms, and you do ask for requests for proposals from different companies on 4 or 5 different uniforms. As soon as you award it to this person A, you denied it to the other 4. So if she knew the owner of this contract, of that could be a potential conflict if she, so if any of them, if she knew any of those people, she might need to say, I actually am friends with, or I have a personal relationship with one of the 5. She might not want to disclose, she could, I have a personal relationship with one of the 5. As a result, I am going to recuse myself from this decision. And I might add, you might not want to say who it is, because the fact that you say A, maybe some of these, in that case you might want to say, I only know one of the 5 and I'm going to recuse myself from that decision. And then the rest can have that conversation. So, yeah. Does that help? Give
Yes,
examples?
absolutely.
Okay. Any others on this piece? So if you don't remember all of them, just remember I gotta be careful if it's a denial of something and like, disclose. Okay. I think we just did this. Share a scenario where this might occur. And then after the meeting, what can you say to patrons, and what about social media if you guys have any?
You want to know my rule of thumb?
Absolutely. I
Of
would
course
love
you
to
did.
know.
It's a joke in our house. We say, "Oh, would you like a suggestion?" But I always repeat what the other person said. In other words, if we come out of a board meeting, then my words are exactly what was said in the board meeting. If somebody's asking me about something and it was in the paper or, maybe in the agenda or whatever, I always use that person's words to answer the question. I try not to ever put my own personal opinion in the midst of the answer.
Factual.
Right.
Very factual.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Just because I think it makes it, I don't do social media because I don't really think it's very social. But, yeah.
That's what we're seeing around.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, that's my thing. I think that makes it, the least amount of my own personal opinion, I think is the best.
Allows you to be subjective, right?
Right. Not that I don't have them, but.
What else? I think that's great. Any other suggestions you have for others?
Refer to the board minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Refer them to the YouTube.
Refer to our attorney.
Yeah.
When in need? Yes,
Depends
right.
on what they're asking about, yeah.
Okay.
So in regard to social media, we don't have social media, but I do know that the district has its own page within social media, but the board of it in and of itself does not communicate anything via social media.
How do you all feel about that?
I got a question.
Okay.
So there's a board member at Coeur d'Alene, and she posts on Facebook every time they have a meeting, just to let people know. What do you feel about like that?
I'm going to ask a question back. What are some positives about that decision?
Just letting the public know.
Great. What are some potential negatives about that decision?
Our posse's coming in for support.
What are some of the comments that could be on that?
The board sucks.
I
Or
was just
whatever,
gonna say it
but
opens you
you-
up to
yeah.
further criticism.
Yeah, I'm just
I
wondering.
don't discuss anything board or school district related on Facebook. Like I'll always like the posts from the district or any of the schools, but it's just I won't comment. Positive, negative, nothing.
I think
just
I
don't.
can see
Business.
both sides. Again, this is where I'm going to go back to you and say, what does your community? If you guys have a very volatile community where you might get a lot of dissension, I don't know if I would do that, just because it's a potential.
There's some dissension in the ranks.
Yeah, and however, there might be some settings that you could do that prevents comments. I don't know how that works. I
Yeah,
know
you
you can
can.
do that.
Fair
And then being very purposeful, then you can just prevent that kind of stuff, and then you're just doing it from an information perspective. I always recommend that if you all choose, like if districts, I don't bet. When I was at the department in districts, because social media policies were huge, most teachers were getting into trouble from a disciplinary action for ethics because of social media. And so we recommended that there be a social media policy implemented to protect teachers, even though they thought it was prohibitive in nature, it really was a protection. So one of the things I always recommended to my districts is if you have a district Facebook, you do not allow any comments at all. It's locked down because it's about one-way information going out, because you do not, there's people who troll, and there might not even be a constituent. They might not even be in your zone. I love my husband, but he is a troller. I didn't know they existed till I got married, and I'm like, I don't want to talk about your trolling. And so I didn't really know. So, and then you're getting it all fired up over someone that might not even live there.
Yeah, exactly.
So I would say,
I just don't see anything very positive. in
Actually, you know,
the
I will.
outcome
Thank you.
from social media,
yeah.
you know, particularly in relation to anything having to do with the board or the school district. Because it's a type of communication where people shoot off
Yeah.
or from the hip, and it becomes a very negative situation. And again, it could be somebody from Post Falls or Coeur d'Alene or wherever, and you don't even know that, and yet they're criticizing, you know. So
But I'm not going to
it's just not worth
deny
it.
it is an incredible strategy to get information out. If you put into place protocols to protect you from the trolling and all of that stuff. So it was some of the things that some districts have done is there's other, like they've created the Facebook and then they put in protocols for like group texts for messages that so if they wanted to let the kids know, okay, you got to remember where I came from the disciplinary action. The coach that wanted to send a message to everybody that the meeting that they need to meet under the bleachers for the practice, right? That used to go out in text. Now imagine you as a parent getting the text from your daughter that says meet underneath the bleachers and it was from Mr. Smith. Well, it was a group text. So in that case, Facebook is really great because you can do a messenger and you can do messages and you can do bulk and everybody gets it and everyone sees who it is, right? So there's reasons why they might be good, but you got to be very thoughtful, very purposeful, and always say, what are the unintended consequences of this?
The fallacy I see in that is that not everyone gets that. And so that's really a misnomer to say that everyone gets it. To have a means of communication that gets information out to parents and patrons alike, because not all patrons are parents with children in the district.
Correct.
That's one of the problems that we deal with. We do not have a local newspaper, and so we don't have that avenue. We do some things on the website and, the Edulog and all that kind of stuff. That goes to a pretty select
right.
group.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's a problem I think we need to deal with. This kind of a side discussion, but
Community engagement plan.
Yeah, this was just a year or two ago when the community was asked, the highest thing they wanted was something sent in snail mail. That was the number one communication they wished, but now.
We used to publish a district newsletter that was mailed to all throughout the district, to every single patron who has a mailing address, at least 4 times a year.
Right. I think we should have that
And my
still.
personal view, I'd like to go back to that.
Yeah.
Again, that's another discussion.
Well, and just from the flip side of the fence, if you think about the age of the parents involved from K through 3 or even 6, they are of the social media age, the technological age.
Right.
And so
They're not going to get it unless it is social media.
Their expectation is that we should be communicating with them that way. So that's where it's kind of to some degree, in my opinion, a double-edged sword with, I don't want to do that, but I realize that the younger generations have this expectation of it.
I'm going to add to the younger generation thing that's been an epiphany for me. Not only does it need to be social media, but it needs to be no longer than this.
Yes.
Right.
Attention span is not this long anymore.
Yeah.
No.
It's a tweet long.
To me, it's a YouTube.
Right.
And I would also add even shows YouTube phenomenon too, because I have to use my husband because he's the tech guy, right? He's like, we're watching clips of. We don't ever watch mainstream media at all. Just in general, choice we've made. However, when we do, we definitely do it on YouTube because it's a clip. And now, I don't like people clipping stuff for me. So if it is clipped, then I go, well, I want to see the whole stinking thing, right? But my husband will look and he goes, this is 5 minutes long. It's too long. I want a different summary. Like, he literally is 2 minutes and that's it. If it's not a 2-minute summary on something, he's not watching it. And I said, oh my gosh, you're lazy. And he goes, why do I want to watch 5 minutes on something I can get to? So yeah, that's a new thing I've watched. I've watched them, and if it's
It
If
keeps
it's
shrinking.
this long, it's, notice on Facebook posts now, you have to click more. Because they don't want to show the whole post.
Right, right.
Okay, so there's my stuff on that. So yeah.
Appreciate
That's
it.
why TikTok is so popular.
Oh, I don't like
They're
TikTok.
only, oh, nope. But, yeah, that's why it is, because they're so short.
So these were just, some conversations, I think. Just one other thing that I would like, when you have it in your, think about some of the documents you should have access to, your budgets. You probably already do policy manual, calendar. Obviously, you don't want to see any more mission and vision at all. Board minutes, organizational chart, your strategic plan, your continuous improvement. Just some ideas, especially for our new board members, what things you might be looking at. And again, remember the goal. If everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself. So again, that doesn't mean you can't have dissension, but after it's over, you support each other and move forward with the decision that y'all made. Questions? That one took a lot longer than I expected, but I felt it was
Yeah.
what you were hoping for.
They ask
Yep.
too many questions. We'd be done by now.
David?
Do you want to take a quick break, or you before we get into the next section?
Yeah,
How
we get
long,
prepared
Madam
for-
Chairman?
Good, but do you guys need a break?
Here, you can just.
Rosanna, do you need a break?
I-
Oh, okay, perfect.
Just leave it. I'm gonna go get a little bit of water. We don't have to take a break. I just-
So the next section, that's a really good idea.
I can't sit in.
So this next section, I'm going to give a disclaimer right now. Let's go ahead and listen. I'm going to say, I'm going to start getting really educationalese on you. Okay? I'm disclaiming that right now. I'm going to get into the weeds. I don't want you to feel like
Very detailed.
you need to be as understanding when I start talking about phonemic awareness and phonics and research-based and that kind of stuff. Like, what my goal is and my outcome for you all is to empower you enough to know that you've heard those before, but I don't expect you to become literacy teachers. Okay, that's not the purpose behind this. But when you hear someone who's making the reports, and I believe it's Lisa that does give you some reports, at least that's what she mentioned to me when I was talking to her about your continuous improvement plan and the progress of students and the literacy and what we're doing, that kind of stuff. And my goal is to hopefully empower you with a little bit more foundational knowledge that you don't sit there and go, I have no idea what she said, but it looks good. Okay, just a little bit more. I don't want you to think that you need to be masters of this. More of, I think I've heard that before and I know that's part of literacy. Okay. I'm going to do my best not to get into the weeds, but you got to remember I was a principal of an elementary school. So before we get started, I'm going to talk to you about what Idaho Code, and some of you are my Idaho Code friends. So your continuous improvement plan says every school district has to develop it. It is annual, so it's once a year you look at it. You collaborate and should be engaging educators and the community somehow. What that looks like and what your level of engagement with that community is up to each district, does it differently. Okay? You as a school board have to approve it. You don't have to create it. You don't have I'm going to talk to you about all kinds of stuff. You're going to be like, what? But you need to approve it and monitor it. Like, are we doing it? Are we well? Are we on our way? I'm going to tell you, hopefully you are getting best practice, not required by law, best practice is monthly reports. At the minimum, quarterly, in my opinion, of that process. By law, you have to review and update it no later than October 1st of each year. So my guess is, I bet you in September is when you might have approved it. That would be my guess, is your September board meeting. And progress must be included on the superintendent evaluation. So how well they're meeting the progress should be included on their evaluation. All right, different code, or is it, I think it's the same code actually. Yep, 33.320. your continuous improvement plan, and I already talked about this earlier, so I'll skip over it, but these are all the components that are required to be part of it. And if you used, which you did, the Office of the State Board of Education's template, then you included all those pieces. It asks those questions. This is section 33-1809, and this is why you asked me to come here. This is what it says your training has to be. And you can see here on the 3 bullets at the bottom, this is exactly what that's how I've developed this particular training. We're going to talk about literacy. We're going to talk about I don't know how I talk about literacy intervention if I don't even tell you what literacy is.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are all the things. So when you go, Lisa, you didn't need to be as nerdy. I do, because that's what the law says, okay? So we're going to talk about all of those things. And then I have to add into it, because this is me. I want to show you the best practices on how to align it so everybody in your district is working towards the same goal. Okay. So here's the agenda for this. We'll talk about literacy. We'll talk about student achievement data, and then best practices. All right, so literacy. Now, you're going to hear me refer to the Idaho Comprehensive Literacy Plan. In your handout, if you click the green, that's going to link it to us. You can go straight there. This was approved by the State Board of Education in December of 2020, I believe, or 2021. I think it was 2020. So it's new. So there's a lot of new information here that districts are required to do. And all of this I got from that plan. This was a group of the community over like 2 years they put this plan together. So this wasn't the literacy according to Lisa. This is literacy according to the Idaho Comprehensive Literacy Plan. And they actually define literacy is the ability to identify, understand, interpret, create, compute, and communicate using visual, audible, digital materials, so they're even including digital materials now, across disciplines. That means math, science, ag, football, right? Across disciplines in any context. So that is what Idaho is defined as literacy. Reading is the process of simultaneously, so at the same time, you're pulling out information from context and then constructing meaning through that interaction of the text. So when you think about reading, what you're thinking about is you're reading. I can read this out loud and not get any meaning from it. That's not reading. So it's about being able to read, but then able to interpret and construct meaning through that interaction with the written language. Make sense?
That's what we used to call comprehension.
Yeah. Well, comprehension is
For
one
sure.
of those,
Yeah.
right? But comprehension means I understand what it read.
Right.
Reading is I understand what I read, and now I'm able to construct.
Right, regurgitate it
Yeah.
back, yeah, explain it.
And then the science of reading is, it's what it informs educators about the critical components of reading and how to teach it. Now, you do not need to know all of the things of the science of reading, but you need to be empowered enough to know, because if you guys are going to be on curricular adoption materials, you need to know what good reading instruction or components of good reading instruction is. But the science of reading is really about the critical components, how to teach them, and then also how to assess them, students' progress in that. Make sense? So when you hear the science of reading, that's a really great term you hear all the time. It's about the ability to know what good reading instruction is, to actually teach it, and then what assessments are used. Okay? I call it the art of teaching. Okay. So, again, I'm going to get into the weeds. You can always refer back, but I've always found this important. There are 5, by the way, this has been around since forever, but there are 5 essential components to reading instruction. So whenever you're looking at curriculum, or you're asking first grade teachers, what is it that you teach? Effective reading instruction are going to include these 5 things. One is phonemic awareness.
That's a horrible
Very
program.
I know it is. Because you know why? It only focused on this. It only focused on the first two.
It was, yeah.
Okay? So again, I'm talking about reading, essential reading, are all 5 of these things, not one or the other. So phonemic awareness is about sounds. Phonics is about the relationship between the sounds and the spoken word. So they're more like chunks, for lack of, I'm just giving you the, I could get into the weeds, I'm not going to. Fluency, that's about how, can I read? Okay, I don't understand it, but can I actually decode? Can I actually read it? But I also am going to say it's not just, it's also being able to read it with prosody and expression. So when I get up here and I go, school boards play a critical role in setting the climate and culture in their schools, I'm decoding, but I'm not fluent because I'm not using expression. I'm not using prosody. Prosody is that ability to go move quicker and slower. So when you have a student that reads like that, that's great. They're great at decoding. You need to get them to the next level about being able to read with expression. Because when they read with expression, what does that mean? They're starting to understand what they read because they can interpret it. Vocabulary, they got to know what the words mean. Okay, and then there's the comprehension piece. And that's about understanding and gaining meaning. So while Hooked on Phonics worked for them to decode, it wasn't reading instruction. It's all.
Just one component.
It's one component. If you get rid of phonics, and you were my mom who was taught sight words alone,
Right. Yep.
she has no skill how to tackle an unknown word at all.
So
At all.
I was discouraged that when they did that years ago.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, those are so at least it empowers you enough to know. So when you hear, and the reason this is important is you're going to talk about tests, and the tests are going to say phonemic awareness. Well, now you know what someone's talking about when they say IRI in the phonemic awareness portion. Okay. Now I'm going to give you also examples of effective reading instruction. I'm not going to ask you to read these, but in case you were ever interested, there are some examples of good instruction for each of these levels. For example, phonemic awareness is kinesthetic is touch, tactile, touch and feel. So blocks, chips, you know, the sounds, and you can put things together. I'll never forget when my son was little, he wrote O, B, the number 1, K, N, B.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yep, Obi-Wan Kenobi. It was Star Wars at the time, remember he's 28. So that's how he invented Obi-Wan Kenobi. That told me he had some basic phonetic sounds that he was putting together. For those of you who are really geeky, Spanish, so in English, we are very consonant driven. So most children will invent spell with consonants first, the vowels come second. In Spanish, it's opposite. Invented spelling in Spanish are typically vowels first. And then, okay. Yeah. Phonics is more of, that's that explicit text on a phonics lesson, right? That A, B, B, that kind of stuff, that's phonics lessons. Fluency, this is why your teachers and your elementary teachers say, read every day, right? It's the practice. That's basically that. Vocabulary, there are actually very systematic ways to teach vocabulary. I'll give you an example of one. It's called apposition. And how many of you ever read the series of Unfortunate Events? Anybody know that series?
I'm
It was a
familiar
book.
with it, but I didn't read it.
Okay, that particular series was excellent at apposition. And what it is you've seen it where a new word is introduced, they put a comma, they define it in the sentence, and then they go on. That is a technique for vocabulary instruction. Our science books use it, a lot of the textbooks use it where they use like photosynthesis, comma, the study, blah, 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 comma, and then you keep reading. That's an actual use of vocabulary using context. And then comprehension. So these are all just examples of that. Who knew you guys were going to be effective reading instruction, right? Makes you wish you had little kids again, huh? No? Okay.
I was gonna say, my daughter's a phenomenal reader, so I'm good.
I loved watching kids learn. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
All right, so literacy interventions. Now we talked about interventions, and I loved that we had a discussion a little bit earlier about supplemental materials, and we're gonna dive deeper into that maybe a little bit. So an instructional intervention, so any type of instructional intervention, is providing students with the support needed to be able to get, so that they can get to a level that we need them to get at, with skills and knowledge, right? That's an intervention. What are some things that we need to do to intervene? A literacy intervention is providing students with the effective reading that we just talked about, those big 5, right? So that they will increase their literacy, knowledge, and skills. So instructional intervention is stuff that we need to give so that they can get their literacy, is about stuff in literacy. Idaho requires every student who did not score a proficient on the fall IRI to get 30 to 60 hours of literacy intervention. Okay, so there's some program in place here in which anyone that scored less than a proficient is getting either 30 or 60 hours of literacy intervention. Okay, did you all know that?
No.
Yep. Now, this is my own kibitzing in here because I can't talk to you about intervention if I'm not going to talk to you about multi-tiered instruction. Have you ever heard that term? How many of you have heard the term response to intervention, or RTI?
Yeah.
Did anybody know that RTI actually comes from the medical field?
Mm-hmm.
I always found that fascinating. It does. It has to do with the medical field, where 85% of the patients will respond to this. If they don't, then you were probably in the tier 3 when it comes to your allergy stuff. So anyway, I always found that fascinating. So multi-tiered instruction, and you call it tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And basically what it says is, and we had a little conversation about it from policy and curriculum. One of the things you need to know is that core instruction, not to be confused with Common Core, core instruction means what instruction everybody is getting. What is the curriculum? What is the standards? What is the textbook? What is the material you're saying everybody's going to get? That should be effective for about 85% of your students. 75 to 85% of your students. If you're looking at your data and you see that less than 75% are proficient, you might have a curriculum issue, because the curriculum might not align to the standards. It could be just as simple as that. This is why I talk about multi-tiered instruction, enough to let you know what that means so that you can ask the questions and support and be able to provide leverage. Now, I want you to think about your context as a board when I'm going through this. You're not going to provide instruction.
No.
But you do get to choose curriculum, right? So think about what your role is and what levers you could pull to assist in this system. Okay. Tier 2 is about 80-20% of your students should fall on this. And this is what, like, oh, if I could just provide them a little bit of supplemental instruction on top of. You're not replacing it. You're going to give them the same instruction everybody else gets, but then you're going to say, and we're going to do this too. So that's what supplemental means. Okay, in addition to what you're already getting, we're going to give you this instruction. That instruction should be in addition to, it should be frequent, and we'll talk about what that looks like, but it needs to be frequent and varied. You don't want to teach it the exact same way. You want to teach it in a different way, right, to possibly meet those needs. And then your tier 3, so if they're not responding to tier 2, then you go, okay, now what do we do, right? And that's where your tier 3 comes in. It's very targeted, it's very purposeful. It might be those students that might not be responding to anything. It could be they might have a learning disability, or language barrier, or something else. Those should fall in there. So those percentages are to help you think about your system and what does a healthy system look like. Now, I say that with this. We have had COVID, we have had loss of instruction, and we have had new tests. So please keep in mind, if your system isn't here right now, give it some time. There's been so many changes here. I'm just letting you know what a healthy system looks like. Okay. So what are the characteristics of intervention and effective intervention? Okay. All of these things are part of effective intervention. The systematic explicit instruction, that just means they're using the science of reading and they're doing it in a very systemic and very purposeful way. I know exactly what you're missing. I know, like as a student, I know exactly what you're missing. You are missing, you have a hard time breaking or putting multi-syllables together. If I gave you this syllable, you can read it. If I give you this syllable, you read it, but I can't, for whatever reason, you're having a hard time putting these two together, okay? So I'm gonna provide instruction specifically on that. That's what that means. Intensive and short term, it's not forever. Supplementary, that means it goes in addition to. If you were doing 60 minutes of literacy and then you're not gonna do that anymore and you're gonna do 60 minutes of intervention, that's not supplemental. They're not getting more time. They need more time. A daily, here's a big one that's for me. Taught by an expert. Not your paraprofessionals, right? It's got to be taught by your experts. So are your best teachers teaching this literacy interventions? Obviously, small student ratios, and then huge communication with classroom and home if you can. Not all parents are willing to do that. I'm just saying if you can, try to get them involved. Any questions? I know you guys aren't going to have a ton of questions, but okay.
Nope.
This is important because you could be thinking about personnel. Okay. There are some resources available. Some of my favorite are the parent resources. Under the Idaho Literacy Resource Center, if you click that link, there are huge parent resources under the K-3 Reading Project and the Parent Educator Administrator resources. It's phenomenal. I don't know why our parents don't even know this is here. It teaches them a lot of skills. Remember, one of my requirements is to teach you all the resources that are out there. There is a literacy skill checklist too, so that you can double check that, and then practice guides from the Works Clearinghouse. So there's lots of resources out there that you could be giving to parents and your teachers. This is my bias, and I wholeheartedly will admit it. If you're looking for excellent professional development for your teachers in literacy, the teaching reading source book, it's called the Core Phonics or Core, it is the leader in literacy instruction. In fact, I was very lucky to be part of it, but that teaching reading source book, that probably is something all your teachers, literacy teachers, should have. And actually I would argue, like the vocabulary handbook, personal bio, every single teacher should have. It's going to teach even your science and your math and your social studies teacher how to embed vocabulary in their instruction. But they are considered the leading source in literacy. They are the ones that set all the pieces, or all of the research is based on this work. And I am happy to say one of the authors of this is an Idaho grown. So
that's cool.
Literacy intervention. So let's see what you know. I'm putting you on the spot, and I'm just curious. What literacy interventions are being implemented in your district? Do you know?
Yeah, I can't think of the name. We've been given presentations on them. It is software based.
Well, there's iReady.
Yeah, there was iReady. Yes, exactly. That's what I was trying to think of. And there were some other things. I don't know if every grade, I know throughout the school district, Freckle is used in some places.
We have VOAC.
Literacy for little ones.
Yep.
You heard of literacy for little ones? I think that's for preschool.
Mm-hmm.
iReady though, that's a I don't know if that's an intervention. I know we use it as a testing mechanism within the classroom, but I don't know if it's an intervention. So.
So I printed out, and it's in your packet, your continuous improvement plan. And I'm only focusing on section 2, which is your literacy part. And in it, I see small group instruction, VOAC. Not that you guys are expected to know this, but this is something you will.
It's helpful to know,
right?
yes.
Well, we approved this, so.
Yeah.
Back when we did it, when we went through it, there was a long discussion, because there was a lot of change, and there was also a discrepancy between the IDAPA rule and what the legislature had just changed, and it was hard to.
Here's what I love seeing though, look at this. Focus on retelling and inferential questions, sight word recognition, phonemic awareness activity, you should be proud. There is some language here related to some of the stuff that we were already seeing. I highlighted this was me going through it. Just
No, that's okay. I'm trying to figure out where you're at. Okay.
Oh, it should be on the very beginning pages.
Okay. Oh, there's one. Okay.
And under the narrative. Probably page 3-ish and
Okay.
4 or 5-ish. Yep.
Okay.
So these are great questions that you might want to empower yourselves, that when this comes around, when you're talking about literacy or any intervention for that matter, what are we using? What is being implemented? What resources and materials do we have? What resources and materials do you need, right? What staff? This goes back to that one thing that I just said here. Your expert teachers should be teaching this, hopefully, on the interventions. So you might want to ask your administrator, what staff do we have teaching our interventions? And by no means when they say our least experienced, there might be a reason for that. Okay, but it's a question. I'm just telling you what best practices are, right? So just kind of keep those in mind. And here's the most important one. How do you know it's working? So you approve a continuous improvement plan that has interventions, that has all of this stuff, but how is it that you know it's working?
We need pre and post data.
Okay, data, right? Gosh, I set that up, did I not? Look at the next section. Student achievement data. So now you're ready to be literacy teachers, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about student achievement data. Now, I'm not saying you have to know those questions. By no means am I saying you have to know those. But they're great questions for you to ask, especially as you're looking at the data to see is it working or not, and trying to give you some things that you can ask to find out more information about. You've heard me drop this formative assessment a couple of times throughout today, right? There are actually technically, when you're looking at an assessment system, testing system, you're really looking at 3 different types of assessment. One is formative. I look at the word form, it's to inform my instruction, right? When I did that check about the roles, superintendent and board roles, if all of you got that wrong, what does that tell me about what I might need to do as a facilitator?
Leave.
Rework.
Rework it, maybe go back, reteach it, that kind of stuff. So that's a formative instruction. It's typically done during the instruction, and it allows me to adjust based on your response or student response. Interim assessments are checkpoints along the way. Typically those are, I think I heard you say, what was it, iReady? That might be assessments that are being used to say, okay, we're gonna check you. Oop, you're making progress. Oh, you're not making progress. Now what do I need to do? It still informs instruction, but it's a little bit, it's not during, it's kind of after, over time. And then your summative is assessment of learning. Did you get it all?
Right? Oh, it's you. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Did you get it all? It's typically end of year. And while, yes, I understand, we like to say that kids are being held accountable and the teachers are being held accountable, I want to say it's really useful for informing your system. Because I might look at Johnny's results on Johnny, and Johnny might have had a bad day.
Right.
But when you're looking at it as an entire system, 100% of your students aren't having a bad day. Okay?
On the same day.
On the same day, right? So you need to think about when things are good, it can inform a system. At least it's one piece of data to look at. And then and data is only good at creating more questions, in my opinion. It's great, but then you find more questions to ask and figure out and more data to look at. Not one piece of data is going to tell you everything. Okay. So I'm going to give you Literacy Assessment 101 very quickly. I'm sure some of these you have heard about. The IRI is an excellent assessment in that not only is it a summative assessment, it is also a screener and a diagnostic. I don't know if you all know this, but IRI is absolutely a diagnostic for early dyslexia. Not many people know that, but it absolutely is. And so it can be used for that. It measures a student's progression in learning the foundational skills, and it includes subtests for each of the specific areas. So that's why it's diagnostic. It can tell you what areas your students are missing. It is one of the most critical tools a teacher can use in their classroom. The ISET, however, is more of a summative, right? It's end of year. It does assess what students know and are able to do in reading, writing, listening, and research. Because there is a section at the higher levels that has a little research component in it. Okay, proficient. You heard the term proficient, right? Hopefully, okay. Proficient just means the student has met or exceeded, okay, grade level standards in a specific subtest or in a specific area. In IRI, that is called a tier 1 or level 1, and it means they're at grade level. Okay, and it just means they've got the foundational reading skills. ISAT, they can be given 2 different levels. One is a level 3, which is considered proficient, and there is a level 4 that means advanced. It just means that they've exceeded the achievement standard. It doesn't necessarily mean they're gifted, or it just means that they have more knowledge above and beyond what the minimum standard is in reference to that category. And I think and here's what it is, it's a predictor, and they have the skills for them to be likely successful in future coursework. I think that's the piece that's important. What you might find if you've been a parent and you've seen these, a lot of kids will start out really high and then go low, depending upon, or they might start really low and struggle, and all of a sudden they're just wow, right? A lot of that is how they build on each other and missing gaps that they might have had that's been impacting them, and then all of a sudden they get it and then they're able to take off. And that's okay. All right. What you want to be, I wish I was back in school sometimes. We did not have this when I was teaching or as a principal. Both these assessments now, part of them have what's called rate of improvement and academic growth. And it will actually tell you what that kid needs to know and what they should be growing over time. So your teachers not only get Johnny is proficient or Johnny isn't proficient, it will also say, and Johnny had improvement this year or not. So if I had Johnny was really, really low, well, he may or may not have got to proficient at the end of the year. Well, if you're 3 years below grade level, I don't think you're going to get it at the end of the year, but hopefully you've got maybe a year and a half worth of growth, right? If I want Johnny to ever catch up, I need his rate of growth to be faster than others. I can see that now as a teacher, and parents will now have access to this information. And so will you, as your district will have, did our students meet their rate of improvement? So it's not just about proficiency. You can see, I want to know what % of our kids actually improved and met their expected growth. That to me is a very powerful tool. I don't know about you.
ROI is also a medical term, so to add to your.
Yeah. That's also a political term called return on investment. It's a financial
It's a
term.
financial
term, yes.
Okay. So both of these have that. Now, what I will say is this, ISAT will not have it for 3rd grade because that's the first time they took it. They need to have 2 test scores before you can see the academic growth.
Okay.
Okay. Have any of you seen this?
Yep.
Okay, this is the, and I'm better, I can get down here.
Oh, this. Okay, so
This
you're
is
saying
your report card,
Yes,
right?
I
And
have
this is the
seen
front
that.
of it. Okay. I suggest you take a look at it if you haven't.
We don't want to see it.
Yes, you do actually.
Yes,
These
we
are
do.
one of the districts that I would say yes, you do. Okay. One of the things I will say here, please go take a look at it. And depending upon how much time we have, I have till 4. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. I might just show your district because there is something I'm going to take a. You can not only look at your district score, but you can then break it down by.
It's joint school district.
Wow, teacher.
I
I
know.
love school.
It's cool.
So cool.
Hooked on
It's
phonics.
cool.
Worked for me. It's Lakeland Joint.
No, because they put it in.
Oh, as the senior and the junior?
No, it's in their.
Maybe
Oh, try LJ.
LS, yeah,
LJSD.
I do it like this. I'll show you the easier way to do it.
There you go. We always get listed different ways and.
I saw it in your, when you type it in there, go, it's the 3rd one down. There you go.
Okay, so the thing I like about this is you can look at your data at a district level and then you can look at it at a school level. These are your academic indicators. So you have student achievement, you have group achievement, so it's broken down by your demographics. So you're Hispanic, that kind of thing. You have your English learner progress. English learners are students who are learning English, typically as a 2nd language or 3rd or 4th or 5th language. Your graduation rate, and then we talked about college and career ready. Here's the one that you may or may not know about. I'll go back to the student achievement, but I'm going to take a second here. We talked about teacher retention and that. There are non-academic indicators here, and this will show you, here's your makeup of the percentage of teachers by years of experience in your school district. So you have a low % of new teachers, and a very high % of teachers who have 6 or more years of experience. So that's what this shows. Percentage of teachers teaching out of their content field, the former certification person in me said this better be 0. And then percentage of teachers returning from the previous school year. So as a district, you can see that from last year, you have 85% of your staff returning. And then you can actually look at the same data at a school level. So you might have a school that has 100% returning, and then you might have a school that has 50% returning. Again, you might have to ask yourself, why is that? Could be you opened a brand new school, and 50% of that other staff went to the new school, right? So that's why I say data's only as good as the questions that you might want to ask about it.
How does that number, that 85%, relate to other local school districts like Coeur d'Alene?
That's in alignment with most, yeah. But see, you can look at other districts and look now, right? You can look them up to see where are we in that. Okay. So when you look at your academic indicators on your student achievement, there's your ISAT. Okay, this is your participation. Well, it says 96 of your students participated. And then this was 57.1. Now that's district-wide, grades 3 all the way through 10th grade. That was their performance. If you wanted to see the details, you pull that open and it'll tell you at what grade level. Okay? It'll also tell you by your ethnicity. Remember when I talked about N size?
Right.
If the number is too small, it won't get reported, because if you only had 2 African American Black students in here, you just told them what score they had. And then some student groups here, additional groups. Talking about perception in your community, right? You can share all of this. And there's your IRI. IRI is always going to have a fall and spring, where ISAT is only tested at the end of the year. There are interim assessments the district can use to test along the way, but the only one that gets reported is the end of year. However, with your IRI, you should see the fall score and the spring score, because it's given twice a year. And then they also say, how do students in this district compare? So it'll show you your district to the state, etc. So these, I just encourage you to take a look at this, ask questions, that kind of stuff. And then you can look at school list. So if you wanted to go to another school, then you just click on it from here. Okay. So that data's out there talking about transparency, right? Okay, where am I?
If you click on that, yep. Oh, one more. There you go.
All right, so we talked about all of those, the academic and the non-academic indicators that are there. What I did is I created a chart for you, because I'm a chart guru, sort of. And I wanted to show you your scores based on that website in reference to the district and the state. So again, Dave, I say you guys are outperforming the state average when it comes to your IRI. So you can see in kindergarten, this is your spring, by the way, not your fall. So I'm looking at the exiting. So in spring, the average state was 62. Lakeland School District as an entire school district was 68%. Okay, and then you can see for first grade, second grade, and third grade, this tells you that whatever you're doing seems to be at least outperforming the state. That doesn't mean you say we're good with 72%, but at least it means you got something working. Don't know what it is yet, but you got something working here. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here's your ISAT. Again, except for grade 6 and grade 5, you were equal to or higher than the state. Now, if I was a board member and this was getting reported to me at a board meeting, the first question I would ask is, what's going on with our 5th and 6th graders? Can you talk to me about that? Do you know what's going on there? And the superintendent or whoever's presenting might say, yes, in 4th grade, they might have the answer or they might not, I don't know. But hopefully, if you're looking at a systems, they should have some kind, or what's our plan for these guys to get higher? Do you need more staff, right? What are levers you as a board can pull? Because while you're not going to go do the superintendent's job for them, you might say, what resources do you need so that we can help these 5th and 6th graders catch up? Because now they're 6th and 7th graders next year, right? So these are your current 6th and 7th graders. That might be important for you to know as you look at next year's ISAT, right? Because you want to follow these kids along.
Or if we had last year's data, because my question is, are moving all of our 6th grade to a middle school level, removing them out of their community and putting them in a new one, and then bringing the 5th graders up to, where, that's what I'm wondering, is it a social disturbance?
You won't know until the end of this year.
You won't know until the end
Well,
of
it
this
started,
year.
but we
last year-
implemented it last year, so if I had last year's numbers, I could look at these year's numbers and
Yep.
surmise that one thing with the other input.
Could be, absolutely.
know.
I would also add this, don't forget you can break that down but if you have more than 2 middle
Yeah.
schools, right? So if you have one that, hypothetically, I don't know, if you have a 7, 8, 9 and a 5, 6, 7, you might be able to see that might just
Yeah.
even bringing it down at the school
And if
level.
it was equal across, because all the 6th grade went
Yep.
to the junior highs, right? So now they're middle
Yep.
school, and if it was equal, then I would, in my brain, think, well, that would be one factor.
Yep.
That's one thing, is because it was upset, but that is interesting.
Here's another answer I could say. We implemented a brand new curriculum this year because we discovered last year that the grade 5 curriculum didn't meet standards.
Right.
Well, there you go. I've given you an answer, right?
Right,
So
right.
it's not that you have to have the answer. It's this data tells us something. Let's figure out what's going on.
Yeah, why is it the way it
You
is?
should be asking questions.
Yep.
Yeah. Idaho Schools report card. As you review your data, think about your system. You were just talking about that. So we kind of were already doing that, but based on the data, what might you have about curriculum, instruction, intervention, professional development, or personnel? You already asked a couple. Does it have to do with the way we organize? What others might you have based on that data?
Just all those, it's something with all those that you
Are
know.
those students more social, so the COVID years hit them harder because they're just kind of coming into that more social aspect of
Well, that's a pretty good observation.
awkward junior high kids and feeling like they need their friends? Or
And it was a change for everybody. I mean, even the whole, right, it would have affected the whole thing in thinking of personnel. I mean, now we just took, I mean, from my perspective, personnel from they've been in this elementary school setting all these years and now they've moved to middle school in a modular that's not part of the building, at least for one of them. I mean, they could be all kinds of things, but.
And you become more a partner, and I think the thing that's really important as a board to make sure you're not getting into the overstepping, you want to know, because you want to know what leverage
Right.
to pull
What
to
can we do to
support,
help?
what
Right.
resources can we provide
Right.
you
Help.
in the development of the system to help the kids. It empowers you.
Right, absolutely, I agree 100%. That's what all of our questions should be based upon, is,
How can we do best for kiddos?
Yeah.
So if it was about curriculum, what options might you consider to help then?
we would go to the curriculum committee and say, hey.
Well, you want to know exactly how old is the curriculum you're currently using.
Yeah, updated curriculum in some
Yep.
cases would be key probably.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
how are they
don't
aligning
align-
with standards? Go
Yeah.
go to the review
Right.
that you were talking about and see how what we are using, how that
Right.
does meet standards.
Right.
One of your great questions you came up with, sorta, you didn't know you came up with it, but.
He's like,
All
I did?
all right.
Yes, I did!
Is everybody teaching the same curriculum?
Right.
Mhm.
If you have a big, huge discrepancy between building A and building B, my first question is, do they have the same resources?
Right.
My next question is, are they implementing the same resources?
Right. Right.
Right? Okay. All right, some best practices for continuous improvement. Now, this kind of gets into that continuous improvement plan, and I'm going to be the first person that says government, state, feds, everybody sometimes makes us do things just for the sake of doing them. And I'm not going to pretend to say that there hasn't been times where I just check a box and call it done. While I know you are required by law to do a continuous improvement plan, my heart and my belief and my practice has always been it will work for the benefit of students if it's implemented. And so why not make a have to work for you, is my point. And so yeah, you could do it, check the box, you could fill this out, approve it, put it in the box and call it good, no one would know any different. But why not take something that has an incredible tool and make it work for you and your patrons and your kids? And this, in my, from my observation, from everything that I know about research and continuous improvement plans and stuff, this is a really great 4-step practice. There's lots of different ways to do things, okay? I like short and sweet. And so to me, this is a very short and sweet 4-step process. 1, you set clear and measurable goals. They're in here, okay? 2, you create an action plan for each goal. You don't have to create the action plan, okay, per se, but you might want to say, what is our action plan and what resources do you need from us to help? Progress monitor, that's where you should, as a board, say, talk to us about how we're doing. Is what you're doing working? And if not, what else do we need to do and how can we help you with that, right? And then revise your action plan if needed. real short and sweet. Have you heard of SMART goals? Okay. Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So those are specific. I think you don't want to say we want to improve our student achievement. Well, duh. Right? But I want to know what. I want 80% of the students to score proficient on the spring IRI of 2022. That is, now I have a goal that I can see whether or not I met. Right? It's time bound, it's relevant. I don't know if it's achievable yet because I need to look at the previous data, right? If last year's data was 100%, now I say 80%, well, that's not a goal. If last year's was 20% and I set 80%, I'm not sure if that's achievable, right? So you got to look at some of those things. Hence, let's talk. I'm going to give you 2 examples of the ways people have set goals. And then we're going to show you your goals, and you're going to see if you can tell me which example you may have used. Okay. So these are the literacy goals. They're required by law. Everyone has to have one. These are the, not yours personally, this is my example. So you have your kindergarten, first, second, third IRI, and then we have the 4th ELA. Mind you, the only reason I'm talking about these is because this is a literacy requirement, not the math. This is the literacy requirement for grades 1 through 4. That's why I'm focusing on this, because this training is supposed to be about that level. Okay. I don't want you to think Lisa doesn't care about math. Remember, I was the math teacher. I'm doing it because that's what's required. So these are the scores. So these were 2021 results for this school district A. This is the goal they set for 21-22. The way they did that is they just went grade 1 to grade 2, right? Which is good. Okay, so so they're moving from 85% to 90%, right? 70 to 75, that's how they've set their goals based on last year at the grade level. It's one way to look at it. There's another way to look at it, and it's called cohort. And the cohort example would be looking at it from, if our kids in kindergarten scored 85% in 2021, I want them to improve for the next year, so I'm going to set grade 1's goals based on the performance of our kids in kindergarten from the year before. Now you all have to decide what makes more sense for you, because if you're in a district where your turnover is ridiculous, where the kids that you started with, like you might only have 20% of those same kids. If you have huge mobility, maybe it doesn't make sense to look at a cohort, right? But if you have, for the most part, your kids are pretty much established and stay here, you might want to consider this cohort, because then you're talking about grade 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, etc. Why don't I have one right here?
Because you're going from IRI to ISBA.
Right, it's not the same test.
Right.
That's why. Now I still might use that, right? Mm-hmm. The predictability is that if I'm proficient on the grade 3 IRI, then I'm most likely probably going to be. I mean, I've got the skills necessary to be successful, so I can still use that, but I'm not saying it's a direct piece. So that might be a question you ask. Do we set these goals based on grade level or cohort? So let's check. These are yours. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them.
We did a 3% increase to every grade level.
Because when we were first presented with them, there wasn't really a rhyme or reason with the increase, which made absolutely no sense to me. There has to be a logical approach to how we're going to achieve what we're doing, and it was just kind of, I believe, and I'm not trying to speak out of turn, but I think what was presented was, well, we just asked them what they thought they could do, and then they came up with a number, and it's like, no, let's make it uniform and just expect a 3% growth increase to keep it reasonable and attainable.
Yeah.
Because from last year, I don't know, was it last year to this year, or was it, we got slaughtered because the goals were so huge and we were nowhere near the mark. And it's like, let's not do that because that sets nobody up for success.
Well, and they said we were told just to throw some numbers in there.
Yeah.
Even if you don't think that you're going to be able to attain them, and that didn't make sense to us because
No.
then the numbers mean absolutely nothing.
Right.
And that's why I say make it meaningful for you.
Mhm.
I am not going to criticize anyone who just did this because it was a check to compliance piece.
Right.
I'm just saying, what could you do to make it more user and working for you as a district, as a mission and vision and projecting and how, that kind of thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm also going to say this. These 2 years have been tough. So to try to set goals right now anyway
Right.
is difficult. So I mean, saying 3% right now, because that's good and it'll get us there, that's fine. It's been really difficult. But as you move forward, you might be able to find yourselves to be more purposeful, more what's working, what's not, those kind of things. Because one way to look at it from that 3%, if you did cohort, this could have been 69, this could have been 7, you know what I mean? So, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong, I'm just giving a...
No, I hear what you're saying. We were just trying to bring some reasonableness to
Yep.
the goals that were originally presented.
Absolutely.
And this was the year that everything changed legislatively,
Yes.
the whole checklist thing
Yeah.
changed.
Yep.
And they took things away and the format changed. It was sort of a weird, coming out of COVID on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other thing, I think, one thing I don't appreciate about this is that, okay, like you were talking about, that we don't do cohorts, and we don't know, we get a lot of students coming in, but it is very, like you were saying, I understand it's just data, and data doesn't tell the truth of something. It's not.
Doesn't tell the whole story
It
at the
doesn't
very
tell the whole
least.
story.
Right.
It's one
Well,
piece of evidence.
Yeah, it,
Absolutely.
anyways, yeah, so when the public looks at it,
Yeah.
right, whomever, I mean, this is a snapshot for this year. These are not going to be the same kids next year, right? So even though, our 5th graders and 6th graders knocked it out of the park or whatever, and then the, 4th and 5th graders that come out, maybe they got a little, maybe they were the cohort from COVID,
Yeah.
right? And now we're seeing,
Yep.
the effect of COVID on them. I don't know how to convey that to the public, if we put a note in this document, or I know there's some areas we can, or
I think you becoming educated about it and being
Yep.
able to speak to it is one. I think having board meetings where you're talking about this and having conversations
Yep.
is 2.
yeah,
I mean, I think those are definitely ways to do it.
yeah.
And again, I'm not saying the data is there. This is what the performance was.
Right.
But the story behind it, you also don't know 3 years ago.
Right.
What if 3 years ago you were at 22%?
Right.
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 We've had huge,
I
good
mean,
point.
so there's,
Yeah.
but this is one document, but you as a board will be able to have that history moving forward.
Yeah, and I did go back and look, because I thought it was true that the numbers came up when we implemented standardized across K through 8 with iReady. And that is when, and I knew that iReady had something to do. That's when we saw a lot of improvement. It was piloted first for a year or so, I think, or a year maybe.
Yep.
And then they standardized, and it worked.
Yep.
It worked.
Okay. So alignment of goals. This was supposed to come in one at a time, but I don't think it came in. So here's now you guys are setting district goals. Okay. This is where if your new superintendent or whoever you get in, I would recommend, how do you make this tool work for you now? Everything should be aligned. Your district goals should be, that's what you set. Now as a building principal, I'm going to set my building goals based on this.
Right.
Okay? And then individual staff, if I was a 1st grade teacher, I'm going to set my goals based on that. And I'm going to give you 2 examples. And then each one of these has their own action plan. Okay, so the district probably has an action plan. It could be resources. That's what this is. It does show a lot of the stuff that you guys are working towards. And then as a building, I'm going to take my data and look at it and see how it ties to that and create my own action plan. Maybe I need, as a building principal, to establish mentor teams, or I go in and cover teachers so that they can go watch another teacher, or I hire experienced literacy interventionists to provide intervention, right? So those would all be part of action plans. And then as a staff. So here's an example. Lakeland School District, this is your goal right now. 70% of first grade students will score proficient on the grade 1 spring 2022 IRI. Betty Kiefer Elementary School, did I say that right?
Yep.
Okay. Betty Kiefer's building goal is going to be 85%. As a principal, if I was a principal in that building, don't ask me yet, I would set that at 85% of first grade students will score proficient. That's not what you have as a district, right?
Yeah.
Keep that in mind for a second. And then if I was a first grade teacher in that building, because the building goal is 85%, I know I'm not going to set less than that. How would I set less than that?
Right.
Well, maybe I would. I don't know. All right. Here's my goal. First grade teacher, I'm going to say 88% of my first grade students are going to score proficient. And then I'm going to have a growth goal, because remember I told you that every school teacher is going to get a rate of improvement. I want you to evaluate me based on my improvement of students, not my proficiency of students. And that is an option in our state, is growth. Remember, so I personally, if I was a teacher, I think 90% of my students should grow throughout the year. Not necessarily score proficient, but I want them to all learn something. So that's why I said that there. Okay, now here it is. What are some reasons the school and teacher goals are set higher than the district?
Well, for one, they want to meet the 70%.
Okay. Does anybody know what Betty Kiefer's elementary school results were last year?
Yeah, they were high. They were, I think, 86
There
or
you
something.
go.
Yeah. Yep, they were really high. They were the pilot school. Yeah.
Their score in kindergarten was 84.6%, and their first grade was 85.9.
Yeah.
So why would it be okay if I was a building principal in that building to now set 70%? I'm going to set higher based on my building's data. That's still going to help us as an overall district get to the 70%, right?
Right.
So that's where I'm using that tool. We as a district set that, but now I'm going to look at the same data and say, where is my building place in this, so that we're all working towards the same thing. What about first grade teacher? Why might I, as a first grade teacher, set 88%?
Because you as a teacher last year had 87%.
Okay. Don't forget I have fall data for IRI.
You already know that the kids are performing well.
What if 88% came in? Let's say 87% came in already testing at grade level. Well, then I'm going to hope I keep the same,
Yeah,
right?
at least stay consistent.
Yeah.
Right?
You definitely don't want loss.
Let's not damage those.
Right.
little
So
people.
do you see what these are like? That's where you kind of want to know. That might be where you bring in Betty Kiefer and say, or the principal Betty Kiefer, and say, what do you attribute your success? And is that something else that maybe you can assist another building in or whatever? Okay. But again, do you see how the whole system is working together for the same thing? Okay. So here's another one, just an example. This is an ISAT one. They're all set the same in this case, instead of higher. Why might they all be set the same versus the other one that was way higher?
Because their scores last year were below. And so they're just doing everythything they can to achieve what's the standard that's been set.
Yep, exactly. So it allows for that variability. I go back and say, if just because you as a school district set 55%, that doesn't mean all the buildings set 55%.
Right.
Or all the grade levels set 55%.
Right.
Or, yeah. So And we're almost done, believe it or not. As a school board, what types of action can you take that fall within your role and responsibility? What kinds of things can you do?
Once you know, you can provide the proper materials for supplemental work.
Okay.
You can,
Yeah, if a pilot program is working well somewhere, implement it district-wide.
And certainly you can provide professional development on curriculum materials or other matters, or is that concerned?
More
Should I
staff.
sneak in a picture in my slide that comes after? Just kidding. Yeah. Personnel, right?
Yeah.
You can hire more staff. Okay. But once
We
you
can't always hire more.
I totally understand. I didn't say if
That
you,
might be a goal.
same with curriculum materials, right?
Yeah.
But that's why I said what I said when you said you were looking at new curriculum materials. Please consider when you're looking at that line item for money and how much it costs that you include professional development for it. Because if you can't, if you don't help your teachers know how to implement it, if teachers could be replaced by curricular materials, you don't need teachers.
Right.
So be very cognizant about what the cost would be to help them implement it, because it might be new knowledge, it could be new tools, it could be those kind of things. Hopefully it is.
I'd rather get 12 teachers than new Chromebooks.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, part of the problem is, what's the requirement on that money? Do you have discretionary money over that? Or are you required to get Chromebooks? I know.
Just
I
saying.
used to say that too. Well, I still say it. So yeah, all of these things.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the summary of all of that. I know you don't need to get into the weeds. I know I could get more into the weeds if you want, but hopefully it's enough for you to go, wow, I never thought about that, and maybe just a little bit more understanding of things that are presented to you and why they're presented to you at a board report. The one thing I would tell you too, you should all, especially for IRI and ISATs for that matter, you should already know. You should get a report in April. Best practice would be you get a report in April, most likely, of what the prediction is going to be, at least for IRI, because they should be progress monitoring. Teachers typically progress monitor at least every 2 weeks. That data is collected, and it should be given in a report to you, and you should already know what the prediction is. You should not have to wait till June or July. Same with ISATs. ISATs, the State Department allows for interim assessments that can be used. So that might be a question you ask moving forward with action plans is there a district-wide use of the interim assessments to see where the students are predicting? If they're great tools for the teachers too. I just don't think, and this is not I just don't necessarily think districts know about those resources that are already out there for them, or that are much more aligned to what we assess. But
Yeah.
I knew, our teachers knew going in, they knew which kids were gonna score proficient. They had a few that were like, oh mate, like they knew going in exactly where they were. They could report that to you at least pretty close.
Yeah, that
If
would
you're
be
progress
good.
monitoring.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's something we need to put on.
Shouldn't
our
be a shock to you.
calendar. Right, right. Or we're scrambling last minute trying
Yeah.
to gather so much data to make a decision, you know?
I will say though, especially for ISATs in particular, you're not going to get finalized data, and part of that has to do with the district there has to be a time where you can, oh my gosh, what is it called? Challenge results, because a lot of times you might have some kids, or they might include a kid that because of enrollment, maybe they really were over here and they're with you, so that the district does need some time to analyze the final results that get reported. But at least on interim assessments, you should be able to get kind of a report on where the prediction is based on the progress monitoring that's being done.
How do you see other districts involving staff and students and public, the community in the creation of this document?
It's hard because, well, that's not the question you asked. You have to be able to sit them down and explain all of this, even at a deeper level. I've seen districts do town halls. I've seen districts do surveys. I think the best practice is your parent advisory committees. I would say your parent advisory teams are, if you're a Title I school, you're required to have a parent advisory committee for each of the schools. And I used to call it my leadership team. And my leadership team always included several parents on that. And they actually monitored our continuous improvement plan at a meeting level.
Really? That would be awesome. That is
But
a presentation I would like to hear.
The hardest part
Mm-hmm.
is to get those parents to commit.
Yeah.
It is very difficult. They all have full-time
They-
jobs.
Right,
They
right.
all work, and I'm gonna say a lot of them don't, just like you just went, Lisa, I have no idea what you said. I know enough to know, but I don't feel empowered to make a judgment on it. You have to get those parents that are willing to learn and feel comfortable enough. It's not just about participating. I liked my parents to be involved, and I didn't want them to feel everybody in this table right now is talking over my head and I have nothing to share. So it's not just getting parents, it's also getting the right parents who are willing to say something. It can be very intimidating getting into a room with a bunch of educators who can start talking the lingo, and then you have to have a building administrator or someone facilitating that to say stop with the lingo. We need to get to that piece. So it's when it's done well, it can be done very well, but it's really hard to get those parents to commit, and then to be able to actually engage in a conversation. It's just, but when you can, it's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
It's very incredible.
Can't speak in acronyms all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes the
Abbreviated
acronyms flow
spellings.
across the industries, though, and you don't really know what interpretation of the acronym you're supposed to be using.
There's only one profession that's worse than education, I think. I think technology's starting to get close, and it's military.
Yeah.
I will say military has its beat.
A lot of lingo.
Yeah. But so that doesn't answer your question. I think you do it any way you can.
Okay.
Depends on your community. If you can get them in one room and then have maybe someone facilitate and do a real quick explanation like this and say, what do you think we should do? That kind of, any way you can. However it is that you're able to accomplish it is how I would say it. Any other questions on that?
This has been great.
Yes, it has been
Yes.
awesome. You did quite well.
Very, yeah.
Thank you.
I was nervous.
No, you did very well.
I'll admit it, I was very nervous.
Oh, nothing to be nervous about.
Only because I care. I want to make sure.
So you play it off well, because,
Yeah, you're very fluid.
yes.
Is there anything else? I want to make sure I have some follow-up from me. I need to send a sample agenda, the one that was on there to you. What else? Oh, I'm going to follow up on the manual. Ramona, you said something about a manual that needs to be approved by the board.
Yeah, it was in there. It's in statute somewhere. There's a few manuals that are created or updated every year, and the board's just supposed to say aye to them, I guess, or whatever. We're
Okay.
supposed to be aware of. They had to do with personnel.